checking out the new Bannerlord war sales. So they've got like a new campaign, they got boats, they got all this stuff. The reception for the game has been... You wish they'd fix some of the issues with Siege? Yeah, no, there's a couple. Like, I know there's been issues with Siege. There's been issues with the AI sometimes just kind of flopping over and being confused. There is, like, for actually, like, taking over the world, there's definitely a point it becomes just a slog.
For 500 years, the Calradian Empire...
Alright, well, that was too quiet to hear anyways. Looks like the same cinematic. Okay. So yeah, so I believe the Nords are the new faction that gives you the boats. I'll have to check the volumes in a minute here. Yeah, I'll have to raise the volume a little bit. Unfortunately, I don't believe I could do that here. Never mind. We accidentally exited out. Alright, let me go into the audio. We'll make that 50, drop that down a little bit. I'll try that. And if it's still too quiet, I don't actually care that much about the intro. It's the same one, I believe. No longer surprise you when developers don't address long-term bugs or issues. Take Fallout 4. The Anniversary Edition has, or is due to released, the exact same bugs the original game has.
The Calradian Empire dominated the continent.
Yeah, so we're gonna skip that. That's the same anime, like the same thing as before, where it's just like, hey, here's the two factions they're fighting. So we got the Nords. Yeah, no, I know, Luxray. It's that cinematic specifically, for whatever reason, is so much quieter than the rest of the game. So to make it so you can hear that, I have to make the game deafeningly loud. And the music's a bit quiet here. I'll turn up the music in a minute. There's a lot of games that have that problem where the cinematics are just utterly, utterly quiet. Let's see, the Nords are people made by the sea. The very name of their home, Nordvig, refers to the icy stretch of glacier-cut coastline that links the scattered settlements. Until recently, their towns are little more than a shrine or a market beside a fjord or an estuary. Surrounded by a palisade, some make their modest living by farming barley and raising sheep. But those with ambition must venture forth in their longships to trade, plunder, or fight for hire. So we get 30% more loot from villagers and caravans. You think the cinematics are tied to the sound settings? That is not clear. This likely to be one dialed down, even though the overall volume. Yeah, and I was going to make the comment is, like, there's a lot of games that I do wish, and I've seen it a couple times, games that have, like, their cinematic volume slider. I also wish more games that allow you to pause the cinematic and change the volume. Whereas most of your choices are, once you're in the cinematic, you can skip, or you can just put up with it, but you can't adjust it on the fly. Ship movement at speeds at rivers, in speeds, rivers, and coastal seas are faster. Armies that are commanded by the Nords lose 30% cohesion on land. I imagine that's obnoxious. But that's a new one, we'll try it. I honestly don't feel like putting a lot of effort into making my character have anything, because I'm going to cover with them armor, and we'll never see their face again. So we're just going to move on forward. Okay, this part we actually want to care about. So shipwrights, I believe, is the new one. Your kin are grand shipwrights building mighty drakars, but a family of skilled boat builders and crafting study vessels. The longships weren't feared in battle, but prized for braving the treacherous coasts. Each plank and sail held a legacy of generations, passed down through calloused hands and rhythmic tap of the hammer. Yeah, trick there, don't call supporting lords into an army often, or if you do, effectively getting stuff done quickly. You don't remember Sailors Easier? Yeah, these are things that are also new. The family is a tight-knit crew of sturdy fishing vessel. They weren't charting uncharted seas, but venturing just beyond familiar fjords, bartering with the coastal settlements for smoked fish and bragging rights about the biggest catch. Tales of faraway lands might have been spun under flickering lanterns, but the reality was weathered-sailed, callous hands, and a knack for reading tempered seas. So we got these are our new skills. We got Mariner, enhances your personal combat prowess during naval engagements, and bolsters your effectiveness in leading troops and empowering tactics at the sea. Boatswain governs the well-being and discipline of your ship's crew, as well as the vessel's overall combat readiness, including the rigging and supplies. Shipmaster improves the navigational abilities and effectiveness of naval siege engines under your command, and speed and quality of the ship repairs and upgrades. So, we basically are choosing between getting engineering and shipmaster, or trade and boatswain. I'm gonna go with the shipwrights, because we're gonna lean on boat combat. Okay. So this is the only new one I see here. All these other ones have been here before. Your uncanny ability to predict the weather. You are fascinated by the clouds and patterns, but always observe the weather, often warning your family of an impending storm with uncanny accuracy. So that's going to give us boatswain and scouting. So sure. And then the last one here is, I believe, the only new one, which is worked at the docks. Wait. Are those all new? Yeah, these are the same as before. I don't remember. Either way, that one is the other ship one. Worked at the docks. You spent your adolescence helping out with bustling docks, assisting with loading and unloading ships, and learning the ins and outs of maritime trade. You witness the arrival and departure of exotic goods and people from far-off lands, fueling your dreams for adventure at the high seas. Yeah, that's what I was trying to remember, as if they were like a subcategory. So that's going to give us another one in Shipmaster and a point in trade. That's fine. I need to go with that. Alright, so let's see here. So these... I think these ones are new. We have the ship, we have the shield bearer, we have the lookout, we have it drafted as a thrall. I think these are new-ish, or at least they have had their descriptions changed. Became a war child of the north. So this is the only one that gives us boat stuff, which will be the mariner. So we're gonna go with that. You grew up in a coastal village surrounded by tales of the legendary Viking warriors and their daring villages. As a youth, you learned the skills of a sailor, a warrior, and a raider, preparing for the day that you would join your kin on a voyage to exploration and conquest. So that's going to give us a skill in mariner, and then a skill in one-handed weapons. Yeah, that's what I was going to say, is it does look like they've changed the dialogue description here a little bit. But it basically boils down to shield person. Or actually, yeah, so we have this person was cunning and shields. This one is throwing weapons. That one's halberds. Or pole arms, that's your bow person. That's your like scout, sneaky person. That's more one arm and all that. But we're gonna go ahead and go with the boat. Boats are why we're here. You set out with life and adventure. Your biggest achievement was we defeated an enemy, saved your village, invested some money in some land. These are the same. Actually, I don't even think this one has a new one. I think all of these are the same we've always had. There's nothing there's nothing boat related here, so it's all rubbish. No, I'm teasing. So let's see. Oh, interesting. I never noticed before that they have the change up here. Alright, so we can get social and, was that tactics? No, Stewart. We can get charm and Stewart. Stewart basically lets us have bigger armies. We can get roguery and athletics, not taking that one. We can get the bow and polearm. You know, not really worried about that. If we're doing boats, polearms are probably not going to be the best. We got trade and blacksmithing, not going to be doing that. Tactics and leadership can also be good for auto-resolving. And we can get the one-armed. I think the Stewart's probably going to give us the most. The one-armed also will help, but I can usually get these combat skills a little bit easier than, you know, getting some of the other ones. Yeah, I think we'll go with this. So we treated people well. Like the families of Caldera, your life was upended by the war. Your home was ravaged by the passage of an army after army. Eventually, you sold your property and set off with your father, mother, brother, and 2 younger siblings to a new town you heard was safer. But you did not make it. Along the way, in an inn you were staying at was attacked by raiders. Your parents were slain and your 2 youngest siblings seized. But you and your brother survived because we could choose we subdued the raider, which gives us athletics and one-handed. We could choose we drove them off with arrows, which gives you bow skill. We rode really fast with the horse, which gives us horse ride fast. Roguery and endurance. Oh, they did update the stealth mechanic? Because that used to be... The roguery was kind of a meme before. Like, it had its uses, but yeah, not really a big thing. We got tactics. We have leadership and charm. You threw up a makeshift defense. Alright, so... You organize travelers does give us the leadership and charm, which can be helpful. The horse, if we're doing both things, isn't going to be a big one. Yeah, so it's either we go subdued raider for just our own capabilities as a combat person, or we go for the leading our group of people. I'll do that so we get 1 point in leadership. The charm I'm less worried about or convinced. But again, 1 point in athletics and 1 point in... Those are very easy to level skills. You get athletics by moving. Alright. My brain is trying to go for, like, the Bodie McBoatface thing, but, like, the person who owns the Bodie McBoatface, and my brain is just not getting there. And thank you, Eddie Bao, for the tier 1 sub. That's very much been subbed to the channel, and I really do appreciate that continued support. It means a heck of a lot, and thank you. It's like Captain Captain-y. Bob. Axing nicely. Junior. Alright, so we're axing nicely, Junior. Alright, so we got our basic difficulty settings. So we will put that all... Oh yeah, I forgot. I forgot it goes from, like... I forgot how ridiculous the jump up is in difficulty. You're like, freebooter. It's like, that's not too... Like, that's, you know, that's your easy mode. That's not bad. Warrior, okay, that's got a little bit more. But it's still, like, reduced damage. And then it's like Bannerlord, it's like, F you, everything's on its top. Alright, yeah, let's go for Warrior. And we will do Iron Mode, so no save scumming. And I don't feel like dealing with my other people's perks. They are their own people. How terrible they will be at it.
Brother, it's been 3 days now we've been tracking those bastards. I think we're getting close. We need to think about what happens when we catch them. How are we going to rescue our brother and sister? Are we up for a fight? This looks like an old training field for the legions. Perhaps we can spare some time and brush up on our skills. The practice could come in handy when we catch up with the raiders.
We have no time for training. Skipping the tutorial. Skip the tutorial.
Alright then. Let us split up and look for the little ones separately. I'll send you a word if I find them before you do. One other thing, brother. We want people to take us seriously. We may be leading men into battle soon. Let's give our family a name and a banner, like the nobles do.
Okay. I think it skipped the banner. I think it just utterly skipped the banner. Let's see, a few hours after you leave the training ground, you come across a wounded man lying under a tree. He says he too was attacked by bandits. You share water with him and try to dress his wounds as best you can. He tells you he is a traveling doctor and thank you for the help. He hands you a small bronze artifact, which he says was once given to him as payment by a warrior who said only that it was related to the Nurtsi folly. He suspects it might be of great value. You resolve to find out more. The doctor gives you one more bit of information. He overheard the bandits talking about captives they seized on their raids. They're planning to part ways, with one group taking the prisoners to the south and the other planning to head to the west to sell them as pirates to the port wherever. You may be able to help your brother in searching for your siblings. That's a very different way that you get this thing. Where it's just like, you found a random dude. He was holding this priceless artifact. Cool, man. You patched me up on the field. Have my artifact. Alright, so we have the artifact making us official or whatever. Select your family name. Votorifics. Excellent. Nordamus? Nordamus would have been good. You have a boat symbol, right? Don't do this. Give me a boat symbol. We're here for boats. There you go. Ooh, actually that one's a better one. Maximum size on the boat. Alright. That'll do. Yeah. Stealth tutorial. You and your brother part ways. He rides on over a crest in the hill. He lifts his arm in salute, then disappears from view. A few days ago, you were a family of 6. Now you are alone. And you realize that despite your courage and determination, you and your brother may never see each other again. However, you are not left long in your solitude. As you make your final preparations to set out, a young boy staggers into your camp. Once he regains his breath, he tells you that a small group of bandits has raided his village and seized the headman as a hostage. The villagers saw you riding through the countryside and thought you might be able to help them. I don't mind that the Nordic icons they have added to the banners. Yeah, that's fine. Troubled waters. Let's see. Throughout your travels, you overheard hushed conversations about a new menace, a pirate confederacy terrorizing the coasts of Caldaria. These Northern Crusaders, or Corsairs, have built the reputation of trading in captives from bandits and raiders, such as the ones that attacked your family. Do you want to go to Austria now to try to pick up your sister's trail and embark on the hunt across the seas? Sure. So it fast travels us there. Okay. Go to the port. You're strolling through Ostaken's streets when you hear raised voices coming from a side alley. You turn and look and see a rough-looking man accosted an older man in a cloak. His gaze shifts quickly from one to the other as his body is tensed, as though he is going to spring into action. You could sense a fight is about to start. This is pretty scripted for Bannerlord.
Listen, you lot, I'm in a bit of a hurry. If I give you a penny each, will you stop pestering me,
You are Gunnar of Lagshofen, aren't you? We've got
I'll increase the volume after this, sorry.
For you.
You've got a message from those curs. Out with it, then. What's your message?
The message is that you will die, you damn fool!
And how should I die, then? Of old age? While you 3 work up the courage to attack a wizened graybeard? Go on. You've delivered your message. Now scamper off.
We'll send you down to the Pale One's hungry holes right now. Kill him, boys!
Okay, let's try adjusting the volumes again. Alright, I remember this being a whole big thing. Okay, I'm a little scared about putting it this high. Let's go for like 65. we are definitely in trouble here. Because I am very out of practice. Okay. I was worried he was going to lose that opening fight.
My blood. Damn, that hurts. Ugh. I think I'm all right, though. Thank you. I am Gunnar of Lagshoven, from the Nordvig lands.
Why no shield? I didn't go and pull it out right away. I usually don't use a shield very often.
Warriors and a ship. These men we fought were allies of a pirate gang who called themselves the Sea Hounds. They have been raiding and slaving along the Nordvig shores, and I intend to go to war with them. The Sea Hounds and I have history, and nowadays they hate my guts as fiercely as I hate theirs. Somebody must have sent word of my whereabouts to their local friends, as these lowlifes had a mind to do me in. Again?
Okay, so I can change the volume here. Because our voiceover volume here is literally maxed out. And like all the other sounds are getting pretty loud. So I'm kind of scared to keep raising the volume. Did you say slave raids? My brother and sister were taken in with them. Yes, I say the Sea Hounds and I have history. Nowadays they hate my guts and fiercely hate theirs, and I fiercely hate theirs. Somebody must send word of my whereabouts to their local friends, as these little slaves had a mind to do me in. Again, thank you for your help. And so we're gonna say, did you say slave raids?
I know what it's like to lose family to slavers.
I'm just gonna have to read it.
If you're still searching, look to the Sea Hounds. They've got their hands in most of the slaving that happens along these coasts.
And thanks for the follow. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to read it, because, like, all the other sounds are gonna get obnoxiously loud if I try and raise that up. It's annoying that the voiceover is doing nothing for this. Let's say, know what it's like to lose family to slavers. If you're still searching, look for the Sea Hounds. They've got their hands in most of the slaving, and that's what happens along these coasts. Who are these Sea Hounds? It's hard to believe now, but they were once my brother in arms. Years ago, we fought side by side in the last great rebellion in the north. Most of the clans and many of the freemen, like myself, refused to bow before Volbjorn the usurper, and he was then called. But Volbjorn knew how to speak to the men's desires. He won them over the big clans and promises of land and silver. And when the summer came, he brought a fleet to give us a battle. He had with him so many longships that the sails covered the horizon. We still fought them, of course, but their numbers are too many to beat. Why did you risk so much to hunt them? They dishonor what we fought for. I'm no longer a stranger to battle. I'll kill when I must, but they murder for pleasure, thinking the All-Father rewards bloodthirst. He wants warriors, not hounds. What are you going to do now? I meant to gather up some of my kins and friends and go against the Sea Hounds. Just a few days ago, I ran into an old comrade of mine here in Osterkon. He called Purig, and he happens to own a fast ship. He promised to help me capture a Sea Hound ship, so he could put together a crew.
So I'm going to make you a proposal.
Peace. So I'm going to make you a proposal. Perhaps you'd like to come with us. I can't guarantee we'll find your kin, but I can promise a good fight, and if we win, a bit of a fine loot. And well, if you ever had any interest in learning how to handle a ship, you won't find a better school than the Northern Seas. Let's see, I'll join you so we can hunt together. You can find Purig at the tavern and introduce yourself. I should go get myself cleaned up and ready for travel. Alright, so I want to adjust these sound settings again, because I'm terrified of having that turned up that high. We'll bring the effects back up. Oh, right. This game has negligible amounts of music in it. I forgot about that. Let me go ahead and get some music queued up. I was wondering why I had the music turned off when I booted up the game. I was like, what was the music on here that I had it completely turned off? And that's right. It wasn't that it had bad music or anything. It has the problem of the music's not there 90% of the time. Alright. So what do I actually have? I have a tiny bit of grain, I have part of the dragon banner, and that's it. That's fair. Alright, Tavern District. Visit the tavern.
Aye? So, who are you then?
Okay, let's try turning up the effects more. Alright, so who are you then? I'm actually asking Knightley Jr. Gunner sent me. We want in on a fight.
A fight, you say? Gunner a new one, huh? He's alive?
Alright, we might be able to make this work. Yeah, we defeated 3 sea hounds. Now I wish to sail with you.
Well, good for you two. Gunner is a tough old goat and rather hard to kill. I shall have to ask him about it when I get the chance. So, yes, I agreed to help him in his little feud with the sea hounds. For all time's sake, I've got my ship and men ready to sail. If you're indeed of a mind...
Alright, 1 second. I'm trying to get this so you can hear it, so I don't have to, like, read over it again. I'm just really scared.
To go with us, I'm happy to take you. But I've only got...
I just got really scared. I'm going to turn this volume up, and then we're going to hit...
So if you've got any traveling companions...
We're going to, like, turn up the volume here. Then we're going to get into our first battle and bang on a shield. And I do have a thing that keeps it so the game can only get so loud. But, you know.
You'll need to leave them in this port. I'm sure you'll be back soon to rejoin them, safe and sound.
I also find it amusing. I've turned off the game music, but we still have game music. It's like a fiddle or whatever in the scene, but you know. Okay, if you're indeed in the mind to go with us, I'd be happy to take you, but I've only got room for you. So if you got any traveling companions, you'll need to leave them in this port. Be sure you'll be back soon to rejoin them safe and sound. Let's see, very well, I'm ready to make sail. I'm just trying to move this forward.
Come down to the ship with me then. Wind and tide are with us, and I won't tarry long.
Alright.
My brothers, I hope this letter finds you well. I told you that I might soon ask you to join me in Ostikan. That time has now come. Let me tell you what has befallen me since we last parted. I have been trying to gather warriors here to help us fight the Sea Hounds. I was lucky to find one very capable and brave soul who came to my help when they ambushed me in an alley. This warrior has a sister who was enslaved along this coast and agreed to join me in my hunt, in the hope of learning more about her whereabouts. I had planned to sail out of Ostikan with our old comrade, Purig. I considered myself very fortunate to have found him. Here was a warrior with a ship who shared my hatred of the Sea Hounds, ready to sail with me. But I had misjudged him. He was instead the lowest form of traitor, a man whose feigned camaraderie concealed a contempt for all that we value. The first night on the open sea, we were woken up by Purig's men holding knives to our throats. Purig had struck a deal with the Sea Hounds, and he intended to hand me over to them to be tortured and killed. He was always ambitious, and seemed eager to win favor with what he imagined to be a new power in the north. I am sorry, old friend, he said, but the Sea Hounds are strong and rich, and I think you always wanted to die spitting defiance at your foes. This was the last he spoke to me. His men chained us to the oars. The sea was calm, and the weather hot. They made us row hard, and we suffered greatly as we cruised the coast looking for merchantmen. Presumably Purig wished to appear before the Sea Hounds with a prize or two in his hands to make more of an impression. In this way, his plan was undone by his greed. On the third day, we came across a stubby trading Knar and gave chase. As we closed, the Knar's crew first started to dump their cargo and then their own selves, as the pirates were shooting them with their bows. Eventually, we caught the Knar. Purig sent us as oar slaves to his prize, alongside some crew who hadn't jumped. with some pirates to guard us as he gathered up all the floating cargo. That was a mistake. Your chain is loose. It's now or never. Get up and strike them down.
So there's a lot of bugs with that cinematic. I'm not sure if you could see where it kept frame skipping occasionally during the cinematic. So we're not rendering a bunch of stuff. That's literally just the video itself was being really skippy. It cut off the end of the video. We didn't even get to see what the video's ending was. It just straight up hacked the end off of it. So they got some stuff going on there. Yeah, the voice did sound a little funky.
Split your skull!
You were...
Now, help us get these chains off, huh?
Yeah, no, his voice definitely... I don't know if his text-to-speech, but there was definitely some kind of distortion going on, whether it was just a crap mic or something going on. But it definitely had... It had some processed sound to it.
Well done. That's twice now you've gotten me out of a bad spot.
And for the record, that was only the voice in the cinematic. Now, it could be whatever was causing that same distortion where we kept seeing the frames go faster and slower. It could literally be that something was just messing with the rendering of it, and it was messing with the audio as well. Well, normally, I'd say we put as much distance between us and Purig as quickly as we can, but those merchants are still out there floating in the waves. We can't leave them there. I can set up, I can get the sail up, take the steering oar, and let's see if we can get them out of the water. Alright, so ship controls. It's too loud. The prompts and the whistles and all that, that part's too loud. That's my fear, is like getting them to be able to hear what the people are saying is making all the combat stuff just really, really loud. To control your ship, do this. In order to change your active oarsman, press Q. There are several different camera positions.
Can you see those poor lads thrashing in the water over there?
All right.
Right. Now, let's slow down so they can climb aboard. There's two more of them over there. Let's go fish them out.
I am amused by the idea that we took a boat and we rolled up on them. We murdered a bunch of them and knocked a bunch of them off their ship. Like, again, the collective ship, not we individually.
Right. Now, let's slow down so they can climb aboard.
Okay. But we're like, alright, our bad.
Oh, thank you. Heaven be praised. We thought we'd escape the arrows, only to be drowned by the waves. Heaven protect us all.
I know it's quiet.
Think nothing of it, lads. You've done the same for us, one sailor for another. So look, lads.
We're just gonna skip the story. Like, it's very unfortunate but like the volume controls just suck. And it wasn't really adding something. Basically, they're like, thank you for saving us. Like, don't worry, we'd take care of you. And then all that. So we got ourselves some skill points. Somewhere. Alright. Right, so I can set focus points. So I feel like for our purposes, let's see what we get going on here. So learning limit. Flagship figurehead provides a bonus to all allied ships. Damage when wielding one-handed weapons at sea. Alright, so where do we want to put these points? I'll get the music going again. It was just while we were in the pub we had that. So this is more for the auto battle. That reduces the ship damage received. This increases the sailing speed. So I'm going to go ahead and put 2 points in that. We'll go for the ship stuff first. And then for our objectives we have the classic, like, establish your clan, do all this stuff. A boy came to your camp and told you the villagers of Tavera need help rescuing. Yeah, so we just returned to town. So let's kind of fast travel over there. You return... Okay, a whole bunch of stuff. You return to the Ostrakan harbor and tie your ship up at the pier. Besides the Valandian traders and the fishing vessels lies a small Nordic longship. Gunnar tells you that some of his comrades have responded to his call to hunt the sea hounds. He tells you he needs to dictate a letter and some others. He asks you to meet him later at the port. And let me adjust this a little bit down here. It blows my mind that in this day and age, games that don't have a separate slider for volume for voice. So we'll talk to them. Don't have a bunch of voice acting that I can't hear.
Well, I sent off my letter, and I spoke to some men
Okay,
from
they sent off their
I
letter.
recommend you make ready to sail again soon. But we have a bit of time.
Let's see. So you're writing letters to your allies. Like I said, I'm just skipping this at this point.
Then
I'm already off-put by the lack of volume controls.
I do not think we will have to go very far to
Okay,
start
so the
our
entire
route.
thing is we're gonna go and attack the next thing. So let's sail out, see if the Sea Hounds have taken there. So we're attacking the Sea Hounds. Okay, so we need to defeat the Sea Hounds. We'll see what the actual text of this says. Defeat 2 Sea Hound vessels that are lying wait outside Ostrakan. And then we have, like... Yeah, so it's just, basically, we're gonna get into a fight here. As you sail out of Ostrakan Harbor, you spot a single ship anchored offshore. As soon as it sights you, it runs out its oars and steers to intercept your course. It is not waiting for its partner. It's probably not expecting to put up much of a fight.
They must think we're just a fishing vessel. All right now, boys. Let's show them that their prey has teeth of it.
I don't remember having this much headaches with managing volume in this game.
So, get us close so we can board.
Okay. So obviously it's teaching us, so we just gotta pull up. Then when we get close enough, we'll have people be able to start hopping over.
Get us close so we can board. The lines are half them left.
How do... I don't... How do... I want up. Let me up. I'm getting killed here and I can't seem to move or do anything. Press the 1 button for formation. I wasn't able to get up off the thing. Gotta press F. I did. I pressed it multiple times and nothing happened.
All right now, boys.
It's also different keys for me because I don't use a QWERTY keyboard. Like, it's also the attempt the boarding, and I saw the problem was like, okay, you've done it, and it kept having the, you know, attempt the boarding thing, and I was like, what? It's like, I've done the thing, it says I've done the thing, why am I stuck in the prompt? So, yeah, so we got the thing that says attempt boarding. It prompted down here. So I'm pushing F. You can hear it now. I'm mashing it. I'm hitting the button really hard. And I'm hitting my equivalent of F. I think it's trying to have me give my troops orders, but the 1 is also not working. So, like... Alright, finally. Now can I get it? Okay. For some reason it wasn't taking my pressing 1 that whole time. It wasn't until we got to the next part that it finally took it. So I think what they've done is they've scripted it so you can't do the next action until you finish the previous one. And the boarding just didn't take effect right away. I've been warned that the boat tutorial missions are pretty rough. Ship cleared. The men make a quick work of the pirates. As fighting dies down, you find the Sea Hounds are carrying captives bound and stashed beneath the rowing benches. You cut their bonds and help them to their feet as your lookouts scan the waters and sight the second ship.
That's 1 Sea Hound defeated. But the other can't be too far away. We've captured a second ship, though. It's a Snekya. It should be quick and nimble. How about you cross over and take the helm? I'll keep command of our old Knar.
Alright, let me double check that. So it says, the Sea Hounds are defeated, but the other one can't be too far. We've captured the second ship, though it's a Snekya. It should be quick and nimble. How about you cross over and take the helm? I'll command the old thing. I'll go do that.
Splendid! Let's go chase down that second Sea Hound. I see them. Untie our ships and let's have at it.
Gotcha. So once you start boarding, it takes a while to cancel it.
I'll let you decide how to fight this one. Maneuver a bit, or just go straight at them.
Command the ship. Xenia had a good look at the settings. You find too many icons you have the battles or friendly troops, and others don't. On the boats, you find it even harder to land until troops from the enemies. You haven't run into that too much yet. Command the ship to attack the enemy.
Stay close! Hold fire! Troops!
Strike hard, boys! Finish them!
Alright. I was trying to get it figured out to try boarding again, And then while I was doing that, I was running into the problem where I didn't get the option because it was tutorialized being like, you need to command your other people to do this specific thing. And I was like, okay, that's fine and all, but like, don't block me in. Okay, we're attempting aborting. I see. I see. So for the attempting the boarding, I was under the impression that once I did that, like, it kind of locked us in. Yeah, no, I see what you mean. I have no idea who's on my side here. Once again, you are victorious. Gunnar, meanwhile, inspects the fallen pirates and soon finds one of them only lightly wounded who is able to speak.
I'm new at this. I'm just a farmer who fell on hard times. I signed on with this ship in Varcheg a month ago. They told me we'd be trading grain and ivory across the Bialik. I didn't know we'd be attacking honest folks like yourselves.
Okay.
These sea hounds are trolls and demons, not men. I want no part of this anymore. Spare me, and I promise I'll go back to my old life.
Okay. So he's basically saying, I'm a farmer. They tricked me into fighting for them. And we're gonna say, all right, tell me the truth and I'll let you live.
We purchased some slaves from some bandits in Ostikan. We were planning on selling them onward to another buyer further south along the coast. Perhaps your sister was one of them? Will you spare me?
Okay.
Are you really a farmer now? Calluses such as those on your hands are made by oars, not plows. And I see a scar on your sword arm that doesn't look like it came from the kick of a mule. Indeed, I might even recall your name. Ralgar Eelnose, is it not?
Gunnar of Lagshofen. 3 of your shipmates have we visited while reaving. One died well. The others, it's said that your people are mean and stingy hosts, but those 2 gave us some fine entertainment. As for you, friend of Gunnar, I told you where to seek your sister. Best rescue her quick, or she may take a liking to one of our brave lads and give you a litter of sea puppies. So, there you have it. I fulfilled my end of the bargain. Put me ashore.
So, okay. Their little words were tell us the truth, and he did literally still lie anyways. So I'm gonna basically hand it over to the art guys like, hey, I said if you want to live, tell the truth. And you're like, nope, I'm a farmer, trust me. So gained renown and all that. We are no longer considered honest. What? I told him if he told the truth, we would spare him. He did not tell the truth. There was only a single condition onto my sparing of them. Just one. And he failed the one and only condition. Okay. I'm hoping this tutorial is not very long, by the way. With all the volume stuff. Because you can hear out here, all the noises are very loud. And then their dialogue is like, I'm going to go ahead and take care of the next thing. And meanwhile, you're listening to the ocean crash next to you at volume. Talk to Gonar at Import. They need a separate volume slider for the effects and voices. They really do.
Greetings. Listen, when we sailed with Purig, I was hoping that he would help me fight the Sea Hounds near Valvik. His betrayal, of course, has cost us time, but I think that plan is still a good one.
Technically, what would happen?
Ralgar said that the Sea Hounds expect to find rich pickings near Bannerlord. I think I know what he's talking about. Every year, a Vlandian merchant ship travels to the far north bearing hunters and other fortune seekers. It should be returning south around this time. These men have spent the last month gathering walrus ivory, fur and whale oil, all of which are quite valuable in the Southlands. Such a prize would be a great boon to the Sea Hounds. I propose that we deny it to them. We can sail to Valvik, meet this merchant, and escort them
One
south,
second, Basset.
sinking or taking any Sea Hounds we encounter. Our longship is ready. If you can join me, then we should set out as soon as you are ready. One thing, it is hard to resupply at sea. So do make sure we have plenty of supplies with us to go to Valvik and back. 20 loads of grain and meat, or the equivalent, should be sufficient for our voyage.
Okay, first of all, thank you so much for the Basset for that raid. I was lurking there a little bit earlier, watching you play. It was one of the Pokemon titles that I don't know as well. If we can get a shout out for Basset, by the way. I just want to take 2 seconds. Here. That man went on and told us a novel. None of which was what is written over here. The Firebot seems to be okay. Oh, there it goes. It apparently just took a hot minute. And thank you. Let me get so I can actually make sure I recognize that. And thank you, Paul Harvey, for the tier 1 sub. Sub the channel for 19 months. I really do appreciate it. It means a whole heck of a lot that, you know, you continue to support the channel after this thing. But yeah, so I just want to take 2 moments to acknowledge that. Let's see, is this a new map, factions, new mechanics, and factions? There's a new faction that is being added to Bannerlord with the Nords. And they've had a new mechanic around fishing. Or sorry, not fishing, that's a lie. Around, we now have boats, which we didn't have before. And then they also, you know, went in and added apparently stealth mechanics and all that. That's my understanding. So far, I'm going to be honest, this is pretty rough. But yeah, so this dude just told us about like 4 or 5 paragraphs of information, which included specific amounts of making sure I have 20, I think it was 20 wheat or whatever, like a whole diatribe of what he wants us to do. But let me read you what the actual text he has here is. Greetings, listen, we sailed with Purig. I was hoping that he would help me fight the Sea Hounds near Havlik. His betrayal, of course, has cost us time, but I think the plan is still a good one. That's the dialogue, versus him telling me I need to make sure I resupply, how much I need to resupply, where I'll need to go to resupply, and all of these other details.
The captive we took, Ralgar, said that the Sea Hounds expect to find rich pickings near Bannerlord. I think I know what he's talking about. Every year, a Vlandian merchant ship travels to the far north bearing hunters and other fortune seekers. It should be returning south around this time. These men have spent the last month gathering walrus ivory, fur and whale oil, all of which are quite valuable in the Southlands.
It was nice to hang out with Seth. I was lurking while working on our thing, so I wasn't really keeping up exactly what was going on. Like, I saw you, I mean, walking around, running up and talking to a person doesn't add anything. But the map has been tweaked, naval combat, stealth options for hideout raids. Those things I've noticed that are new. There's likely other changes. Yeah, I know they did a bunch of rebalancing and all that. Yeah, so that actually at least matched.
Such a prize would be a great boon to the Sea Hounds. I propose that we deny it to them. We can sail to Valvik, meet this merchant, and escort them south, sinking or taking any Sea Hounds we encounter. Our longship is ready. If you can join me, then we should set out as soon as you are ready. One thing, It is hard to resupply at sea, so do make sure we have plenty of supplies with us to go to Valvik and back. 20 loads of grain and meat, or the equivalent, should be sufficient for our voyage.
So, alright. I see what's happened here. So with the very first dialogue box, it read off all of these dialogue boxes we've had since then in like one sequence without me doing anything. Now it's taking me through each paragraph again. So he has repeated himself because of that. I have no idea. I think we have very little, so I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, very well.
Because I need to make sure we have food. But yeah, so far, I will simply say, I am understanding why there are complaints, is the way I will choose to phrase this. I am understanding why there are complaints right now. Alright, so, even though I'd like to go to a town where I can get the food cheaper. Oh, I can get fish plenty cheap here. No, I can't. That's a lie. How do I have 13,000? When did I get 13,000 gold? Yeah, you're seeing what I meant when you said the new stuff is fun, but it's still Bannerlord and the issues Bannerlord has.
Merchants? They will wait as long as they can, but they cannot wait forever.
But the stealth chains are a little bit of a hit and miss for you. Because of the hideouts now, you have the option to stealth in or send troops to auto-resolve. In your opinion, there should be an option to do the old system of going in and fighting with a small group. Oh, they got rid of that. Okay. That's kind of a bummer. Okay, so we need to go to up here. Yeah, so this is what I'm seeing for like the new map. Yeah, so if I remember correctly, the old map cut off around here. Maybe Balgard was here, but this whole area that's up above here, none of this existed before. Let's also check down below, see if they added anything down below. No. Not at least I can see. Yeah, so one thing that is interesting, as a seafaring one, you can only hit a couple of the port cities and all that around here. Surprisingly, the desert area you can hit kind of the most. But you'll only be able to hit some of these outer ones. You're not going to really be able to take out any opponent other than these ones up here that have been like very clearly purposely added to be along the shore. Okay.
Ahoy! Who are you? And what's your purpose?
Let's see, we're here making war upon Sea Hounds, a pirate confederation.
If that's the case, then we're glad to have you around. Back in Shalvik port, we heard rumors of these pirates, and we were none too pleased that we had to venture out alone like this. Tell me then, are you asking anything for your services?
Sure, sir. I am asking you to get off your opioids. Because, my friend, I don't know what you are on, but, like, oh boy, you look wired. I'm not sure what medicinal plant you are partaking upon, but you are definitely, like, fully wired up here. Oh, the title makes sense if you know Has Been Hotel. It's a reference. It's a reference to a TV show. So you just don't know the TV show. Well, I guess it's technically a streaming show, whatever. which is just Charlie, and she said, Charlie said stab, so I did. You didn't know about the hotel? Yeah, no, it's Has Been Hotel. It's a weird show. It's kind of like a musical, like so it's almost like a musical, but sort of like a Disney princess thing, except it's in hell and it's full of degenerates and not for kids. Not at all for kids. It's really fun. I actually do recommend it. You don't know the reference, but the title makes complete sense of you. Someone said stab, so you stabbed. Yep, pretty much. So what are we charging for things? You made Jeff laugh. Yep. So let's see. Merely a chance to fight those slaving jerks. Yep. Yeah, no, for people who know Has Been Hotel, I figured it'd be a good one. The small share of your cargo would be customary. I'm going to say merely to fight.
Very well. Should we arrive safely, we will happily show our gratitude with a contribution to your cause. The wind is brisk, and the waves are choppy, so try not to venture too far away. May the heavens protect us from pirates and the perils of the sea.
No, I didn't.
Ahoy! Ha! He's good.
Yeah, no, the unfortunate reality is so far my feelings on this is still mixed, but I would say most of my mixed feelings are more continuing Bannerlord problems, like stuff that Bannerlords have problems forever. You know, bad volume control, that kind of stuff. Wait, I'm missing something in the title? Oh. Let's see how it is with the recent updates. I see what you're talking apart. I see. That makes sense. Alright, so we are going to go ahead and just deploy that. But yeah, stuff like not being able to tell friend from foe when you're on the boat half the time because the icons don't show up. That's pretty bad. The tutorial itself having some really significant problems is another one. Like that's pretty bad. Yeah, so like right now, the only way I can tell mine from theirs is basically which side people are on. I need you to give me a little bit of space here, people. And the whole time our people couldn't get over there. I had like 3 of them pulled off of there and like 2 of the archers on me, and none of my people could get across that thing. It looks like our people did manage to get across onto there finally. Yeah, the FPS limit is already down to what shows in the stream. Okay, so we did win the battle. I'll probably turn down the graphics. Okay. We'll take the prisoners. I'm going to take all your stuff. Alright. So let's go ahead and let's try and adjust some graphics. So shader quality, bring it down. Texture streaming budget. Take that down. Texture quality, bring it down. Character shadow detail, bring it down. Particle effects and foliage, bring it down. Gonna put all of, you know what? Solidly into medium. Motion blur, get out of here. Film grain? Why would I want film grain? And that's staying at max. Okay. Oh, and we gained a level. Well, we gained skills. So I'm leaning in towards getting the ship stuff to be the maxed out. I have a feeling past the novelty of the boats, most likely, I would probably not do much of the boats after the initial novelty, and just go back to being basically Bannerlord. I'm gonna try and deliberately draw them in. All right. Because I definitely still really enjoy the combat in Bannerlord. I think like the large scale battles are where Bannerlord really shines. The big boat battles are mid to late game are quite fun. Gotcha. Okay. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. That's good to know. Because at least for the one-on-one fighting with the boats, like, I don't know, it just feels like there's a lot more interesting stuff you can do with the ground combat there. But again, we're early game. You never played the game, can control the whole map at the end? It is a thing, but like actually doing it is extremely hard. Just mechanically the way the game works. Getting to a point where you truly do control the whole map. Is like really, really hard to pull off in practice. Okay. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Bannerlord does have the problem that as you get farther and farther in the game, continuing to expand to take more territory becomes more and more laborious to do. because the game does have a natural thing where it kind of pushes back against you taking over more and more space. And then, you know, your armies, so far as, like, other than the one you personally are in, the intelligence around them and how they approach stuff is not the best. So it genuinely does become a thing that... That's a battered. It's interesting, why if this one's better in every single stat, is it the tier 1? Okay. We'll go ahead and take the Nord throwing axe as our secondary weapon. Okay. But yeah, it's also a matter of time as well. Because generally the more territory you control, the more territory you have to control, like, you have to actually move around. And this isn't a game where I can be like, okay, let me grab all my different armies and move them around to counter the enemy's armies and all that. You only have direct control of yourself. Okay. You only have direct control of yourself. So a lot of times when you're trying to fight one battle...
Chase. We'll have to take one down quickly. I hope the Blandians can hold the other off until we reach them.
But, so you're just gonna have to deal with, like, that kind of thing. And so it just becomes the whole issue that, you know, trying to manage all that becomes very difficult, because you'll be fighting battles and just handily winning. So we did a ton of ramming damage. So I'm trying to do is just do what damage I can to hopefully get one of these boats out of here before they board our friends. Nothing catching up to the other one. So I forced them off track. Okay, so it looks like the trade ship's running, which is perfect. I don't know whose ship just lost a ton of people. Someone's ship just had 10 people get dumped off the side of it. And I really don't know whose it was. All right. Okay, they did grapple to us. I cannot tell who's my friend and who's not. Okay. Finish out the last two. And get back on our boat.
That's the last of them.
Cut us free? Cut us free? No? I'm sure there's a command for it. All right. We'll have to get that figured out. All right, so let's get everyone back in position. Okay. I see. So the green on the front basically means the wind's on my side, versus the red means it's against me. So we can go ahead and cut over here. Doesn't matter because I'm the only ship, but yeah. Alright, so we're gonna go close our gap and try and cause some creep over here. I imagine later on you get your ship to be very archer heavy or whatever. Just piecemeal others and whatnot. The default is X? Okay. I wonder if we'll get maps with the sea battles that'll be very interesting. So far as like having bits of terrain you have to maneuver around and such. I imagine there would be. It'd be shocking if they don't. Ow. Okay, and I'm already badly injured, so we're gonna hold back and just... Yeah, because sometimes I get the symbols above the head, and sometimes I don't. Because, like, the first boarding, we didn't get a single symbol, so I was just sitting there, I was like, man, I don't know who my friends are. Sorry. It doesn't make sense why it's not consistent. The worst is when you're a multi-ship and you have different ship icons and some won't. Yeah, no, it definitely feels like it was a very not polished DLC drop. After the last Sea Hound is defeated, the merchants approach you.
Thanks the heavens! And thank you. Those Sea Hound vessels would have torn us to pieces. You came just in time. We would still wish to show you our gratitude. I took a collection among the men whose lives you saved today. We wish to offer you a barrel of oil and a bundle of ivory. These are the rewards of our labor over the past months. But they would mean nothing to us if our ship was seized by pirates.
Let's see. I accept your gift. Let us return to Ostrakhan. Okay, yeah, let's see if there is an option for that. Gameplay. Let's see. Controls we don't care about. Visual. Always show banner. Let's see. Always show friendly troops banner indicator. And we'll see if that does anything for us. You tend to become more of a general or play ranged because it gets too hard for me to tell friend from foe. Even as an archer, you shoot too many of your own men. Yeah, and there's always been places where the game like shines on it, and it does lean towards you taking like the more of a leading role when you're dealing with that. Okay, so we did gain some levels. All right, so pirate prowess, we can get melee damage for ourselves and loot for defeating merchant convoys. Rolling thunder, we get an accuracy. We get less of an accuracy penalty. And we gain conformity for pirate prisoners in your party at sea. Interesting. I think I'd rather have the more loot. And then we got one-handed weapon stuff. So we get our things where we do a shield bash, which gives us a bit more damage and stun when we shield bash. It also makes it so we take less damage with our shield wall kind of thing. We can have increased one-handed weapon handling. The shield wall thing I find really good for sieges, that you can just siege wall people and march them forward. And then, you know, once you close the gap, then you just start hammering away at the enemy. Alright.
Word spread fast among sailors. We seem to have made a bit of a name for ourselves with that victory off of Valvik. I have someone for you to meet.
So, you are the captain who trashed those so-called sea hounds up north. I have a proposal that I hope would be of interest to a man such as you. I am Lahar, of Kuyaz on the Jade Sea. I am here because one of the great families of our city has been having some troubles. The head of one branch, the Lady Fakta, has quarreled over her inheritance with her uncles. The elders of the town backed the uncles, so she took to the sea with her retainers and vowed to ravage their shipping.
Let's see. What does it have to do with the quarrel with the sea hounds?
The Lady Fakta has reportedly joined up with these sea hounds, as pirates often band together. She has been prowling about the Gulf of Charas, taking Kuyazi vessels. You wish to continue hunting sea hounds, do you not? Those would be good waters in which to hunt, and if you are going there, I would like to come with you and lend my assistance.
How formidable is the foe?
The lady is good at her craft. Fakta has been sailing since she was a child. She always wears a sailor's cap, and underneath she is as bold as an egg. She persuaded her late father to take her to sea, so the story goes, by cutting off all of her long, shining hair, lest it catch in the rigging. She has taken several Kuyazi ships, and I would be reluctant to fight her alone.
Father also traffics in captives with the Sea Hounds. She may have bought or held your sister at some point. Or if not, at least she may be able to tell us more about the Sea Hound's trade in slaves.
What will you bring to our hunt?
I have my loyal crew and the Swiftly Burna outfitted with a ram, which I think you might put to good purpose. It would be especially useful if we encounter any slow but powerful ships that would be costly to take by boarding.
Alright, so what do you gain for helping... What will we gain for helping you catch her? If you wish to weaken the Sea Hounds, you may want to strike at their allies first. And of course, the elders on the Quasar would be most happy to handsomely reward you, of which Gunnar would receive your fair share. Let's see. I'm ready to set out. How are we doing on food? As I say, we're ready to set out. Oh, we need to do a commerce. Alright, so let's go in here. We have a bunch of stuff here we can go ahead and sell. So get all this junk out of here. I did notice I'm not wearing a hat. And it is still technically a hat, even if it's a crappy one. We've got walrus tusk, oil, and we'll go ahead and get rid of all this equipment that's floating around. Okay, so the good news is I don't actually need much from them. We do actually have a decent amount of food. I would certainly like more, but usually the big towns, the food prices suck. Wait, did that say end story mode? Oh, exit story mode? Man, I'm honestly tempted to exit story mode right now with all the stuff going on with it. We'll go over here. I'm also curious what that even does. Does that just, like, end the dialogues and here and just go to playing normally? We'll go over here. If it looks like it's going to keep going, like a bunch, then we might do that. Because I'm a little too on the rails here for my pleasure. Oh, I probably still have prisoners, don't I? There is more to the story tutorial. Yeah, no, I get we're gonna have more here, but with, like, the volume settings being all funky and all that, it's proving to be pretty frustrating in all honesty. And we've already had several times where I'm trying to do the mechanics, like, nope, you can't do that. We have a different prompt that you have to wait on. You have reached the Gulf of Charis. The wind whip across the waves, carrying dust from the deserts, and visibility comes and goes. Our ship keeps stationed several bow shots off your port side. Together you comb the sea for the Corsairs. The Boeing tutorial is a tad drawn out. Okay. I see. Sure.
Soldier attack! Crew! Split your skull!
Yep, so we should outnumber them plenty. So we pop over and just grapple to them and pull them at bay. We can just hit them from both sides. The Boeing tutorial is a tad drawn out. Yeah. I mean, honestly, my big objection is losing controls and it's not always clear. Like, sometimes it doesn't seem to want to take the prompts when I go to push the buttons. That's certainly one part of it. And then, like they said, the volume controls being pretty rough, that both your combat as well as your dialogue are on the same volume control, and the dialogue's just quiet by comparison, is pretty rough. I appreciate with the tutorial they tried to teach about the different boats and so on, but it's just drawn out too much. Trying to significant story aspect may be rough also. Let's see, you don't know if you're able to access the story path by skipping the tutorial. Ow. Ow. I need to stand back because I still have not healed from where I got downed earlier. The spears sticking out of me are making it really hard to judge things. Oops, that is what we call a little bit of friendly fire right there. It's fine. Okay. So, Corsair Warriors. And grab all these. Okay. Let's take a quick peek at the new weapons we got here. Is there anything amazing? A Pirate Axe. So it's a tier higher. And it gives me much higher swings, or it gives me higher swing speed and handling, but at a decent reduction on damage. I think I'm fine just selling that. Waiting for us to reorganize. Okay, we gained another level and stuff. So I've got our boat stuff maxed out there. And this one is reduce the received damage. And that's the simulation speed. And then we can also set this. And there's no boat stat. We'll start leaning towards... Oh, interesting. Okay, so that applies to down below. So go ahead and set int. That way we can get steward hired. There's also a tutorial plot of go rescue enslaved sibling. Is the same as the base game. Yeah. Well, that's the idea, is I'm pretty sure they just set up so it tied directly into the beginning story and not really be its own story. It's the same thing where they gave us the banner immediately from the get-go. And you're like, oh, okay, so we got the chunk of the banner. Like, we just have that. Cool, I guess.
Give them a soldiers! Soldiers!
I was curious if there was one to tell them specifically to board. I'm sure there is. I think one thing for me is the slowly sailing up every start of the fight. You still have that where, like, in the land when you walk up and all that and you position, but it feels like you're actively doing something during that time. Like, you're saying, all right, hey, you with the shields, go shield wall, archers, you know, get your aim, you know, cavalry, outflank. Like, you're doing all those kind of orders and whatnot. And with the boats, it's kind of like, okay. I mean, oh, so it's telling me I would board my friendly ship if I did it now. Turn, turn, turn. Okay, we are boarding. Come on. Did you get anything interesting, like Greek fire, or that? I believe you can light the boats on fire. Yeah, there are fire boats firing your own boat and crashing. As a Greek fire, not sure. Okay. They captured more of them. Ooh. That's gonna be plenty better than our axe. So we got a really nice one-handed sword. Oh, I just realized. All right, so in a minute I'm gonna need to run downstairs, welcome my wife home, do all that kind of stuff. Okay, so you seem to be a bit better than what I got right now. You put on those bracers. The rest that's just garbage we'll just grab because I'm greedy and I want it all. Yep. Alright, so we're gonna get one here that's scripted. We're gonna have a giant fight. But what's gonna end up happening here really fast, chat, is like I said, my wife should be either she's gonna be home now or very soon. But I can run downstairs, welcome my wife home really quick, throw some dinner in the oven, that kind of thing, and I'll be back in just a minute, all that stuff. But thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Okay, she wasn't home yet, so I just came back up. And we'll just keep going. Because we gotta figure out what the dinner plan is. Alright, so we have to fight an enemy much, much bigger than us. And so my assumption here is we want to ram the ship and get rid of it.
It looks like her ship took a lot of damage. Her crew must not have furled the sails properly before the winds hit. And now she's just limping along. Sink her!
Attack! Charge!
So then my assumption is we just ram it. Yeah, no, that's like the objective. It's basically teaching us mechanics. A whole lot of people died very suddenly. It certainly feels a little rough. I also noticed, and I'm not sure if you observed this. 1 second. Not sure if you noticed this. We got a full heal out of that. Like when we went into this fight, they just hand waved us back to full health. Alright. There is a certain amount of satisfaction about the idea of, like, everyone's got all their soldiers and everything on the boats, you're extremely well equipped, you just smash into their boat and be like, yeah, it's fine. Who cares? Unsurprisingly, the turning radius on the ships, or the turning speed, I should say, little rough for some reason. Can't imagine why. Okay.
What have you done? Do you know who I am? I have allies who will unthread your entrails from your guts and hang you with them from your own yard arm. I am queen of these waters, you fools. And those who practice piracy here without my permission end up chum to attract the sharks.
My lady, I am not a pirate. Rather, I am a man who has done many services for families such as your own and Kuya's. At present, I am working for your uncles. I do not know what they intend to do with you, although I do not expect that a town that lives on trade will deal leniently with piracy. Before we sail, however, I would like you to have a chat with my friend here. He wishes to know more about the Sea Hounds. He is seeking his sister, whom they have taken captive.
So, you are on contract to deliver me alive to Kuya's, are you? I can tell you this then. My lineage goes back to the founding of that city, and if you spill so much as a drop of my blood, your own shall be drained from your body like that of a horsefish. As for the Sea Hounds, They are my allies and servants, and I shall not betray them to you. How much are my uncles paying you anyway? I have a chest of silver set aside for occasions such as this, and I suspect I could pay you more than they will. They are stingy men. How much are my uncles paying you anyway? I have a chest of silver set aside for occasions such as this, and I suspect I could pay you more than they will. They are stingy men.
Let's see. So we can threaten her going, I'm here too. I have no contract to deliver you anywhere alive. You tell me all you know about the Sea Hounds and they're dealing with slaves. I'm going to go with the second one, because otherwise the first one could be seen as, like, betraying the guy with me. You know, obviously maybe the threat would swing her more, but it's like, hey, tell me what I want to know. And then we can escalate after that.
Are you threatening me? You won't get a single coin from my uncles if you harm me.
I literally chose the non-threatening option, game. In your dialogue tree, there was one being like, no, this one is a threat where I'm threatening to kill you. And the other one's like, please give me the information.
Unlike Lahar here, we have not shed our blood today merely for a part share of a ransom, or to boost our standing with the merchants of Kuyaz. You are an ally of the Sea Hounds, and it serves us well to make an example of you. Your life is forfeit unless you tell us something we can use.
How do I know that telling you about the Sea Hounds will save my life?
If you speak truthfully, you will live.
Purig, a leader among the Sea Hounds? I'll speak straight here. It gnaws at my gut to hear that he is prospering from his treachery.
He acts as though the Sea Hounds have already crowned him their king. He demanded that I hunt for captives here in the south and sell them to him, promising to pay me with a huge store of silver that some new partners of his, a vile-looking gang of Vlandian pirates, hope to steal from the merchants of Omor.
We should get more information on this Omor silver. If we can stop these Vlandians, it would deal a great blow to Purig. And we could possibly find out more about this northern anchorage, his captives, and maybe your sister.
So, that information is worth something to you, is it not? If we add in that ransom I mentioned, is it enough to buy my life and my freedom?
You know my preference, my friend. If I bring her back to Kuyaz, I will ensure that you get some of the credit. But perhaps you prefer good cold silver to goodwill.
Let's see. The lady offers a fair ransom. Return to her uncles alive, as per original understanding. That's what we had agreed to with the lady. It said, hey, if you want to live, you gotta go, like, you gotta give me information. This ransom offer? Nah.
I accept your decision. Very well then.
And I got some ridiculous amount of charm skill for some reason, at least 5 or 6 levels of it. Okay, I hear that Tomb's home, so I'm gonna run off again. I know that was just a minute ago, but I couldn't start without her. So I'm gonna run downstairs, make some food happen. I'll be right back. I do apologize about it, but, you know, it's gotta happen. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Okay, and we are back. So sorry about that. Alright, so that's all dealt with. Do you want to go to the thing? Yeah, take me to town. I'm glad they're like, hey, we know you're going back there. Alright, so we're gonna talk to him again.
So, I have been making inquiries into what Fada told us about these Vlandian pirates in Purig's employ and their plan to steal the Storgian silver. Several large warships have been sighted patrolling near Omor. I suspect that these are the Vlandians.
Okay. So we got the Vlandians are by one of their towns trying to get silver.
Omor is linked to the Bialik Sea by a wide estuary. It would be easy for the pirates to sit there like spiders in a web and wait until the Storgians despair of losing all their commerce and try to run the blockade. Then the Vlandians will snap up the ships and their treasure. I'm sure Puri could wreak a great deal of wickedness with his silver in his hands. And I would very much like to foil this plan of his.
Alright, let's set out then. So I'm gonna, before we actually leave, I'm gonna go over here. Oh, I remember there was, what was it? There was a way you could mark certain stuff being like, don't trade this. So you can, yeah, you can lock that. So we can go in here and say, don't trade that. And then when we go over here, there was a button to just sell all other than that one thing. That's right. We are going to want to grab more grain. Which is unfortunately highway robbery prices. Alright, let's hit sail. We're going towards Omar. Okay. And we have... What are you trying to tell me? Oh, it's charm. So we get renown for tournaments winning, and we get morale while defending. Or we have a higher chance of having children, and there's a daily chance to gain +1 notable for governed settlement while a continuous project is active. So realistically, the second one's going to be more prevalent, because if we take control of a area and we start building a project, it means we'll get that trickle feed of stats. The seas are rough and it's difficult to bring your ships into hailing distance. Gunnar urges you not to waste time here. Hey. We're looking at one of the main other armies. We could have learned things. We could have fast-forwarded the conspiracy. Sorry about that. But yeah, so we're gonna try and get through the story here real fast. And I'm guessing this is exactly what's going on. As we started with the Nord ship, it's like, this is what the Nord ships are good at. And then we went down there and it's like, oh no, this is the other group. Well, luckily our ships are good at ramming. And I'm sure they'll be like, okay, well this good ship's good at archery. And it'll be like, okay, well that ship has extra troops. Or whatever the variations are. So I'm assuming that, because that's kind of what I've been led from what people have been saying is the tutorial here gets a little long in the tooth that they're trying to like walk you through everything, which, okay, I think is fair. Like obviously if it's long, it's a problem. I think it's fair because that is one of the things that was kind of difficult with the original stuff. Is you would run into situations where it was very unclear what the advantages of different troops were, and half the descriptions weren't really that good. And they do actually have advantages that are worth, you know, have merit and all that. They just were not communicated well. Did I utterly miss where we were supposed to be going and just sailed straight on through?
Omor, friend. is that grizzled fellow with you, coming up now? Is that my old comrade, Gunnar of Lagshofen? A bit grayer than I remember from the days when we stood together in the shield wall, facing Volbjorn's host. But, well, aren't we all? We received his letter a while back, about your run-in with Purig. Ha! That worm must have cursed like an old woman when he learned that his captive stole his ship. You two are making quite a name for yourselves.
Bjolgur of Gokstall. Well met. Are the Skoldebruda working for the merchants of Omor now?
Not yet. As you know, our brotherhood does not fight before it's paid. See, the Omor merchants promised us a hoard of silver to protect their ships from the Sea Hounds, but it never arrived. I was sent down to learn what was going on, and I find the silver just sitting here, loaded onto a ship in the harbor, and the Sturgians are burning through it, paying their men double wages not to run off. Some Vlandian pirates were sighted in the estuary, and the Sturgians refused to venture out.
Let's see, the base game really only had a tutorial in the training camp to teach you how to fight. You never had a tutorial on how to command your troops in the field, which as a Mount Blade player was new with Bannerlord. It was a little rough having to figure that out, but the boot tutorial feels too long. Yeah, and that's the whole thing. It's like, you went from one extreme where you're like, here's how you hit from above to the side. Okay, go out there and do the whole thing. And you're like, okay, well, I learned how to whack things with a weapon, but I have no concept of how to do the 90% of the game that surrounds whacking people with a weapon. But this one being like, okay, let's walk you through individual ones. Like, all right, you gotta land in between. Like, I could see it where instead of walking us through all the different factions and their ships kind of thing, what feels is like happening here, if they instead are like, oh yeah, the Nords are excellent with our siege and our like shallow boats and all that, and then it's like, you know, you'd team up with the one to the south. It's like, oh yeah, you know, we have boats designed for ramming. Oh, by the way, the Vandalini, like, you know, we know those people over there, they do the archer thing, and these ones do siege. You know, so you introduce the fact that there is a variation of the boat, and then you can just dialogue, you know, like, show one demonstration, then dialogue what the others are. You know, and you could skip layers. Alright, so basically they're unwilling to go out. Without so much wealth at stake, the Sturgians are right to be cautious. Pirates are scum, let's sail out there and crush them.
Much as I would like to simply sail forth and bathe my sword in sea hound blood, my brotherhood has commanded me to do my best to ensure that the silver gets through safely. Listen, I've been watching these Vlandian blockaders and mulling over a plan. Their flagship has a lofty deck, and it would be hard to board, but it doesn't seem very maneuverable. I think we can hit them with a trick that can be deadly in estuaries. We will be upstream of them. I'll have the merchants here donate some leaky old vessel that they are about to scrap. We load it up with oil and pitch. Then we steer it towards the pirates, throw a torch in the hull, and jump.
Good. Very good. With luck, the current shall carry it right into them, and they shall all merrily blaze up like a bonfire at a midwinter feast. The silver ship will make for the open sea, while the rest of us can have it out with any surviving sea hounds.
Okay.
Listen though, we need someone to steer the fire ship. I'd do it myself, but my order wants me to stay close to the silver. I'd found a few volunteers who've offered to do it, but they keep sobering up.
Alright, I'll steer the flagship, and... yep. You row out of Omar Harbor with the Sturgeon merchantmen following close behind you, and you make your way towards the seer, but as you reach the estuary mouth, you see several ominous squat shapes blocking your passage in the open sea. Clearly this is the Sea Hounds. You'll either have to defeat them, or hold them off long enough for your allies to make their getaway. attack. Yeah, no, I'm assuming it does
Once we
pay
get
well.
Within range, their ballista will pelt us with fiery missiles. Avoid them. Even if they just hit the water, the flames will keep burning and can spread to our hull. When we get close, I will set fire to our ship and then we swim to shore.
That seems bad.
Our ship is ablaze. Get ready to jump. Head for shore. There are a pair of horses waiting for us. We must ride quickly back to the studio so the Sea Hounds can reorganize.
I gotta say, the idea that you are swimming wearing, like, plate greaves and a whole bunch of stuff, I am unconvinced. I think you jump in the water and you just go right down. Axing Nicely Jr. There may be some hound patrols about. Keep a wary eye. Like, you know, someone going in the water and half plate is going bloop. Oh, I guess I don't need to fight them. Put the shield on my back to protect me from arrows from behind. Ow. 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 If something breathes on me, we die. I see them all ignoring him and only going for me. I see that. Try again.
Once we get within range, their ballista will pelt us with fiery missiles. Avoid them, even if they just...
Yeah, no, I noticed that as well. Like, I had my shield, I put it behind me because there was the archer behind me, and then I didn't see the crossbowman. The crossbowman just slapped me one after another hit. Oh, right, you're setting it on fire. I thought I was goofing and just, you know, catching the fire myself. That's what he's doing right now. The fire is following him around.
Our ship is ablaze. Get ready to jump. Jump now.
Okay. I have a feeling a lot of those things, like during these, that you get multipliers on the damage. Because, like, that one where you bump it with your ship, it's just like, 3,000 damage instantly. It's like, I have a feeling that that's not normally how that goes. Yeah, one mistake I made was I was like running up to attack the first one. I didn't realize we're just making a run for it. Okay. Oh, I can see that, where they, giving camos to be like, oh yeah, this will protect our soldiers from being spotted. Oh wait, we need to spot them too because they've fallen in the ocean.
Run while you can!
Okay. It's some BS that everyone is ignoring him and going after me. Like, not one goes after him. It's fine, but it's very, very transparent that the AI is only targeting the player here. They're watching him just cruise along and all the guys with their halberds and spears is like, nope, it's fine. We gotta get the guy with the little cap. No helmet, just cap guy. Okay.
Time to get back aboard. Get on the ship.
May your buddy is a traitor? It could be. They're deliberately missing. I'm moving as fast as I can. I don't have athletics yet. Hey, Kildrix, how's it going? Oh, here, 1 second. I'm gonna try and spare you the ads. Okay, cool, I got it in time. But for those who don't know, Kildrix, absolutely fantastic. Doing some Arc Raiders today. Definitely someone to check out. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play and all that stuff. So like very genuinely has played stuff like Vintage Story, RimWorld, all that kind of stuff. Am I actually steering now? I am steering now. Dropping some folks by? Well, it's appreciated. We're checking out the new DLC for Bannerlord. It's a DLC. Not usually a game, but you had some fun RP. It's got some problems. Like, I personally would, You're hoping... Are you the new faction? Yeah, no, I'm in the new faction. Yeah, no, the things we've run into is, one, which is a problem that's existed with Bannerlords for a long time, is the volume controls. Hey, well, that's not fair. But, yeah, like, the problems we've run into is there's volume control problems. That's been in Bannerlord forever. So, like, we have the things where you're trying to listen to the dialogue, and you just hear, like, the waves and everything just crashing around you. Yet, you can't hear them at all. And unfortunately, the sound effects is the same slider as the dialogue, so you can't separate them. You try and make one louder, it just makes the other louder too. Did you stop shooting my boat? So there's that stuff. The tutorial's got some rough stuff and seems to be pretty long for what it offers. I'm sure the, like, naval battle will get more interesting over time. Could you not? Yeah. There is not a lot of avoidance available for me here. We do not want to attempt a boarding. There are way more of them than us. So it's a little weird that... Okay, I thought they actually got the hooks for boarding or whatever. It's still a better pirate experience than Skull and Bones? I don't know, I never played Skull and Bones. The steering is so slow, which is appropriate. It's appropriate for this thing to have horrifically bad maneuverability. But also, it's horrific and bad. But yeah, so it's a lot of those things. And in practice, when it comes to the boats, by and large, it's kind of the same thing as walking around, except boats. And that those boats introduce quite a few negatives and all that. Yeah, I know a lot of people speak extremely highly of Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. I haven't played that. I think Assassin's Creed 2 was like the last time I really properly played an Assassin's Creed game. Like, I enjoyed them. It looks wild. Played first from 2008 with the Warband version. Yeah, so Bannerlord's is, you know, a fun game and all that. Like, not the thing. So, like, it's always had its issues. There's some things, like, when it comes to, like, taking over the map, there's some kind of shenanigans you gotta basically abuse your way around, because as the territory gets bigger and you can really only properly control one army, it makes it very difficult to manage stuff. No, I'm right here. I know we're on fire. We're just gonna keep the course. It's the escape zone. I'm pretty sure we go there and we win. Who cares if we're, like, actively sinking?
So, you did well with that fire ship. The silver is on its way to my order, and that bastard Purig will no doubt be much discomfited. You helped me out there, so let me see if I can now help you. Just before I set sail for Omor, my brothers and I had a visitor, a merchant named Salutas Cruzas, who said he was acting as ambassador for Purig. He wanted us to break our contract with Omor and ally with the Sea Hounds instead. He offered a great deal of money, too, and more. We could share in Purig's grand plan of conquest.
Said what grand plans?
Well, first we would join the Sea Hounds in ravaging the coasts of Storge and Vlandia, so that no ship would dare set sail on the Bialik Sea without paying us our due. Then Purig would raise an army out of the king's old enemies and take the Nordvig, and crown himself in Thronderlag, and shower upon us lands and titles and anything else we might want. Well, some of my brothers listened to him, men who had fought against Volbjorn, to whom a fine meal of wealth seasoned with revenge sounded rather tasty. But the rest of us, we'd heard such promises before, and we had no wish to serve any king. Better to fight for gold, and if you want the gold to flow, you honor your contracts. Even if some fancy Caradian merchant comes along offering you the riches of the Seven Seas.
This must be the slave colony that Fada mentioned. Pirates value safe havens to build new ships. With an anchorage like that, Purig can have the Sea Hounds eating out of his hands. This must be the slave colony that...
Yeah, we've also had lots of repeating dialogue has been our thing. For me personally, I never played the original Mountain Blade, but I've enjoyed Bannerlord a lot in the past. I've played quite a bit of it. I think it's an excellent game, even with its issues. I generally had heard people speak pretty highly about Bannerlord compared to the original Mountain Blade. What is this called Radian? I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm assuming it's like they've got their map. It could be the name of the map, or whatever. I'm sure there's others who know more about like the lore of the Bannerlord world and all that. That was never the part that I cared the most about. All right, so we have like, let's see, you've known this for some time. You say, let's see, why didn't you tell us before the battle? We'll say we knew some time.
Come now. I couldn't have you dash off to hunt Cruzas before the silver got past the Sea Hounds. My brothers named me their emissary, you see, and we diplomats need to be crafty.
Okay, it sounds as though if we find Caress, we could find Purig.
So, I need to get this silver safely to harbor. But after that, I shall request permission from my order to fit out a ship and sail to Ostrakan to join your hunt. I'm not saying I owe you anything, mind. But those bastards did try to take our money, and all Crusus's talk about gold and riches made me think that I wouldn't mind taking one of his ships and having a rummage through his holds. Ha ha ha!
Alright, so we're grateful for your help. We'll meet you back in Ostrakan.
I shall see you shortly in Ostrakan then.
Okay. Yeah, so with the DLC, we have a very scripted story we're following. Alright, so... there's so many. So with that, we need to go back to Ostrakan. How are we doing on our supplies? I got plenty of food right now. We'll go ahead and start sending ourselves back down to Ostrakan. Oh, it'll take me there instantly. Which is not normally what it does. Normally you can't instant travel. But because we're following the story, it's teleporting us around the map and all sorts of stuff. Alright, talk to Gunnar.
Ah, good news. Yolgur's order has given him permission to sail with us.
Greetings! I've got my longship, Corpse Maker, and more of my brothers may yet join us on the journey. We also brought a capture vessel. Agile and light, which mounts a ballista. We call it the Golden Wasp. We've brought up most of the ale in Ostrakan for our voyage, as I think we'll be heading for the sweltering seas of the south.
So I'm not sure if you caught it. He said we also captured we also brought a captured vessel twice. So yeah, they did not do a good job of like double checking their audio, because like I said, we had one instance where it went to repeat this and it actually read out the lines for like the next 5 dialogues in one dialogue. And this one they have repeating lines. So I don't think anyone did a proper pass on double checking the voice lines and doing that. Like there's a lot of stuff on this DLC that feels pretty sloppy, honestly. And thank you, Rongo, for the 125 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot. Like, don't get me wrong, Bannerlords has always had, or Mountain Blade has always had a reputation of having a little bit, thing. They had AI do the QC. I hadn't heard that. I hope that's not the case. But I don't even know how you do a quality control with AI. It'd be utterly worthless. I'm just assuming they just didn't do their diligence.
I've been making some inquiries. Krusas is well known and respected in the Empire and in Vlandia. He mines sulfur from islands in the Gulf of Charas. No doubt he uses some of Purig's slaves, but I guess the Grand Lords and Ladies don't know that, or choose not to know.
Yeah, and to be clear, like, making mistakes in development is fine. It's the fact that it's not been like, oh, this is a one-off line, or oh, you omitted a word, or stuff like that. We've had a lot of pretty egregious ones. And we had, like, some stuff that had, like, audio quality problems and all that, that it definitely, like I said, it seems like something's not going great on the dev process here, that there's been some stuff that really should have been caught and handled before this came out. There's been a lot of people getting soft-locked by this campaign thing here, and they are doing updates. I actually waited until they did, like, a big update or two since the DLC dropped to check it out, just because everything had been so rough. But it's still, I haven't run to softlock or anything like that, which is the major complaints I've seen. But I've definitely seen some optimization issues where we've had some like stuttering and all. I had to really crank down the graphics from what I had it before the DLC. Let's see, you've had fun with the DLC, and it's add value for me. But you know, some of the other content creators were really surprised the DLC announced, and it felt that the game was essentially been abandoned. You can see some people feeling as though maybe they should have been abandoned rather than the DLC done, given it's not polished. I would love them to keep developing the game, certainly. And I do think, like, introducing the boat and navy thing isn't a bad thing. It's just how badly polished this is a little much. you know, for an established game with the, you know, this isn't the first in its series, it's not early access, it's not any of that. It'd be one thing if we're talking like it's a DLC that's $10, but it's almost $25 for the DLC, and it's like, you know, your price sets an expectation. And for, you know, $25 for a DLC, I expect a decent amount of content, I expect it to at least be reasonably polished. And I can't speak for the content side of it, that neither here nor there, but from the polished side of it, it's pretty rough. Like there's definitely a thing. To clarify what I say abandoned, I mean more like moving on, developing the next game rather than continuing any work in Bannerlord. To be fair, to be entirely fair, I don't think that would be a bad idea for the devs anyways. Bannerlord has been past 1.0 for a while. They've been developing... How old is Bannerlord now? It's got to be over 10 years old by now, right? Somewhere in that ballpark? So it would be totally fair for them, like, instead of doing a DLC, to be just working on the next installment of the series. I wouldn't have any issue with that. Because that's when, like, for those who don't know, when you're doing that kind of thing, when you do, like, your next version, it allows you to do a lot of major engine changes and stuff that's going to potentially have higher system requirements and all that. But when you're updating your current title, that's kind of the box you've locked yourself in, that you can't really make changes that meaningfully changes your system requirements. Because otherwise what happens, you have a whole bunch of people who already bought the game and been playing it for, you know, X number of hundreds of hours or whatever, and then suddenly they can't play. Which understandably pisses off a lot of people for good reason. Because you're in the zone where, if you say 10 years, you think 2010, not 2015. Oh, I know. Well, 2022 would be their 1.0. I can't imagine. That's got to be the 1.0 release, right? There's no way that's only 3 years old. I'm very curious. Bannerlord release date. Moonblade Bannerlord 2. It says 22, but was that... Yeah, that's what I'm curious, is when was the early access? Because that's what I'm curious, because I believe... The early access was 2020, which is still nowhere near as long back as I thought it was. Really? It only went into early access in 2020. I would assume that game was 5 years longer than that. Yeah, no, apparently it only early accessed in 2020 and then fully released in 1.0 in 22. Huh. I mean, that's more on the fence where... Well, I mean, if we're talking beginning development of the next title, it probably wouldn't come out in like 2-3 years. So that'd be an 8-year gap, that's fair. Yeah, because like 5 years, I'm like, okay, that's on that fence where continued support or whatever. Anyways, regardless... Either way, like, my issue isn't that they're continuing to develop. I think that's totally fine. Adding DLC, even charging $22 for a DLC is totally fine. If the DLC's got substance and polish. And right now I'm kind of like this. I think I'm going to enjoy it. I think I'm going to have a good time. And for the record, I was provided a key for this, just to be fully transparent. But, where normally when people are like, oh, you know, is it worth it? And my answer is I usually will never give an answer like there, but if I buy something, I'll usually be like, I don't regret it. In this one, I don't know where I would feel. I would be pretty upset about the lack of polish and all that kind of stuff. I do feel like that would be something that'd be negative. But again, we gotta play more to see how it pans out. But I don't know. I'm very mixed on it right now. Not that it couldn't be like salvage or whatever. Like they gotta polish this though. Let's see. Yeah. So I hope then that he should not be difficult to find. Well respected or not, I'm ready to track him down.
No, not hard to find at all. On the way there, I hailed some fishermen who chased tuna in the Gulf of Charas, and they say he is known to frequent a string of islands known as Scatrias. They are said to be barren and foul-smelling. I can't think why a merchant would want to anchor there. Were they not the site of the sulfur mines where the captives are sent? So, I say we set out for these islands and hunt for Crusas.
Alright, let us set out then. So you are way over there. And it says Gunther. Yeah, so it said the other guy secured things. So like I will give the devs credit. In the past, the tutorial for Bannerlord was pretty bad. They did a good job of teaching you the very basics of combat where it's like, you know, you block like this, you swing like that kind of thing. Here's how you use your bow. And then they just kind of went, all right, that's it. You're on your own. But they never walked you through. It's like, okay, in a battle, here's how you command your people, or here's a situation where you might even consider doing it. They're kind of just like, meh, just go do it. And then all the stuff like running a castle, taking a territory. Let's see, and they can always address the dialogue cutscene bugs, the patches. Yeah. Well, the thing with the dialogue cutscene thing is that has existed in Bannerlord since it was called Bannerlord. They're 5 years since they started early access, and it's still a thing. They can still fix it, but it is a thing that's been that way since the very beginning. It's kind of like how you watch a series like Rings of Power, that as a Tolkien fan, I can acknowledge that, even be annoyed at the things that have changed in all the source material and be critical of that, but also you enjoy watching the show. Yeah, no, I definitely think you could still solidly enjoy the game. To be clear, I do think you could still solidly enjoy the game, but there's definitely some cruft on the edges. I'm also finding it a little weird that I have to like reassign my people every single time just to get them to deploy here. It's not the end of the world, but it is a little weird that I have to keep doing that again and again every single battle. Because like, even with 1 or 2 ships, it's almost treating it like when you take out your army and you've got, you know, your 300 troops that you're trying to place, like put your archers over here and your cavalry there and all that. But you're like, okay, but it's 2 boats. That might be because you're not having the same ships consistently. Maybe. I didn't bother to back off at all and just sent it after I threw the anchors over to board. Okay. So I definitely don't want to be in the way of our other ship putting damage into them. One thing that is interesting is the boats make your archers really hard to use, which I don't think is a bad thing, but because how much the ships are bouncing up and down at all times. Looking to range naval combat? Oh yeah. Like, I'm not saying it's not realistic, but it is one of those things. It's like, okay, so your archers are really, their value is greatly mitigated in a fight, which is funny because in Bannerlord I was always not big on archers. I know there's a lot of people who like to just get their army of archers, and it's not a bad strategy. But, I tend to prefer just getting a lot of heavily armored infantry and just kind of march them on over. I went where I should not go, and now I'm going to back off. Hey. Okay. Alright, battle's won. That's it. You do love a good army of longbowmen, but the issue is trying to get that enemy to charge into your kill box when they really don't want to. The Warhammer mod helped with that and gave long-range war machines. Not like an enemy getting rocks or cannonballs lobbed at them to make them want to charge fast. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. Okay, yeah. No, but it was definitely one of those things that I very much enjoy having, like, just the army of troops just marching over. Okay, so that's slightly better than my hat. And the rest of that is mostly hot garbage. Yep. Okay, so it's looking like a lot of our troops... Ship is undercrewed. Alright. I'm honestly looking forward to just doing a regular old land battle. You rarely use mounted archers. Even cavalry is more limited due to small force for protecting flanks and running down broken enemy. Yeah, well that's the thing. Like, the whole idea was your cavalry was supposed to be a great way to abuse the enemy archers and all that. And they do. They very genuinely do. But with, like, the heavy infantry, even though, like, there's a lot of advantages of the cavalry, like the heavy infantry, when you have the archer cavalry, they just don't do enough damage through all the armor to really be relevant. But then also, like, regular cavalry, they can't do that much because they just ram your line. They just get swamped the moment they get in there, and they just get knocked off their horses. Come on, you either need to get across there or you need to back off. This wandering back and forth on me is making it so I can't put the pressure on. Whoop, whoop. Alright, I see. This is the wrong neighborhood. I understand. Oh, you cut yourselves free. That's honestly probably a good thing because I just realized, number-wise, we are not doing well on this. I think we're gonna win the day on this. Ow! Oh, this is bad. Later, nerds! Oh, well, Hey, can we talk about this? I'd like to talk about this. Where's the rest of my people?
Infantry!
Nope, my bad. Ah, it's fine. I can't tell. They're set to charge. And they're just kind of hanging back, not really doing a whole lot. Okay, well, they finally grappled. I wonder if it's a mechanic where you can't have two ships boarding at once, because it seems like the moment they cut my ship free, the other ally ship immediately started boarding. That'd be a pretty limiting effect if that was the case. But we did leave most of them injured, so it should be a thing that we just overwhelm them. I could see that being a limitation more from the game dev than an intentional decision side of things. So we did win the fight, even though I did get downed. That's fine, we're carrying more than we're supposed to be able to, that's... Alright, hang on. We need to heal, and we need to recoup. And you gave me another point for putting into a skill here. That's... Alright. No. 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 No bully. Repair ships. Trade. Take the money, or take all that junk. That's fine. Done. Troops. We can't recruit the prisoners, so I'll give them all the prisoners. Gather reinforcements. Your party does not need any more reinforcements. That sail? Okay. I gained another skill point in something. Shipmaster. Chance per hour in campaign time to catch fish while sailing on the campaign map. Governor, to catch brought in the fish by boats and style things. Old Salt's Touch. 2% travel speed in water. 30% increased swimming endurance of crew. Alright. So, we're gonna get to learn some new.
See that big fiery ball? Not very accurate, I'll warrant. But if one of our ships gets hit by one of those who don't jump into the sea in time will die a nasty death. I've heard Cruces does this. He doesn't try to maneuver or run, but lashes his ships together, building himself a floating fortress. He mounts mangonels on them and peppers any attackers with flaming pitch. Not a bad tactic if you've got the time to prepare and you just want to be left alone. Most attackers will keep their distance and look for easier prey.
How do we counter this?
If all our ships row in together, we'd be presenting enough targets that we're bound to get hit. So let's not do that. Here's another idea.
Our captured ship, the Golden Wasp, is fast and maneuverable and has that ballista. If we make it as light as possible by removing all the cargo and move it onto our strongest rowers to man the oars, we can dart within the range while avoiding the flaming pitch. Then we can use the ballista to take advantage of them or take them out one by one. When they're all down, the rest of us can just storm and clear the decks. Sounds like good fun. I'll do it.
I saw you handle that fire ship at O'More, and I think you're the one to take the helm. I'll come with you, though, to keep my men rowing briskly.
Okay, so we're gonna get a small ship that's got a ballista going. Alright. Okay, so there's a bunch of things on top basically telling me we need to use our speed.
Hit us! We're still afloat, but the next time we might not be so lucky. Get hit again.
I'm not doing it all good dodging.
Let's keep our distance. Their decks are packed with bowmen. Let's keep our distance. We're still afloat, but the next time we might not be so lucky.
Okay, so I'm doing terribly at this. I think I'm just getting way too close.
Stamp out those sparks, lads! Let's not get hit again.
Let's try and get a little bit of distance. And you can't aim this thing very high. Really having problems gauging the height. Okay. Still too low.
Choose your targets. Take out the mangonels before we run out of stone.
I'm doing a terrible job at this. I'm just really struggling to gauge. Okay, I hit the front of that one. They're about to run out of ballista bolts.
We're still afloat, but the next time we might not be so lucky. Their decks are packed with bowmen.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm definitely learning.
Let's keep our distance.
Me trying to operate the ballista kind of thing.
Their decks are packed.
Not the play.
That hit us! We're still afloat, but the next time we might not be so lucky.
I think I hit the base of the boat there. It's so hard to judge. Okay, I'm firing short. I did do damage. I wish there's any way to get myself a little bit better idea.
That hit us! We're still afloat, but the next time we might not be so lucky.
I have very low confidence in pulling this off. Okay, that was short.
Stamp out those sparks, lad! Let's not get hit again.
I kind of wish I could hand the ballista over to one of my other people and be like, this is your job, man. Because me steering the ship and handling that thing is not going great.
But the next time we might not be so lucky. Sparks, lads! Let's not get hit again.
And this is also annoying because its dialogue just repeats.
Foot attack!
Okay. So, let's just park out here. Try putting my cursor right there when we're at the top. I have no idea if I hit even remotely close or not. Think I'm shorting it. Yeah, no, it's the thing is it's very difficult with all the bouncing up and down to kind of gauge like how far am I off? Am I high? Am I low? You know, am I a little bit to the right, a little bit to the left? So that one is a little to the right. Or sorry, left, the other right. Hey, I hit someone.
We're still afloat, but the next time we might not be so lucky. Here's your target. Take out the mangonel before we run out of food.
Yeah, what I'm learning is this is a tactic I personally should not employ. That this is not a strategy that's working for me at all.
Those sparks, lad! Let's not get hit again.
Hitting the boat.
We're still afloat, but the next time
Not where I want to hit it.
so lucky. Sail is down.
And right now I'm just trying to get the aim right. I know I'm just taking the hits. Yeah, no, I think I'm gonna have to get closer just because, like I said, trying to get that aim the way you want it with everything moving around and not getting very clear feedback as to where you're, like, whether you're shorting it or longing it or going too far left or right, is really making it rough for me. So we're gonna go with a new strategy. And that new strategy is we're just sending it. Ow, stop it. Ow, stop it. F1, F3 is always the answer.
You silenced those mangonels. Now let's all move in and board them. We're right behind you. Row, lads, row!
Oh, okay. I was like, me and who? That was the whole point, is they had way more numbers that boarding wasn't gonna work. And they're like, haha, we destroyed the things that make getting the ships up close is bad. Now we can board them. It's like, but that was the whole point. The whole point was we didn't have the forces to do a board, that we had to be, like, more nimble and all that. Are you gonna... Get in there. I did my job. Snuck up behind him and hit him with some throwing axes to the back of the noggin. Well, I know where the one surviving guy is, and I'm just gonna let my troops take care of it. Alright. So that took a couple attempts.
Good fight. You did a fine job taking out those mangonels. Now then, I wish to present you with my old acquaintance, Salautus Crusas, who gave himself up when the last of his men fell to our swords. He seems very sure of himself for a man of his circumstances, and will no doubt try to bluster his way out of trouble. Crusas, step forward.
I am Salautus Crusas. I sail under the protection of the Sea Hounds. If you kill me, it will not go well for you.
Alright. You're slaver scum, you're scum of the seas. Talk fast if you value your life.
Yes, I buy slaves. They work my sulfur mines. Sulfur is valuable, and if I did not mine it, another would. Anyway, these islands are part of no kingdom, and I am violating no law. Since when does a pirate like yourself care about such things?
Let's see, I have reason to believe that, like... Yeah, so as we can mention the sister, I'm just going to literally say, like, I'm not a pirate, I'm a liberator, I intend to free the slaves.
So then, I believe I have heard of you. Purig spoke of you. From what I know, I think I can be of use to you. Do we have a bargain? I tell you what I know, and you give me my freedom.
So in this case, while the other ones were like, okay, you're being a bad person, we were, in all the other cases, we were releasing them, like, into custody of another person or into this one. This guy's basically saying, like, hey, if I tell you, you let me go entirely. And he's a slaving scumbag, so I think there's going to be a no. So we literally have him on our ship at our mercy. We're not going to bargain.
So then, when I last spoke to Purig, I saw your sister among his captives and tried to buy her. Not that one, he said. That's my insurance against a pair of avenging furies. I think he grudgingly admired how persistently you pursued him. He told me the whole story. Apparently, you had taken passage with him on some voyage to the north, hoping to find and free your sister from pirates. Then, you stole his ship, or so he said. Realizing that you were a dangerous enemy, he made inquiries among his Sea Hound allies to find her. Now, he keeps her as a hostage on a ship in his fleet. So, I can tell you how to find Purig, which means you found your sister as well. But if you harm me, it's likely you'll never have such a chance again. So I repeat, do we have a bargain?
Alright, I'm going to say, you try my patience, speak if you value your life.
Indeed. So then, Purig has run a bit short of money, and has arranged to sell off some of his captives in the Granfjord, his hideaway in the north. He will be anchored there for the next several weeks, doing business with his favored buyers. You may be able to get close to him without him suspecting that anything is amiss. He will not sell your sister, though, as I explained.
Were you to be one of these buyers?
Among others, yes.
Good. Then we will take your ship. It has fine lines and expensive fittings, and I have no doubt that Purig, who has an eye for costly things, would recognize it instantly. If Purig is holding your sister as a hostage, then capturing his round ship will be a very delicate affair. If he sees Crusas' ship and believes that we are Crusas, he may be able to allay his suspicions while we sneak aboard and turn things to our advantage.
Okay.
We shall need to think on this. It might even be good to keep Crusas with us to converse with Purig or his crew. Ah, good news, Crusas. You are indeed worth more to us alive than dead. For now.
For now, you say. What, might I ask, is to be my fate?
All right. Let's see. If you don't play us false, we'll have mercy on you, which gives us honor. I will make no promises, which is calculating. I'm gonna go with calculating because I'm not gonna be like, yeah, I'm gonna let you go. Don't worry about it, because I probably won't. So we're gonna go with calculating.
Well, that's decided then. We should return to Astekan to refit and gather our allies. Then prepare to sail for Angrenfjord.
Yeah. So like that one, all the dialogue options are basically like let him go, or like it's just basically let him go or whatever. And again, slaving scumbag. I'm not just going to let him go.
Well, here we are, ready to set sail for Angrenfjord and settle accounts with our enemies once and for all. Lahar will sail with us, and Bjolgur and more of his brothers may join us at our destination. We have Krusa's ship, and Krusa's too, of course, much as he might not like it, and hopefully the element of surprise. We just need to consider how to turn this best to our advantage.
Let's set out. So trade. Okay, so it's already taken care of all that stuff. Alright, so we need to set sail. And this feels like it's going to be the end of this part of the dialogue pretty soon. And this time they gave us like a proper fleet. That's costing us a small fortune to keep. So engineering, we can build non-range siege weapons faster and they get extra hit points. We can build range siege weapons faster. I'd rather have the shield hit points, honestly. Oh, we are already going fast forward. Yeah, so we're gonna move over here. But yeah, no, it's one of those things that, like, the idea on paper of going, alright, they've got these very imprecise, like, shotgunning out things, and you're gonna use your ballista to, like, snipe the things. It's like, okay, on paper that makes sense. But also, it's not exactly like the ballista's a sniper rifle or anything. And with the shotgunning of the catapults and all that, there's something to be said for just pouring ammo in a direction and hoping it works out. So if that's the rock, paper, scissors they're imagining, I don't think that's a good counter. You've arrived at your destination in Angrenfjord. The entrance to the inlet between the forested crags is hard to spot on the open sea, but Curtis points it out to you. You row forward in Curtis's ship while Bilgor and Lahar hold back, keeping a watch for the Shield Brother reinforcements. Soon as you see a cluster of vessels sitting in at anchor, this must be Purig's fleet.
Oh, there they are, with your sister as their hostage. A straight-out attack is out of the question. Throughout this voyage, I have been thinking on what we might do to ensure her safety. And I recommend that we try an old Corsair's trick. Do you see that big cluster of ships back there? That's got to be where they're holding the prisoners. That smaller vessel out front, though, that's got to be a picket, and it will stop us before we get too close. Let's approach it, pretending to be a buyer, while Bjolgur and Lahar stay out of sight. Krusas can banter with them a bit as a distraction.
Let's see, one of our men shall stand by his side with the dagger, lest he betray us.
You and I, meanwhile, shall dive off the side of our ship, swim around to the stern of the prisoner ship and climb up the side. Then together we can try to find your sister on board. Once we succeed, well, we'll just have to figure it out from there.
Let's proceed then. Okay, so basically running distraction, and we have to sneak aboard the other ship.
You see a big cluster of ships back there? That's got to be where they're holding the prisoners.
Sail within hailing distance of the Hound ship. I don't know what hailing distance is in this game. I'm assuming it's just go to that marker. Because it's probably a mechanic they didn't flesh out for everything else.
Into the water. Let's go while Purig's men are distracted. Swim fast.
I am Salau Tas Cruzas. I seek the cure of Ivago.
Okay. Swimming, not real fast. We are closing the distance. But not in any reasonable speed. All right. So I can climb on, I guess we're going to get to learn the stealth mechanic. Mission failed, you have been caught. Oh no. Try again for the last checkpoint. Okay. Well, now we're sneaking, because it wasn't doing that before. I guess that's okay. All right.
Very good. Now get to the hold.
Not super sold on the stealth here. I get the idea. But still.
Who's there? What's going on?
Alda, is that you? It's me.
Heavens mercy, what are you doing here?
It is. I've come to rescue you. Just keep your voice down.
I'll be silent. What's going on?
I'm gonna take the ship and get you to safety.
Can you get me out of here?
Those timbers on your cell look thick. I don't have the time to chop through them. Let's see, I'll finish off the slavers and ship, and sail the ship out of here, then we can break you out.
I understand. Heaven protect you, brother.
It's also a very weird sneak animation. It's very very prancy.
But your sister is still within, and we need to get her to safety. Cut the lines tying us to the other ship, and let's be away.
All right. Where do I steer you from? So I can't go up there. I guess he's sailing and I'm just on board doing my job. I see the enemy ship. Should I be fighting you? Why can I not? Okay, that's weird. Oh, maybe I can't use it while I have that? Oh, this might be one that you don't aim with it, you just kind of huck it. It's been a while. I was like, why can I not throw my javelin? I don't understand.
God's blood, we can't get past them. They're going to board. Shoot those bastards. Cut them down as they come over the side. Whatever it takes.
Is that just a really delayed dialogue? Oh, it means you. Yeah, clearly they're giving us damage multipliers in that while we're in, like, the story stuff. Because, like, don't get me wrong, the javelins hit hard, but none of those were headshots, and it's still hitting him for 150 and that kind of thing. Yeah, the stealthing wasn't as bad. When I first did the first part and we got caught at me, I was like, alright, come on. Yeah, clearly they're giving us multipliers and that kind of stuff here. Like they're buffing us because we're on a not a hard difficulty. We're not on like the hardest one, but we're on the second difficulty. And it is just one of those things that like I'm just hammering through enemies that should be taking good 4 or 5 hits to take down. And I'm just 1 and 2 shotting them. And it's just been this one mission. So since you are fighting alone, I do think they have buffed the character or nerfed the enemies, whichever. I don't care which way it went. Just to make it not obnoxious where you're having to fight like, you know, 5-on-1 again and again, and you only got 5 javelins. Which is fine. I think that's fine, because, like, the whole point is it's teaching you in storyline kind of thing. And especially how long it takes the boat to get anywhere. It would be incredibly frustrating to spend, like, the 5-10 minutes of the boat to get into the next fight. And then, you know, you die and you have to, like, reset back and wait for the boat 5 minutes again to do it all over. Oh, there's still more. Okay. Okay. Yeah, and also, I took multiple hits there and took, like, no damage. Yeah, and I noticed we had the checkpoint. I was going to be a little annoyed with that, with having to, like, go in and then swim across and how long it took me to swim, which that was fine, taking a while to swim. But then when we failed the stealth thing, I was really worried it was going to be one of those situations where there's just a whole lot of lead-in. It's like where you get the boss in a game that has, like, this long introductory dialogue you have to wait through before you get to attempt the boss, or a long run-in to reach the boss.
Split your skull!
And then you get to the boss and, you know, you're trying to learn the encounter. It just takes forever. Okay.
You, Gunnar. An exemplary escape. Is the captive safe?
You two snatched their ship right out from under their noses. A fine story to tell my brothers.
I was trying to remember. I thought there was a button for everyone.
She is indeed safe with us. It looks like the whole pack of hounds are coming baying out to meet us. You two brave fellows get on our flanks. Them prow to prow.
If you're ever at that point where you need to swim again, you can swim faster if you dive under the water. Does not appear to have a breath meter. You've only done it in this mission, so it could be part of the buff. But does appear, like, yeah, because I jumped off one ship and it seemed like I really, really struggled to do anything for a while. Yeah, so apparently, like, we're like a really big heavy ship in this one. And I have no symbols to tell friend from foe beyond, like, the ones with, like, all the little white dots. I wish there was a marker over the larger ship to be like, hey, this ship here is ours. The other ship is, part of the opposition. So what I'm trying to do is support my littler ships, because I figure if we can just get numbers on the big ship, it'll be better for us. Okay. Because I'm hearing all the arrows. And I'm assuming they're coming from our ship. Yeah, I could see them just hucking stuff at the back. Alright, we'll let those two run and do their thing. I mean, I'm seeing lots of green things going by that were killing lots of people. New DLC that just dropped. Like, this past week or so. Yeah, so it looks like the boat we're on now is a, more around ranged. Not really seeing much in the way of damage happening now on my part. So let's go race over here. Well, they're caught up on each other. Let's go help where our one, you know, we got our 3 ships bullying the one. Let's go over there and try and see if we can't knock that one out real fast. So we can turn all this and just use numbers. Because they came to deal with me, and I got them turned that way, so they're stuck up on each other and have to do maneuver. We got our other 2 ships over there doing their thing. I can't do much for them. Okay, so you're backing off. You see me rolling in here, and you want no part of it. I don't really know what our other ships over here are doing. They're all set to engage. We're going to lose any advantage I gained just because everyone's kind of wiggling around and not willing to go properly on the attack. I have a big slow ship on this one. Yeah, so it's now numbers on numbers. What I might just do is I might just grapple this ship ahead of us. Ow. So I'm just gonna go ahead and board him. Okay, so they got their archers doing their thing. I'm gonna try and keep their attention on my shield. Ow. We got our big ship over there, so if our big ship actually does their job, we should be good. Looks like we're slowly building a flotilla here. We're like 4 ships wide, all strapped onto each other where no one can get away. Ow. Oh, hey. They're still over there working at it. Did I interrupt it? I'm basically waiting until I hear all the screaming and all that stop happening behind us. And I was just hurling axes to at least be doing something. Wonder if I can hit their helmsmen and force them to... Oh, you scared me. So, because they can just kind of twist out of the way, it really makes it hard to aim at anything of substance. You good down there? Okay, so first, I need to get where I'm not getting sprayed by arrows constantly. Real fast. And figure out what I can do to change the commands they've got going on. So yeah, we've already got the... You're firing at will. We have you charging. So what I need to do is I need to figure out what the commands are to get like, hey, go get in there. Because, like, they're already engaging, but I need them to actually, like, get on the other ship. They're already all set that way. Alright, well, they finally did that. Seems to be a very Roman approach to warfare. There, finally got a hit in there. I need to aim higher. How do we win a naval battle? Make it a land battle? I can get behind that. Know your strengths, lean into them. Oh, the glare makes it so... Oh. Hang on. It is time for me to go. Hey, friends. Help your captain. Help your captain. Captain in duress. Okay, so they started to get the everything anchored together, and then they jump back off. Oh, you terrible people. Well, I'm getting off this boat. I also swim real slow. Basically, they cut the tethers to the boat I was on to separate me from my own forces. My forces did that. So I was left all by myself on like the flagship and everything as it got boarded by the enemy's entire big ship. There's a couple of enemies up here, it looks like. Started to think Captain Rual might be unpopular with the crew. I've told you to engage. Why are you doing literally nothing? Oh, I saw the shadow. I thought someone was sneaking up behind me. Oh, hey. I don't think you're friends. There, I'm doing my part. Where are the rest of you? There's like one dude just chilling on that boat. And everyone's set between charge and engage and all that. Oh. Oh, that's my dude. My bad. Is that the enemy way over there? What are you all doing? You're all set to charge. Why are you all here just standing here doing nothing? How you liking the DLC? It is a DLC. It's got problems. I think you can have fun with it, but it's got problems. Like right now, we're all supposedly charging the one enemy, and you know, there's certainly something happening. I'll be curious after a couple of updates how it feels. Like, I don't think you can't have fun with it, to be clear. But it is pretty rough. Very genuinely, it's pretty rough. And for $22, it is hard to recommend right now. Like, where's the thing I steer you with? Because all the other ones, it's been like right around here. What are you all even doing right now? Okay, there's the enemy boat. There's got to be a way to tell them to specifically board that boat. Like, not just I want you to attack it, but I want you to get on and be done with this. Because all those ships with one enemy boat, we should be fine. But all my crew have gotten off this boat, so I don't have a crew to really go with here. Now remember, there was a button for all of your troops. So defend me, follow me, charge. So they are already set to charge. And you don't have the option for charge. You have fire at will, retreat, delegate command off. A skirmish will put you back on engage. You're already 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 on engage. Like, I think they're all trying to go to range and just archer harass. Oh, there, we finally have them anchoring. After all this time, they're finally anchoring. So I think to get them to grapple, I have to specifically assign that boat, go attack that boat. So not just, like, the charge. Well, they tried to grapple and then they failed. At least they do actually seem to be going after that versus floating around in circles. That's fine. Okay, yeah, so they're actually boarding now, finally. Because that's the big thing, is like with them all floating around and how much it penalizes the archer's ability to really get their hits in. The archers just aren't reliable enough on taking targets out that I needed them to, you know, get in there and actually grapple, so I could stop them from running around.
Who dares provoke the hounds in their lair? Is that you, Gunner? You and your companion? I will fall upon you like an eagle and tear out your livers. I will shatter your ships to splinters. I will spill your blood upon the waters. I will send your corpses to the slimy depths. Your home for scuttling things. Endoran shall make a toothpick of your shit. Do you hear me?
I remember there was... Oh, what was the button I just hit? Because that just did it. I probably should have had one of them, like, let me on board first. Like I said, I'm not sure where you went to take control of this boat. Because all the other ones you've had a control on the side for managing that. Apparently, me being alone on this ship, I am handling this all by my lonesome with no difficulty whatsoever. Why do I even have a crew? He seems upset. Yeah. Is here random people drowning off in the water in the distance? Okay, so I'm doing my best to catch up, so at least I could throw axes or hopefully hop over to one of my other ally ships. I'm just hearing drowning. It's like, whatever the volume distance is for the drowning sound, just carries way farther than it should. Yeah, so it looks like both of them immediately started boarding. So that's the thing, is I have to specifically target the ship, otherwise they're basically useless. Was there not more? Wait, was there not more? Oh, a bunch of those are already wrecked ships. That's the only ship still in play. Okay. So we'll try and turn around. I thought it was him and like 2 escort ships. Pretty sure they've basically got the main thing and they're just all getting stuck on each other and chamber locking each other from being able to actually get hits in. You keep doing good over there. There we go.
You and Connor have been slaughtering my allies up and down this coast. Now it comes to this.
Okay.
I was going to forge the Seals, a weapon of vengeance against the House of Oak. I would have thrown the leader of the plot. The free warriors of the Lord of the Moon who stood against the tyrant. I would have showered them with gold. I would have given them the fame they deserve. I would have ruled the northern seas.
And I do apologize about him being so quiet. His voice and the ocean have the same sound slider. So where he is being utterly drowned out by the ocean, there's nothing I can do. They need an independent slider for it. They got a voice-over slider, but that doesn't affect his voice. It's the effect slider. I can't hear you, man. Let's see, but this is what, this is all for nothing. Instead, the Kins of Norvig, the men of Gunmen, and I fought. Well, the last laughed. So, do you like what you've wrought? I don't care about the old wars. You put my sister in a cage. Not for much for having honor in your men cutting you down, is there? Fight me one-on-one. If you win, if I win, I go free. And we never see each other again. If you win, people will remember you as the one who slew the terror of the North. You dare talk to me about honor, kill him, lads. Yeah, because very genuinely, it's like, why... I don't remember the button to kick the shield out of the way. I also remember kicking isn't too good unless you get the, Would you stop hiding behind your shield? Alright, was it... It's something like F. Oh, well, my shield's broken. Oh no, I think I threw my weapons on the ground, trying to find the button for kick. Alright, don't mind me. Just got my weapon back. Looking for my shield, don't mind. Sir, you're standing on my shield. There we go. Yeah, no, I mentioned this. At least the campaign so far seems to be extremely lacking in any kind of polish. The story is also kind of the same story we had in Bannerlord. They just went, okay, but boats. So I'm not particularly enthused by it. I don't like to say negative things again, especially like, again, they did give me a key for this. But you know, just because you gave me a key, I am going to be honest. And usually I can find a lot of good stuff in this. I like the idea of the boats. And people have said that like the large fleet stuff gets to be pretty interesting. This is content I honestly don't see myself engaging with very much. I find in a lot of ways it's very limiting. Because, you know, you gotta sit there with your boats. But, like, it really undermines the archer's capabilities, which is fine. Like, I don't care about the realism side, but from the gameplay, that generally I'm finding it's gonna be ramming ship. Or just boarding is gonna be kind of the big things. Yeah, you've got the siege weapons, and those are certainly gonna be a thing. I imagine those will work much better in larger fleet stuff. Would you stop blocking? Like I said, there's a kick button. What is that button? That's not what I want. Give me control of my character back. I thought it... Yeah, I thought it was F, but apparently that's drop your crap on the ground. W plus E. I did not want to switch to first-person camera. As you cut down, Purig down, the moment of silence, then the great cheer wells up from your men. Gunnar closes his eyes and offers a muttered prayer to his gods. Meanwhile, that your sister is the foremost in your mind, you hurry back to the round ship. Yeah, I thought it was just like, after whatever, it's been so long. The danger is past, your sister is now out of harm's way. That isn't even remotely the same place she was locked up before. She was very specifically in a wooden cage, not in the underdeck. Who is responsible for the consistency in this game?
Heaven's mercy. I had given up hope. I thought I'd die in that dark place, in the power of those cruel men.
My sister, what you must have gone through.
That awful night, I woke to cries and screaming and smoke. Mother and father. I won't speak of it. Some of those villains grabbed me and threw me over a horse. In the camp I saw our little brother, and my heart sank. But I did not see you, and that gave me hope. They separated us. They took the younger, stronger ones to be marched to the coast. They mocked us, telling us we would be worked until our deaths on some hot island mine or on some frozen shoreline. I told them that you would come after me with an army of warriors and see them all hanged. I did not believe it, though. I just could not bear to have no answer to their taunts. We arrived in Ostrakan. We were smuggled in by night, as the slave trade was banned by the Vlandian king, although many there clearly profited from it. Eventually, Purig came to buy us. He questioned us all closely about our families. At first I thought he was trying to find out whether he could get a ransom for us. But no, he was trying to find someone related to you. Oh, he feared you, and was keeping me to protect himself from you. That made me proud, despite my misery.
Yeah. No, it's just a thing, Oak, that, like I've said before, the dialogue audio option is the same option as the effects. The voiceover, I don't know what the voiceover is even for. We tried slamming, like, it's literally maxed out, but doesn't seem to make a difference. When I turn up the effects, she gets, like, people like her get louder, but so does everything else. And this particular scene's not too bad, but half the time you're hearing just waves smashing into the boat the entire time at deafening volumes. They need a slider that's specifically for dialogue.
They threw me in that cell when he found me. When we sailed from port to port, sometimes I could press my ear to the door, and I could hear Purig discussing his plans to topple the Nord king and build a pirate empire. And I heard your name again and again, as their schemes were foiled and the noose around his neck grew tighter. And then, just a short while ago, I heard your voice at the door of my cell, and I knew heaven had answered my prayers.
Reminder, in where we found her, she was in a wood-barred cell, like it was timber. So she's supposedly pressing her head against a timber log versus the big opening that is around it that you could easily hear through. Very clearly when they were recording the dialogue, they had not made that scene, and when they made that cinematic, they had not made the actual place that she was kept, because the place she was actually kept was like vertical bars made out of timber, so like the big heavy like 4x4 bar kind of things, and then iron rod holding it together, whatever, which makes this make no sense that she is clearly we're going to take it as our sister Alda is just lying through her teeth and trying to just play it up. But clearly this dialogue does not match that. And when we saw a cinematic where he opened the hatch to peek down, we had already seen our sister. We had already gone in there. And again, she was behind bars. She was not in some enclosure down below. So we're having wild inconsistencies here. Let's see, I've never given up trying to rescue you or our little brother. Or any of us.
Heaven bless you, brother. I'm ready to do my part for our family and our future. But I can see our men calling you. Get us to safety and we will speak again.
What do you mean? Oh, your men. I thought she said our men. I was like, what do you mean our men? It's like, this is my army.
We need to move fast. We've got men badly hurt, and our water stocks are low. My lads won't be leaving any loot behind, though. Not after they bled for it. We shall see you in Ostekan.
Okay. Would it be possible to turn down the music in such scenes? Otherwise, it'd be audible, completely drowned out. I've tried turning down the audio. It's really, even with that turned down, you kind of have to blast them, which then the next scene means the moment a shield hits a sword, I'm blasting everyone. It's been a problem in this game for a long time that the audio's been bad, but this DLC seems to be, like, extra bad about it. And I kind of don't want to click out of the window and, like, pause the music, then click back in the window and do that, and then click out of the window and start the music and click out of the window. I honestly would rather switch a game than deal with that. It's really unfortunate that it's that bad of a situation. Like, and it's been that way since the very beginning, but for whatever reason, this DLC seems to be just worse about it. Okay, so we've technically finished the story, I believe. No, we haven't. Like, earlier on, I got frustrated, just skipped, like, an entire segment of dialogue. I was like, I don't even feel like dealing with this. And that's the reason why you need your volume controls to handle that stuff. And for the record, I actually really enjoy Bannerlord. I have played a ton of Bannerlord in the channel. It's just, historically, you didn't give a crap about the plot, because there really wasn't one. There was just, you go find your family. There's a couple, like, 1 or 2 places where you have some dialogue with story, and then they just let you loose on the world. And about the only dialogue was like, haha, I'm going to fight you. Oh no, please spare us. And that was pretty much the dialogue. You know, you'd have a little bit of the story, but is the story in the game is fine. It's whatever. All right, so we do damage to shields dealt by crew. Kicking and bashing damage is increased. Melee knockback, so you can get knockback increased or damage the shield. You struggled with the extra stream music anyways with this game, in particular when it comes to voice lines. But you get that normally could be helpful. Yeah, no, I appreciate people being like, hey, can you help with that? It's just like this game doesn't. He has an attempt on the Rails experience. It accused you to use a bit more time in the oven. Yeah. So like for my criticisms I would have of the DLC, I would say the story, like the more scripted story they've been following. Voice lines in the music, yeah. Like, I can turn down the music a little bit, because it might be the music being a little bit too loud. Which I already did once earlier. Probably too far. But like, so the on the rails thing, I agree it needed more time to bake, and it does feel like it's just a bit long in the tooth. That it seems like what they wanted to do is like introduce you to all the different factions and like kind of the rough tactic for what their ships do. And I was like, you're kind of very much like, hey, get on with it. And I do understand that makes sense, because that was something they did really badly with the first one, is the tutorial when it comes down to it from before the DLC was basically they showed you how to like overhead swing, sideways swing, and block and attack. And then they're kind of like, cool, now go away. And so it really just kind of taught you the very basics of actually using your weapon, when the game is so much about like trade and your whole like, you know, trade, recruiting, taking kingdoms, controlling those kingdoms, all the everything around all that. And they teach you none of it. And so a lot of that was very tricky to get into the very first time. Now, granted, it's not that bad. And so that was fine. Like, it was a bit short on the tutorial that left you kind of like fumbling around to figure it out, and that was fine. And this time it does feel like they're trying to introduce you, because another thing you'd run into is when you played before, it was really hard to compare like this group's infantry to that group's infantry to that group's infantry. Like, they would have a blurb about it, but like actually like note, you just had to kind of observe them and figure it out. Or look up someone else's guide that they wrote. And so it seems like they're trying to address that and be like, oh yeah, this ship's good for ramming. We can ram stuff with this one. Oh yeah, that one's got a ballista. It leaves fire. Oh, that one's got a catapult. That's really cool. And this one's faster and has troops on it. And when they walk through it, it's just a little bit too much. I mentioned earlier what I think would be better to like improve the pacing is where they introduce that boat where you ram as opposed to the other stuff. Instead of then walking us through all the other factions, you do the one ramming and you're like, oh yeah, some boats have different advantages. Like, oh yeah, those ones over there, they got that whole thing with the catapults on it. Those ones over there, they got the ballista. That ballista's pretty cool. Like, just literally tell us about it. Something. Plus also the different weapon types, like, yeah, no, there's a lot of places where they miss it. Thank you, Darkstrider, for the 155 stream streak. I really do appreciate it. And that's tutorial stuff. Like, once you get past the introduction stuff, no one cares. Alright, so we gained a skill here. I'm kind of regretting getting the skills and the boat stuff. I did that because obviously we're doing boat things and we should check out the boat things. But very genuinely, it's kind of one of those ones where, like, you know what? I really wish I put them up in these skills and all that otherwise. I'm still going to lean into the boat stuff because that's the new thing. Alright, so that makes my shield better. And increase damage to shields when we're doing our crew, and that's knockback. I think I will go with a knockback. Which that's interestingly behind Mariner. Let's see, honestly, in opt-in the tutorial it says, take this boat, use as intended for simple set-piece battle. Yeah, no, that would be fine too. And for the record, we could bail on the story at any point. Like, literally there was a exit story option. At any point we could say, hey, we're not doing it. So this is literally just a one-time kind of thing, but if you wanted to see through the story. Alright, so we got our athletics, so we can increase our movement speed of both ourselves and our troops. And we can increase our hit points of both ourselves and our troops. I'm going to go with the hit points. That'll have a chance of, like, some people, like, eking through alive. So we get daily security if we're a governor, and one-handed damage with axes and maces, swing speed with one-handed weapons, and daily malicious recruitment. The swing speed, if you get that up, that lets you abuse some things. Yeah, so let's go with the boatsman thing and the mariner. And then we could also get stats. I'm going to take the approach with our stats of whatever our lowest stat is, we'll increase it. And interestingly enough, the ship stuff doesn't have its own stats, but stuff like the int helps with one, and I'm going to assume that like endurance is another and whatever. Let's see. Sorry, Hitender, you reminded X4, which had a tiny can tutorials for basically everything. It's not elegant, but sometimes your game is complex. Yeah, no, I think some of the games I've seen do it best is Factorio later on. You would be able to play the game, and there was some basic introductory things, but like you would sit there and you'd do something and be like, hey, I see this is your first time using this. Do you want to do a tutorial? And you can actually click on a thing and it'd give you like a very controlled small little sandbox where you put the stuff together and then take you back into the game. So it kind of like paused your game, let you hop off, do the thing, and hop back in. And I felt that was pretty decent because it didn't disrupt anything. It didn't advantage you or disadvantage you to do it. So I got managing our fleet. Okay, so we can see all our boats. Or those are buying boats. For trade, we've got our food and all that. So I guess we got to go ahead and do the next thing here. We got to speak with you. Talk. This feature is disabled. Huh? You have to go to the port? Oh, right. I have to go to the port and then talk to him. Yeah, everywhere else I've been able to just talk to him. Oh, and what was it? Not tab. There was like... Yeah, the alt. And I need to figure out how I accidentally put myself in first person. Because this game moves your camera around way too much in first person. Like, there's pinches every once in a while where you're like, okay, I'll go into first person just to do this one thing. Let's see. Zoom, view character. That's orders. Photo mode, chat. We can also check in the order the select all. Select everyone is 0. Okay. Alright. Key. There we go. Alright. But yeah, so, like, if we're separating out, like, the ship mechanic, it's fine. I think it does add, like, a little... I cannot cross here. I think it does add a little flavor to the game and all that stuff. And so I think that's a good thing. But, the story, oh my god, please. I'm getting, like, invisible walled everywhere. Or, like, various things, trying to reach wherever they're at. But, so, like, the game mechanic of the boats. I think it's got some cool stuff. There's a little, not a rock, paper, scissors, but there's, like, here are your different tactics. There you are. There's, like, here's your different tactics, and I think that's fine. Ultimately, it's going to be how your armies travel and then encounter each other. But I think that part is probably fine. There's probably fun to have there. The story is a hot mess, so far as, like, just lots and lots of polish problems. I am getting performance issues I have not had in Bannerlord in the problem, like, in the past.
Well,
so I'm not sure what to make of that.
Is free, thank the gods. You gave Purig the death he deserved. None will mourn him. As for the Sea Hounds, I hear they've mostly scattered. It's time for me to return to my home in Bannerlord. I've settled what I wish to settle. And all this rowing and ramming and climbing and jostling and fighting is hard on my old bones. My men, though, well, some of them have been quite impressed by your leadership. They want to follow you if you'll have them. And as I mentioned, they prefer to sail on our ship, the Wavesteed. So I guess that's yours too, if you'll have it. She'll carry you well, especially in the rough seas of the north.
I'm gonna turn him down.
You should come see me in my village, Logshoven, in Bannerlord. It's not much, not for a warrior like you, who's no doubt seen all the wonders of the Empire and the lands beyond. But we can pass a summer's night on the beach and drink to our deeds.
Let's see, perhaps I'll take you up on your reputation? Repudiation, maybe?
Farewell, my friend.
Probably repudiation.
Good to be free and back on land. Things have changed so much, though. Men follow you and jump to their feet to obey your orders and speak of your deeds. One moment a slave, and the next I seem to be some sort of noble lady. I need some time to rest. I will seek out our brother.
Alright. Of course, join there. Take all the time you need. She basically was like, I was a slave and suddenly you're amazing. Okay, and at this point, it seems we've mostly diverted back to the normal story in the game. Yeah, at this point, we're basically on the normal story. So for those who don't know the normal story of the game, you found your clan and all that stuff. There is learning about, Nertz's Folly, which is basically the main story about the banner and all that. And then there was people here who wanted me to, help rescue someone. That was the whole thing. So these are, like, the main actual story of the game. And so we're now free of everything here. Now, so I currently own no ships because he was like, we'll have you if your crew will. And I'm like, no, I don't want to deal with this. This isn't a makeup I want out of my people. I genuinely want to start building like an actual armory and honestly play this game the way I normally play it. Low key, low-key, the fleet stuff, it's fine, and I can see why a lot of people like it. I think for me personally, I'd rather have more of the land battle and have, like, you know, the boat stuff as being like a little spice to put on there when you want to mix it up a little. So the first thing we can do is checking on our stuff. This is the things for this town. Let's check our inventory. We've got $13,000, which I'm assuming we got a big boost in a lot of this stuff. We don't have any enemies right now, which is good news, but we're going to want to start building up our army. Now, generally speaking, I have a strong preference so far as the Empire troops because of their things. You appear to be majorly overweight. Yes, because I don't have a thing. Why am I struggling to remember where I get my troops from? And why? Okay, that's why I was like, why don't I have the option to leave and everything? Yeah, so these ones here, you can get perfectly good troops out of them. And I shouldn't be being picky, because I don't... No country for the afflicted. As you prepare to leave, a delegation of townspeople approach. A group of lepers has encamped before the walls, and they beg passerbys for alms. The townspeople are worried they might spread the disease and, at any rate, are frightened away potential customers. We could tell the townspeople that heaven wishes to test their compassion and that they should treat lepers with kindness. You can give the lepers some money and food on the condition that they try to find a more welcoming town somewhere else. You could drive the lepers away, telling them that they must have sinned grievously to be afflicted. Don't get involved. So with this, we'll get reputation, and we'll get a reputation for being compassionate. We will decrease the relationship with the nobles, and we will decrease the prosperity. So this is new to me, having this type of a prompt pop up. We can give them food, we'll be considered calculating, and we'll get reputation, and we'll spend like $100. Done. We gave them food and money and told them to be on their way. At this point, you're struggling listening to Rual with all the listening in the not quite background. I'll peek back later. Oh, got you. You have like people over kind of thing. Gotcha. I was like, what? It's like the background's pretty quiet. All the singing in the background. Oh, with the music? Is the music that loud? I thought it was like really, really quiet. Yeah. No, I mean, if the music's loud, it'd be good to know. Alright. So we got all this stuff going on here. Well, the Empire's nowhere nearby. They're way over here. You find it really loud. Gotcha. No, it seemed very quiet to me. You can barely hear the music? Well, even though these aren't my preferred troops, beggars can't be choosers. Alright. Yeah, and that's what I find it confusing. It's like, man, the music's quiet on my end. Like, unless some audio thing is busted. Which is good to know. Unless you've got, like, music on another tab that's blasting or something. I did that. Who was that yesterday? Oh, yeah, no, I was checking something on Jonathan Ong's channel. And I forgot, like, that tab had stuff going on. And I was just like, where's this piano music coming from? And I was just like, what is this? And then finally realized I had another tab open. Is your music as in Spotify or such? Yeah, no, that's for me the music I have in here is like barely like on my registers, the my volume is getting all the way up to like around -10, which is about you know, solidly in the yellow, but my music is barely hitting like even showing up on the equalizer. So it is weird. Does it still seem loud to you now, Infinity? Because I want to test one thing. Let's see, you take a phone call while watching something, it starts over your phone call. If you take a phone call while watching something on IG, the track just ended. Oh, well, I actually muted the audio to see if it was something, like, because I was trying to see if it was like there's another tab or whatever, because I muted the audio on the music there. But, now I'm surprised. It's very, very quiet on my end. That's the reason I'm surprised why it's coming across so loud. Because, like, I can barely hear it on my end. Like, and this is me not trying to single you out or anything. I'm like trying to I'm just surprised and trying to like, is there something? Yeah, no, I'm wondering if, because you wouldn't, because it comes across as one track. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm wondering if there's something like with your audio settings that's making that way louder. We'll try that. Yeah, so I'm not trying to like single you out or anything like that. It's just like, you know, it's surprising to me is all. You had it on the PC too. Let me try to reboot your phone completely. Gotcha. It is quieter now. Gotcha. Now, what I'm kind of sitting here doing, chat, is I'm kind of in a debate what I want to do here. We have played through the tutorial part of this. We checked out the ships. So we've checked out the new mechanics. And so what I think I'm going to actually do is I'm going to do a poll on the channel and see what people... like, see what people actually want to kind of see. Let's see, what are we doing now? Where we could continue doing Bannerlord. Because this is going to be mostly like, honestly, what feels like a pretty normal playthrough at this stage. We could continue surviving Mars. We could get that going. Because I'm honestly pretty underwhelmed. We could check out, there's the Cowboy, what is it, Cowboy Life Simulator, which seems like another Curse Simulator game. Which I do have the option of just continuing to play this as one of the options on here. I'm not doing Storage Hunter. Unfortunately, it came to my attention that, you know, people brought up that it actually has generative AI in it. And while I'm not going to judge anyone for whether or not you are cool with it or whatever, for me personally, generative AI is a deal breaker for me playing a game. So it is one of those things that I'll just put that aside. I'll actually put Planet Coaster 2 on the list too, because that's been a while. Planet Coaster 2, which is like a roller coaster tycoon thing. I'm just basically putting a list of games on here. So there is voices, and it mentions art in the game, but it doesn't specify what art. The voices are a weird thing, because the voices are barely present in the game, so it's like, you really? You could have just given someone a mic. You don't even have to do good voices, because, like, it's barely audible, and they're just like, yep. Uh-huh. Yep. Hi. So it's like, what? Why would you why would you generative AI that? You can just get people to say, yep, hi. It doesn't even have to be that good. No one's expecting from a game like that anything high tier. But yeah, so it's pretty annoying. And I don't know if I overlooked the fact that generative AI, like, it just missed it, or if when it went from not 1.0 to 1.0, it added generative AI. I don't know the answer to that. It doesn't matter. But there's that. I'm trying to think of one more game to put in there. I know pretty soon we'll probably be doing American Truck Simulator for the Louisiana DLC, so I probably won't do that right now. I'll wait till that drops. And like I said, we do have this on the list, but I'm kind of feeling out what people want. So we got Surviving Mars, we got Bannerlord, we got the Cowboy Life Simulator, we got Planet Coaster 2, and I want to put one more in there just to have a nice full list. Like, we actually also played, there was a game called Driving Life that was another super jank simulator game. I actually had fun with that. I actually enjoyed that one. It definitely had some pretty rough edges, but they were the rough edges like, yeah, this is a low-budget simulator game that, maybe they could have described some things more and given some quality of life, but, what was in the tin was well labeled, and you got about what you expected. Part of me is almost debating Soft Rank, but I know that one's a rough one to stream sometimes. We just did Farm Sim. We just did Big Ambitions recently. I might just go with what we got here for the list. I've also debated doing more Vintage Story, but I don't. I actually looked at it's funny you say that. I was actually looking at that being like, I don't know. I'll put it on there. Mars First Logistics. All right, so we got a poll up there. Just because, like, literally I debated that and then you mentioned it is, like, again, kind of weird happenstance. Yeah, so basically we got a poll going on to see what we're doing for the rest of the stream. We can just continue doing Bannerlord. That's the first option. Kind of doing a vibe check where people are like, I'm feeling this or I'm not really feeling this. We have Surviving Mars where we pick up where we left off in that save. We got Cowboy Life Simulator, which would be checking that out for the first time. That's a survival crafter. That's a Western survival crafter. I haven't played it. It is janky from what I've heard, but I know some people have enjoyed it. Some people have been like, I'm not sure. We got Planet Coaster 2. That's like a roller coaster tycoon style game, but it is a more recent one. They've had a number of updates since the game came out, that they've done a whole bunch of stuff. And you got Mars First Logistics, which is more of a physics game where you kind of like build your little robot, you like grab your little package, you drive it across, and that kind of stuff. But we'll go ahead. I'll keep going with the intent on Bannerlord because it looks like that's probably going to win. This wasn't me trying to weasel out a Bannerlord. It was just kind of one of those things where it's like, okay, what's kind of the vibe check going on here? Because there's definitely times I played a game where people are like, nah, man. Nah, not feeling it. That we end up pivoting really hard because people are just not into it. All right, so we've got our wonderful sister here. So we can get a bunch of different skills. So we can have her get a skill in social, a skill in athletics, a skill in archery, a skill in engineering. Yeah, engineering. A skill in trade, or a skill in that. I would lead towards either probably engineering, honestly. Let's see, I mean, the tutorials in the game, sure, it probably drives mostly the same as the base. But it's, but let's find out. Yeah, no, I'm fine with that. All right, so we'll go ahead and get there. For me, the big problem that I'm seeing with the C thing is you kind of go at the C thing to just fight other C things. Like, that's not where the bases are, and you can move and attack the bases and do that. We'll probably try and get some of that going. But it's kind of replacing the part where you run between the cities seems to be the main part of it. We'll see. Like I said, so far I've definitely been very mixed on it. So we're gonna go ahead and make her have engineering. We can also give her a point in social, tactics, trade, blacksmithing, medical, or even more engineering. We're gonna make her an engineer. We're gonna go full on into the engineer side. And then also they'll have the NPC will randomly get her own thing, and she got tactics as her last one. So we're giving her two things towards engineering, and then on her own she got tactics. So the next thing we're gonna go ahead and do is I need to keep getting some troops. I want to go down towards the Empire people to start building up some type of a troop. And it is deliberate here that I'm not taking on cavalry or anything like that. I should also buy products. So I've got 43 grain right now. And the grain will be relatively cheap here. We're going to start working our way down. So at first, we're not going to be moving very fast. Yeah, we're gonna have problems catching anything with our current forces. That's okay. Actually, it looks like we might be faster than them. You got a problem? Not if you give up now. If not, prepare to fight. Alright, so we're going to head to attack.
Infantry!
Why? I am my own formation? Hey, no, don't do that. I don't need my own to be like considered cavalry by myself. Yeah, you're available. Alright. Yeah, so it's complaining that we're mounted hero troops? Oh, that's probably like one of my other people. Alright, so
Forward! Right! Move! Warriors! Move! Infantry! Dismount!
they can't let you skip chasing looters. Did you? What?
Infantry!
Did they change all these queuing? Okay, so we got our line. I'm so confused at what's going on right now. Alright. So, troops. Did they change all of these settings? Because normally it was just 1 then F3 to charge. And I'm not even seeing charge as an option here. So I don't even know how to get you to engage the enemy.
Everyone!
Okay, so yeah, move to position. We have their formation. That's fine.
Raise your shields!
There we go. There we go. Yeah, I mean, it gives you a bunch of resources early on, which is nice. Because I've also low-key been debating if I wanted to do, like... You know, we just did the tutorial, but, like, do a fresh start, skip all the tutorial... Well, I mean, because... Like, literally skip all the tutorial crap in the game and go back to fighting small engagements at the beginning, because I like doing that. I like the slow build-up and all that kind of stuff. The money in the game doesn't do that much, and you can get money easy in the game. So I don't think I might... I'm actually more upset about the skill points, putting them all into boats, and then coming to realize I'm not super in love with the boats. That to me the land battle's more interesting. Alright, so let's go over here, drop off the prisoners and all that. You like beginning with arena fights for about 3-4 hours to get up baby stats? Yeah, no, I've like definitely early game money. A lot of times I would do the arena. That's certainly something I'd do. Okay, so we can go to the tavern district. We can ransom off our prisoners. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But what were the Nord's bonuses? The Nord's bonuses were all around ship stuff, right? I'm trying to remember. I think we find that... Here, you just start walking over... You start working your way over there. I want to say... Oh man, I'm trying for the life of me to remember where you check your bonuses. Yeah, there was a boat with... There was a thing with loot. The question was that a thing with loot... Oh, it'll be probably under character. Man, where did they put that? Yeah, I think it's trapped under the kingdom part. I'm trying to remember for the life of me what the bonus is on Nords. How's the game? You don't think you played... So the game itself is fine. I would definitely say for the DLC, the most recent DLC, I'm more mixed. Like, I don't think it's bad. I think you can have fun with it. But I think it's more just, for me at least, it's more just a thing you can do from time to time to kind of just do something different. So, what I'm curious about...
Form a shield wall!
So I want them to stay in shield wall.
Move! You heard it. Now move!
I just... How did they make this so complicated? I literally just want to deploy.
On my command!
And I can't... You're here. Is it because I got too many troops? Gotcha, I have too many troops for one formation.
On my orders!
To start the mission, you need to have at least one formation with cavalry class. Why? Why do I need one formation with cavalry class? Where are these where did the oh! When I ranked them up, they became the cavalry thing. I see. Okay, I understand. Let's see, did they add an option where you can lift from one harbor to another without owning a boat? You wanted that for so long? I don't think they did.
Everyone! Charge!
Like, by all means, when you're in the bigger fights, I get, you know, going through and be like, all right, well, I'm gonna put them here. It's like, I'm bullying some local bandits. I missed that when I chose this type of troop because I don't play with the Valandians very often. I missed that I made them cavalry. Because the other option was making them like crossbowmen or whatever. I was like, well, I don't want that. I want It's like I want infantry. You still F1? Well, that's the thing. The first time I attempted to do it is take me through a whole bunch of other menus, and I'm like, I just literally want to. But once I got them like positioned, it went back to more of that. Okay.
You are dead!
Alright, and we won that fight. Ah, that's Spearman. Okay. Yes, that's on me. Well, no. Where did the cavalry come from? I must have accidentally grabbed cavalry when I was recruiting somewhere. That's what's got me confused. Like, where did we get horses? All right, so we want to keep the food items. But that's what was making us stink. Is like, hey man, you got a bunch of horses. I don't know what you want me to do with these. You gotta make that decision. Prisoners you saved? Were they prisoners I saved? It's possible. Yeah, and then you can recruit like looters and all that in. Paid for guardsmen at the castle selling prisoners? If I did so, it wasn't a deliberate decision. Okay, so recruit troops. There's the ones I want. I'm curious if this also, like, boosts your renown or whatever. Oh, that's new, having a giant storm that makes it so I can't see into it. And I should say, new for me, it's been a minute. Okay, so let's have you run over here. You're gonna want to ditch some of these, ditch some of the prisoners. Alright. Okay, so get rid of the prisoners. Ah, I see. That's where I would have done it. Okay, I see. I just clicked too fast through it. Because I played this game a ton in the past. So it's a little caught by surprise. Alright, so we've got move faster at night. Better range of sight at night. Get the nighttime one going. Alright, so let's go into our troops. Because, just get out of here, man. You're gonna muck up the whole thing. And honestly, this is incredibly wasteful and I shouldn't do it. But we're gonna go with our slow-moving army thing that we just march in and wreck people. Gonna take time to set up. By that I mean I'm gonna lose here. Basically, I'm low-key debating doing a quick restart here, and just setting up a character I actually want to play, because this character's centered around the boats. And you know, and I did that because they're new, but after doing the tutorial stuff with the boats, it's not that I won't do boats, but like, yeah, I think I'm gonna mulligan and actually choose something I want to play and just skip all the story stuff. I think that's what I'm gonna do, because I don't kind of like being handed all the money. I'm not liking that part. Please defeat me. Thank you. Apparently I can't quit in the middle of a battle. Alright. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that, because like I said, I'm glad we played through it so we could show the tutorial and all that. I'm not loving it. And I kind of want to get the bonuses I actually want to run with. And then, like, all those skill points I put into boat stuff, I'm like, well, that's not going to serve any of my, like, any real goal I might set with myself.
500 years.
All right. So with that, so the Nords bonuses were they loot more from villages and caravans, and their ships move faster. They also take a cohesion penalty whenever they're on land, which is really awful. That's the one I was remembering. So we've got here, you've got the Validians. They gain more renown from battle. They get more income from being a mercenary. But they cost more to recruit things. We got the Sturgians. They get more production out of their villages. Their armies take less influence. And they take more of a penalty for changing things. You have the army, which reduces the cost of garrisoning troops. Gives more, like, being in an army gains more influence. And then village hearths increase slower. We've got these ones, which is the caravans are cheaper, less trade penalty, no speed penalty in the desert. Daily wages are increased for the party. We've got these ones, which recruiting and upgrading mounted units is cheaper, and then all like horse things. And then we got the Britannians, which is less of a speed and sight penalty in forests. And then towns owned by Britannian rulers have a 20% chance of militias being spawned as veterans. Slower build rate of the things. So the ones that would stand out to me is the Sturgians, the Empire, and the Britannians. I can get behind all of them. The speed penalty reduction is great for catching enemies, so that is one I have grabbed many times. Yeah, I mean, also the first one. So very genuinely, the only ones I'm not excited about is, like, the caravanning, you know, whatever, that's whatever, and then the mounted stuff is whatever. So the other four here, the Nords with that whole, like, 30% cohesion penalty when going on land, it's like, screw that. That is awful. You have Valandian? Yeah, I think all the other ones. I'm leaning towards the Britannians, just because how often you run into woods, it makes catching enemy people very easy. Yeah, because the garrison has its benefits. Yep. Not said, we'll be Britannians, but we're going to use Empire troops. Alright, and we don't really care about how we look. And the reason I don't really care about how we look is I'm going to cover my entire body with armor and all that, and we'll probably never see them again. Okay. So, Guardian of the Lake. So that's all your ship stuff. So, we're going to want to lean towards getting stuff like Stewart and all that. So, Stewart is a big one, because that's basically how... Oh no, Stewart was... Wait, was Stewart the one? I might be mistaking things. Oh yeah, increases the size of the party you can have. So Stewart is going to be one of the ones we want to go for. So we want to get intelligence. Because we want to get that up. That's going to be a big thing. So I'm going to go ahead and do the healers. Because also, you know, getting a little bit of charm is fine too. Because weapon skills are generally not that hard to get a hold of. We can... get engineering, control, brawn, leadership. Yeah, and the leadership gives you tactics, and tactics is when you go into a fight and say, just do this for me. And eventually I find I get to that point way later in a run where it's like, you get into a bunch of like those little fights, you're just like, just get them out of here. Yeah, so go ahead and, endurance is another one that has use because of the athletics. And leadership... Actually, don't remember what leadership does. I think that gives you a bonus to your people. I'll take it. That's trade and social. That's tactics. That's our endurance, but also gives us medical. That's engineering and blacksmithing. That's two-handed weapons. Yeah, no, I'm not loving the boats, and I'm not loving the penalties of the Nords, because I'm not loving the boats, and I also wasn't loving being handed a giant mountain of cash, for my start, so I'm gonna just skip the tutorial on a not Nord start. Yeah, no, I remember leadership having benefits for your big groups. So rather than playing a save that I'm not excited about, I figured it'd be good to just go ahead and do the reset and just be done with it. Yeah, so get a point in endurance, and give ourselves some medicine. So that's one for Stewart, and that would give me cunning, which is probably what I'm going to do. Yep. And you treat people well, which gives me another point in Stewart and a point in social. I think that's going to go for it. So we'll get a second point in Stewart. We'll get another point in social. That should give us a pretty good start for being able to build an army. Through a makeshift fortification, that gives us our point in intelligence. Which gives us engineering. I don't really care about the engineering side of it. But that gives us intelligence. Okay, so we're going to have 4 points in intelligence social. Yeah, also note that the 30% debuff for nodes is only stat for when you ban several war bands into a single army. On land, the war band is the same as air faction. Gotcha. Yeah, not just one of those things. Like, I'd put all my skill points in the boats, kind of lean in on the boats thing. And I was like, I'm not going to be against using the boats. But, like, I really don't want to base around the boats. So it's just kind of one of those things that all those skill points committed to boat-focused. And I don't believe there's a way to take those back. Alright. Stabby McJr. Sure. Alright, so we're Britannian, so we'll take less of a speed penalty and sight penalty in forests. Townships owned by Britannian rulers have a 20% chance to spawn veteran militia. We have a 10% slower rate on building town projects. So I got healer, which gives me a point in intelligence and focus in medicine and charm. We have away with people, which gives us a focus in charm and leadership with 1 point in social. We have gathered herbs in the wild, so again, focus in medicine and scouting with a point in endurance. We were the chieftain's servant, so we get a point in focus and for steward and tactics, as well as we're cunning. We treated people well, so we got a social point, as well as renown and generosity and honor and all that, with a focus in charm and steward. I actually have a surprising amount of charm, which wasn't the goal. And then we made makeshift fortification, which gives us engineering and two-handed, and a point in intelligence. So there's all that. I'm going to go with the warrior difficulty again, Iron Man mode, auto allocate clan member perks, because that's fine, whatever. And I'll move forward. And when it asks us for the tutorial, we're going to say no.
Brother, it's been 3 days now we've been tracking those bastards. I think we're getting close. We need to think about what happens when we catch them. How are we going to rescue our brother and sister? Are we up for a fight? This looks like an old training field for them.
Bye.
Let's go on then.
That's my answer. What's our plan to catch him? Later. Deuces, I'm out. Exit stage left. No more conversation. Before we do anything else, we're low on food. There's a village to the north that we can buy provisions to help thing. It's better to ride. You're a better rider than I am, so I'll let you lead the way. You said to the north, and then you took me directly to the east. The Britannian is a nice choice. Given you tend to play more of a themed to whatever faction I choose, Britannians do suit your playstyle. You often ditch the horse and play on foot, sword and board with longbow. Yeah, so I actually also like to go heavy troops, but I end up doing Empire troops. Oh, did I not? 1 second. Let's see if we can exit out of the story mode. I think I hit the wrong prompt. Okay. So we got our first point in charm. We'll do the one where we can daily gain, we can daily gain points with all that. And then we'll go in here, because I also have this. I also noticed his vocals were way louder than anything we had in the DLC. So let's buy the food and all that, and I'm hoping we can just exit the tutorial immediately. Huh? Don't make me walk around. You're out of food. There's a village called Treva. Go there and see if you can buy provisions and get some help. Well, we're going to go and start again because I cannot do the tutorial here at all. And I accidentally clicked on it. So we are soft locked on that. Holy crap, man. This has been a terrible update in DLC. We'll rush through it. We'll rush through it really fast. So new. You broke your old tutorial. I misclicked something. I thought I had clicked to disable tutorial. I saw the parentheses. And then it was like, go get food. And then I couldn't get the food. Alright, so Britannians next. Don't care what you look up. There's your random, sure. We will go healers next. It was away with people next. Herbs next. Chieftain servants next. Treated people well next. Makeshift fortifications next. And wait, rip stream? Alright, so we're going to lose YouTube and everything because we're going to have to kill OBS entirely. Okay. We should be, in theory, back. I'm wondering if this is one of the things with, like, the enhanced broadcasting thing. What I might do for next stream is I might just knock off doing any of the enhanced broadcasting kind of stuff at all. Because we've had this kind of coming and going recently. And it's not that I'm getting disconnected, because I'm still, like, talking in chat and everything. Like, that part's fine. And, like, everything else is online fine. It's what ends up happening is in OBS, where it tells me, like, the health of the connection. It goes from, like, being perfect to just literally not connected to Twitch at all. And then, like, I can't stop the stream or do anything at that stage. Like, it still says I'm streaming, and, like, YouTube's still getting it and everything else, but, like, the connection with Twitch doesn't work. So what I might do is I might stop doing the vertical experiment we've been doing, which for the record has actually really helped a lot with viewership and all that, was having that the better vertical layout. I know some people don't like it, which is totally fine, but with a better vertical layout. But if it's causing that to crash, I gotta figure out what's happening. Bear with me before we actually get in here. I need to use a restroom real fast, and we're about to get hit with the ad break since technically the stream dropped and came back up. It'll force a new ad break. So while that's happening, I'm gonna quickly use a restroom. I'm gonna grab myself a new drink, and I'll be right back. I do apologize about that, but I'll be back in a minute, and thank you again for tuning in. Alright, and we are back. But yeah, no, it's just been a thing that's come up once in a while, that we've had, like, the occasional thing where, like, OBS doesn't crash. It doesn't do, like, the whole thing where it's like, I have been disconnected, I'm attempting to reconnect, or anything like that, and we don't get that screen on Twitch where it's like, hey, you know, oh no, it's going down. And I did confirm, I do have the disconnection protection still on. Something borks in OBS that it immediately just kills Twitch, you know, Twitch stream. Like I said, YouTube side goes fine. And then I also have to take out the YouTube side because, you know, I have to reboot OBS. So there's something going on there. I'm going to guess it's with the enhanced broadcasting thing we're doing, which is what allows me to do, like, the vertical and the other stuff to, like, get some higher resolutions and whatnot. I'm going to probably can that next stream because I can't do it midstream. And we'll see if things improve after that. Anyways, I don't even remember what we named our character the last one. It doesn't matter. It was just like a quick throwaway name. Your stabby friend. Oh yeah, we can do that one. Axing nicely, Junior. Yeah, that was the one we did for the first one. Alright, so we'll go ahead and get them going. Warrior difficulty. And let's make sure when we get the dialogue here, I actually read
Brother,
what is...
It's been 3 days now. This
what
looks
the
like an
okay.
old training field for the legions.
Alright, so I
Perhaps we could spare
accidentally
some time
chose
and brush up on our
continues
skills.
tutorial.
Practice could come in handy when
We
catch
want
up
to
with the raiders.
skip
Are
the
you sure about
tutorial.
that?
Yes, we want to skip the
Alright,
tutorial.
one other thing.
I want nothing to do with the tutorial. A few hours after you leave the training ground, you come across a wounded man lying under a tree. Yeah, so this is the one where, exactly like we read earlier, he's just like, hey, you patched me up, thank you. Here is, like, this thing that makes you have claim over, like, one of the kingdoms or whatever. So let's see. What is your family name? Just like, Bob. Man, I don't know. You always ask the hard questions right at the start, making me name stuff and come up with things. Prone to violence. Excellent. Oh, yeah. Well, this is already farther than we were. So I'll get a quick little crest going here. Part of me is just like wishes there was a randomized button, hit a bunch of times until it's something that's not hot garbage. It'll be a fish. It'll be a big fish. We're putting our flag. We're putting a big orange. Sure, big orange fish. That's what we're doing. Okay. One second. Did I opt into another thing? Please don't. Please don't. Okay, I'm trying to set the same skills we did the last time. Okay. And that one, that tutorial, I should be able to just walk up and hit the button and be like, no, I don't wanna. And that should fix it. That's fine. We can head that way and cancel out of it. We do have, like... Oh, never mind. I have no troops for me. You're a bunch of jerks is what you are. Alright, so I do have a unit of grain singular. So we're gonna go ahead and leave here. Oh, wait.
That's close enough. Who are you?
Let's see. I am Axing Nicely Jr., and who are you? It's nice to see that the continued tutorial actually has a tutorial that teaches you more than personal combat side of thing. Yeah, it's a shame it was broken at the very first step that I got to the town and it just didn't work. I am Ulbos of the House of Penthros, one of the most illustrious families in the annals of the Empire. The barbarians we have slain and the glory we have won are second to none. I will always listen to a man of integrity. On the other hand, if you lack that, please do not plague me with your company. What is the Netzrit folly? Well, that's what some people call the Great Valley of the Pendrak year 1077. The Empire Netzrit led an army accompanied by the Kruzates against the Asari to fight a coalition of Sturgeons, Britannians, and Vlandians. It was a disaster for him. He died in it. But the victors didn't fare much better. I see. Can you tell me about the Battle of the Pandrake? I wasn't there. I know Lucan and some other has some thoughts about it, though. Okay. So let's go over here and get ourselves some stuff. You really like Bannerlord, but you didn't like enough to overcome Jank. I definitely enjoy Bannerlord, and I've definitely put in a bunch of time. What is that trade good? What are you selling? Oh, clay. I'll grab a couple units of food. We can get a better price elsewhere. But yeah, and that's the thing. There's definitely some serious jank in this game. It's kind of a shame that it's still got some pretty heavy jank after all these years. Okay, because I think somewhere it'll tell you how long your food is going to last. It's a byproducts. But so you really want to you really want a multiplayer variant that is running around the map with our warbands. Fight if you dare. Alright.
Make a shield wall attack!
I cannot see crap. I need to adjust that. I cannot see anything, which means you definitely cannot see anything. And I don't know where we actually change the brightness when we're not at the start screen. Aw. Where are you, brightness? It's not under graphic settings here. It'd be a slider, so it's not there. Video calibrate. Oh, there we go. Thank you. If the check patterns are not visible inside the frames, try moving the slider. There's a checked pattern here. There we go. And thank you. Well, my my Empire recruits all got utterly murdered. Not even close to faring well. I dislike that they're being smart enough to actually block themselves. And while in real life, I could probably just run away on my horse. Unfortunately, in video game logic, if I try to run away on my horse, I get captured. There we go. It's actually... Yeah, it's like, not only that, but like a spear thrust from a horse. I vaguely remember I used to know how you could get around where they're blocking like that, but like either aiming like really low on them or whatever. So that even that way, when they do a block like that, you can still sneak past it. You aim late? Yeah. 3 hours later, the classic. Yeah, it's a shame it's not like with shields where you can break through them eventually or overpower them or whatever. That's good as fun. You think you'd like it, Rual? Part of the survival thing? Gotcha. And again, check out Berserker Kamikaze. There we go.
Come on!
Basically, you charge and thrust just before you reach them. Yeah, no, I tried to do that in the last couple ones. Yeah, but the fleeing thing, like, yeah, it's one thing when you're, like, fleeing on foot. Or if they also have cavalry, be like, okay, yeah, they catch you. I'm honestly bullying him with the horse a little bit more, too. Which is going to be a little bit more dangerous. I could easily take hits. Ooh, okay, we got away with it. Ow. We're just gonna slowly kill them with horse ram damage. 1 hit point at a time. Ow. I'm getting greedy with the trying to get those hits in at all. It's a shame we didn't start with any kind of ranged weapon either. Because with any kind of ranged weapon... Well, with later horses, when you get like an actual proper horse, it's much higher than 1 damage. How are you liking the new DLC? It is a DLC. Honestly, very mixed. Like, all things considered, very mixed. I think it's fine to have fun, as, like, something to add, like, a little spice into your run, but, like, the story in it is very, very broken. Yeah. Yeah, we're on a horse and not a boat. Take for it what you will. You love this game, but you haven't tried the brand new DLC. We like this game. We love Warband. Yeah, no, I very much like Bannerlord. And I don't think, like, ultimately the existence of the boat mechanic or anything is bad in itself. But the campaign is got a lot of rough edges. Like, mostly rough edges. The story for the DLC is basically the exact same story we had before. Oh, that's gonna be beat down. Okay, all right, we're fine. That's 2 more down. Yeah, because I've been walking over them again and again and just doing little bits of damage, it is a thing. You'll start seeing me just dropping one after the other once you get to that threshold. Now, obviously, we want to do better on the next one, but it's fine. Alright. Though that one fell to 1 damage, the head cannon as the horse stepped on his foot. Yeah, it's just one that we already beat the crap out of it. The running experience, it has been fun, but it also has the issues of Bannerlord in general. So if you enjoy the base game, yeah, I do genuinely think overall the boat mechanic, if you enjoy Bannerlord, it's not going to negatively affect you in any way. It will add a little extra something you can do in the game. But I would see it as akin to, like, getting a new set of units. Not like a massive overhaul. Now, granted, they did add, my understanding, like, stealth mechanics, but I think that's just in the base game. I don't think that's even specific to the DLC. Honestly, good on these guys for running so long without slowing down. Yep. That was in the main game. Yeah, that's what I figured. A lot of the big things that I would say are kind of the big bonuses are not anything related to the DLC. The DLC is mostly the new faction and the boats and all that. I almost overstayed my welcome. And then you consider the DLC is about $22. You gotta make that call for, like, okay, adding what's effectively 1 set of units with mechanics around it. To be clear, there's like the grappling, the boats, and all that. You know, is that worth like almost $25? Did it add new equipment? I actually have no idea. I would assume so. They did add a whole extra faction. I'd be surprised if there wasn't new equipment to go with it. But that said, on like most of the equipment is just stats. I didn't see anything that was like, that is compelling. To be fair, I didn't go super deep into like the equipment and all that. Personally, be satisfied with new territories, new faction, functioning sea battles, which is very uncommon for this type of game. Yeah, like I said, the sea battles, I think they'll be fine. I don't think it's one of those things that a lot of players are gonna just do sea battle after sea battle. Maybe there might be some people like super into it. For me, I found a lot of times doing the sea battle, I kind of just wanted to go back to a land battle. Because being stuck in the boats is pretty limiting on what you can do. So, like, your archers work way worse because, you know, you're bouncing up and down to the water trying to hit each other. There's only 4 more. But yeah, so if you think about in your battles in the towns where you have, like, your choke points, it kind of has all the same problems that does, where you have, like, both armies kind of mash into each other and they can't get a lot of hits in, so they just kind of get stuck. And you try and patiently wait your turn to be able to force your way through, like, whatever the gap is. It's that, but it's netting between the boats. And I mentioned that in a lot of ways the archers aren't very they're not unusable, but they're nowhere near as strong just because of the nature of fighting at sea, where everything's bouncing up and down. You've got like a ballista and a catapult thing that you can equip, and those are probably fine. You can ram the other boats, which is pretty comical, but it destroys the loot when you sink the boat, or at least most of the loot. I'm actually trying to go above, and I keep accidentally pivoting to below. So just kind of one of those things. Alright, 3 to go. I do like when you level up some of the weapons and you have the ability when someone deblocks, just shove them over kind of thing. Too. You found that going mostly archers on your ship, then having melee-focused attack ship worked well. Oh, this as well. Yeah, no, that's fine. Like, I managed to get to work. One of the other things I found kind of annoying as well was just like when it came to commanding your ship, was just the nature of like getting them to actually board. You had to kind of select it by itself. They didn't seem to want to do it otherwise. Yeah, no, I had one ram that I did when I was teaching ramming that actually, like, beached my ship on theirs and just dragged all their troops off. Alright, another solid hit. One more will probably do it. Nah, it was too close. And we won. We won? There you go. Ah, well done, troops. Absolutely fantastic work. Really, you really all did your part. Okay. So we've got shoes that are better than mine. Shoes that are better than that. A hat. So you're weapon tier 2. Your weapon tier 0. Fling stones. There's a little thing. Okay. Not immediately get back into our fight if we can help it. Want to ditch my prisoners and all that. Let's say mealing with throwing weapons is your go-to on boat. It gives the option to set up ship skirmishes. Yeah, no, I found, for me, I was definitely liking the boarding side of things. That it felt like before you boarded, you end up just doing a whole lot of, like, chasing everything around and getting people to do stuff. Whereas the moment you got someone boarded, you could just make that work. Okay, we gained some levels. So we can get a point here. We want to get this. Let's go ahead and again get more stewardship. Steward ends up being a really big thing in the long run. Because that's basically, that in your leadership is how many troops you can have. Alright. And a lot of those quests are worth doing. Yes, those are clay pits. That's good to know. And how are we doing on money? Not amazing. Alright. We got ourselves some troops. We can grab some more food. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to start heading towards Ostakon. But as we're heading over there, we're going to bully anything we see along the way. Now, we could definitely take on some missions on those. The only reason we're going up here is because it looks like it's going to keep bothering me about that with the Scourge of the Seas quest line or whatever. And I'd like to get up there and be like, no, leave me alone, don't talk to me or my family ever again. Drop that back to normal speed. Alright, so let's see. So... yeah, so I don't care about this. We also have the villagers in need. Yeah, so we could do that one as well. Where is that from me? Yeah, so chase these bandits around. Alright. Why do I have a mounted group?
Form a shield wall! Charge!
Okay. I'm guessing I don't actually have a mounted group, it's just showing that. They've definitely changed some of the stuff where you have the formation thing to begin with. That's actually part of the reason I liked to build troops that were, very, like, there's only, like, 1 or 2 types of troops in them. It made, like, you're dealing with the deployment assignments and all that very straightforward. You just kind of send your people and call it a day. There we go. Stabbed him right in the face, as you do. Alright, so no casualties on my side. Took some prisoners. We got some upgrades. That hat's better than mine. I physically don't have any arm wraps. So, we're going to have this stupid quest in our bar, so I'm going to run down there and get that quest done. Because I will be bothered by having a quest showing on my list of stuff for all eternity. Alright, so we will mark to keep the fish, it's food, all the rest is cash. We will also go into the tavern. Choose prisoners to ransom. Get out of here. Done. We gained a level in something. So again, I'm going to put that point in Steward. So basically, Steward's maxed. And then we'll go for leadership next. And the idea is straightforward there. We are just trying to gain our, like, stewarding and all that as quickly as we can. Oh. That was weird. That didn't actually take the people away from me that I ransomed. Okay, we got mountain bandits, which are a bit tougher than the other ones. I'm guessing it's showing me as... yeah, so I'm the one down there. I understand.
Make a shield! Kill them all!
So we got 2 cavalry units and a bunch of non-cavalry. Okay. Ooh, nice hit. All right. They're doing a pretty good job of wearing them down. Now, these earlier fights, I'm going to just lose lots of troops. We don't have any levels boosting much of anything. also remember sometimes when you're fighting the people that they just keep putting their shields up on you again and again. You eventually just roll up and just stab the horse. If they don't give you an opening, you make one. Okay. Nicely done. All right. And we took them all out. So let's see. Any of those stuff we want as an improvement? That is a better hat than mine. Thank you. Those are better bracers than mine, so thank you. The rest is garbage. All right. You always like using the lances and just speeding through the battlefield like a human kebabs. That can work on some of the lower difficulties. Once you get to later ones, you tend to start trying to run in, and it is a mutual shish kebabbing. There is shish kebab for everyone. Okay. And we're all right on food. What do you got going on here? Thank heaven our lad found you. Please, sir. We've heard a terrible affair at the inn, and a couple of the warriors are planning to track those killers down. Are you one of them? We thought you could come help us. Listen, sir. It seems a small group of bandits broke off from the main group, and they now have their now they have our headman. They're demanding a ransom, 6 horses, and 10 sacks of grain. After all the theft and villainy, we have no horses at all, sir, and the grain would leave us with nothing to plant. We've holed up in the ruined village a short distance from here, and say that if you try to rescue the headman, they'll cut his throat then and there. But surely you could save him. You could sneak in and get him out. I shall pass through them unseen, cloaked in shadow and silence. We can give you some things that might help. We have some special softer boots that our hunters use when they go out at night. When you walk, you can barely make any noise at all. And some darkened clothes. We have some that will fit you. Yeah, I'm not changing my equipment. Also, this dagger. It's probably the safest just to get the headman as stealthily as you can and sneak back out. But if there's just no getting around one of them, you could take this, come up behind him, and make a lot less noise in a straight-out fight. Let this dagger be the hand of the angel of death. Thank you, my lord. I'll take you right there right now. Lead on. All right, so it's a tutorial thing for this. Okay, first, options, key bindings. What is sneak? Crouch. I'm assuming it goes back down after a while? Yeah, it does. Yeah, so basically they saw us in the area, so we're blocked in this area. Yeah, no, I got you. Mean control for crouch and all that. Don't turn, don't turn, don't turn. No, no. All right. So it's one of those things that I do wish I could be like, hey, just don't even list this quest. I don't want it. But yeah, the reason I was like, oh, let's kill him, is just because, like, this guy's kind of blocking the way. What? Why are you not? Oh, I accidentally switched weapons to throwing stones. I actually switched my weapon to throwing stones, so I walked up thinking I was going to stab the guy. Let's see, having the tutorial pops up turn off will maybe have some of these unclear as their guidance to those pop-ups give. That's fine. Because we're basically just trying to race through this. Okay, so sneak, sneak. Yeah, so that should be our dagger. He just walked up to behind the guy and, like, slugged him in the back with a rock. It's like, hey, why would you even do that? You're just being a jerk at this point. Now, I assume they have the thing where it'll be smart enough you'll see the body. But does that count? Oh, no, 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 no. Yeah, that's fine. But I don't wanna. I get XP for stabbing them. I am rewarded for murder. And therefore murder is the only plausible outcome. Looks like Baba-san, a spontaneous case of sudden stab wound. No need to worry about anyone with this information. What do you mean? Oh, come on. I snuck up behind him and I used the execution thing. He's like, nope, he has a shield. Nope, has a shield. Can't do it. I feel robbed. I feel robbed with that one. That snuck up on him plain and simply, did the execution. It's like, bonk. Like, if I'm sneaking up on anyone, why would I stab him in the shield? It's really weird having, like, stealth as a main mechanic in this. Like, as a thing they've added. Like, I don't mind it, it's just, considering, you know, you're doing these, like, large-scale wars and all that, like, you know what you're gonna do? You're gonna do the sneaky. It's like, why? I have an army. Why would I do the sneaky? I can roll in with 100 soldiers deep and just march. And I didn't want to throw stones as a distraction. I want to stab him in the neck. Originally, this was going to be an entire DLC. I am glad it's not. Why can't you pay someone else to do this? Why would the leader of the faction be doing this? I know, there's just a lot of stuff that doesn't add up. It's like... Or also being like, yes, they wanted 12 horses and some food. It's like, you know, I can go get those horses. Do you want me to go get the horses? You're not one of them. Who are you? What's happening? I'll find a way out. Follow me as soon as it's safe. Sure. Don't turn around. New? Okay, we're fine. As soon as you find an escape route, I'll follow. I mean, like, right here? It's like right here, man. I think the funniest one for you seeing 1,000 troop army and they go to sea and you only fight like 120 people then win. Let's see. Thank you, sir. You saved my life. And put fear in the heaven of those villains. I'm sure. We can handle things from here. There's just a few of them left, and we won't let them take us unaware again. With all our hearts, thank you. I'm glad to help honest folk like yourself. We had heard that you were trying to find your family. Our heart goes out to you, sir. That dagger and those hunting clothes, please take them. We pray you can get use out of them. And I have 100 dinars that I've been saving, but I want you to have it. If it helps you at all, I'll be glad. I'll take it. I need whatever I can get. Thank you again. We here in Teva won't forget what you've done for us. Alright, so we got the tutorial out of the way. The tutorial thing out of the way. So hopefully it never, ever, ever bothers me again. Alright, so we got a stat. Now, what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to put that into Vigor. And that's because I want to have my stats kind of evenly balanced so I can hopefully get most stuff. But yeah, so next thing we're going to do is I'm going to start putting points into leadership. Okay. So, with that said, I would like to recruit some troops, because I may have let a lot of mine die. I mean, they are on vacation. Yes, they're all on vacation. All of them. Alright. And eventually we'll start getting bonuses where we move faster. So situations like this, where I do ultimately catch the looters, it just takes a while. We'll be able to, like, run them down way faster. Yeah, and you won't even need cavalry or anything. That is a thing with the game that people are like, oh, but I can't catch stuff without cavalry. Like, nah, man, you get lots of bonuses that you pick up over time. But part of the reason I'm doing it this way is we're slowly starting to build up.
Shields up! Charge!
We're slowly getting everything squared away. And later on, I'll be a little bit less out in the front lines once we start going against proper armies. But for right now, we're dealing with bunches of people with pointy sticks. So my job kind of with these ones is just separate out the enemies, distract them, run attrition, to give my troops the best chance of having as minimal losses. But when you start getting proper armies with crossbowmen and everyone all running all over the place, then your tactics have to change, because like if you get one unlucky hit on you and you get dropped, then that's just it. Your whole army just stops anything. Okay. Nothing we care about here. Let's go to a town nearby and drop off their stuff. Because a little early on, it's a bit tricky to keep your army funded. Very quickly that changes, though. So make sure all our food is selected. We want to hold on to that butter. All right. And we've got our full group. So checking on our list of quests. So we have establishing our clan. That's just basically doing renown, getting a companion, all that. This is just running into random people to talk to. And otherwise, it is going to be heading up towards Ostakon. I do want to keep that moving. Oh, come on. I also forgot to ditch you, so I'm just going to chuck you on the ground. You're not worth much anyways. Alright. And as we keep our people fed, we'll gain points in stewardship and all that. As we win fights, we'll get tactics and leadership and yada yada. So just as well as things that we go into start bullying things, gaining levels, running around. Ideally, I'd like them to keep moving me generally towards Ostakon so I can kind of leapfrog between groups. And then eventually we'll either sign on as mercenaries or someone. I don't really understand why sometimes the screen pops up and sometimes it doesn't.
Form a shield wall! Charge!
But as we start getting more advanced troops and better troops and all that, and I gain levels, it'll become more and more just utterly one-sided with these kinds of fights where our troops just march over them. Ow. That's fair. I was focused on stabbing and aiming and just ate a rock to the face. And then the whole time I'm chasing them around, keeping the rock throwers from throwing rocks. Ow. I'm doing bad about avoiding getting hit by rocks. Why are you all hanging back here? Oh, you're throwing your javelins as you move up. That's fair. I'm not gonna bother taking looters prisoner. More infantrymen. Oh, they've changed some of the units a little bit. Okay. I have to double check that. Alright, and then this is all hot garbage. We got grapes. Keep those. Okay, so we're gonna move our way over here. Be able to get more troops and all that. So I got another point to put here in one of these things. So we're again gonna put point leader. Because all those are designed to help me be able to build and sustain an army. Apples from heaven. As you enter the village, some of the men tell you that they found a group of what look like wild apple trees in full bloom by a stream. They'd fetch a fine price in the village market. It doesn't look like anyone owns the land, but you know that once they've discovered half a dozen claimants, we'll press the title. So we can take them for ourselves and we'll gain a tiny bit of morale. And then we'll gain a little bit of reputation for being a munificent. Or we can inform the local village, we'll decrease morale, but we'll get, get reputation towards being honorable. The morale's fine, I don't care about that. Everyone knows that my troops don't get to have their own nice things. I'm gonna grab a bunch more food. We can get on relatively cheap. My troops are expendable. It's what their job is. My reputation's more important. Okay, so we're moving our way over to the next area. Good chance we'll find some more enemies around here soon. All right. Now you got forest bandits over there. We could potentially deal with them. Okay.
Make a shield wall! Change formation! Give him hell! Die, you bastard!
Okay, so the idea is straightforward. Get everyone with their shields up, start advancing. That works really well when you start getting later on. You have like large archer groups. Just having a wall of shields moving forward. You can just kind of walk upon the archers and wreck their day. Okay. And then eventually we'll end up having much bigger enemies. And there's a lot of strategies you can take early game if you want to make your life easier. one of the strategies to make your life easier is to just do tournaments. Because if you get decent at tournaments, you can like get extremely good equipment really quickly, and a bunch of money and all that. You can also go with the strategies around becoming a blacksmith and just, you know, grinding blacksmith stuff at the beginning. Oh hey, I'll take a free horse. Okay, so we haven't gained a level to be able to do more yet. So then we're going to want to work our way over here. So I can dump all this, because the major towns will buy usually your other random stuff at a much better price. I'm going to leave that alone for right now. Keep working our way over here. And just running around the map and all that will gradually give you levels and a bunch of stuff like your athletics and whatever. Let's see. Yeah, so we want to try to avoid losing people now that we're up here. Because like I said, I do like to deserters. Huh. That's a new one. Okay, we can go and corner them. Alright. We'll attack them and put in some work.
Form a shield wall! Change formation! Attack! Yeah!
Okay. And it'll be good when we get, like, the heavier horses where you get, like, the full suit of armor and just smash it in the lines and knock them away. Okay. It'll take me a little while. That's, I know the last time we played, instead of going with, like, the big polearms like I usually do, I went with, like, a really big warhammer, because then someone would run up to you, and I can't remember if they had a shield or whatever, but you could just knock them over. Just flatten them. Alright, so we got our fish, we got our beer, which is food, so we can keep the beer. A legendary pitchfork. And it's genuinely almost better than my actual weapon in most ways. So one brigand in there was like, I have a pitchfork the likes the world has never seen. We actually did lose 2 people there. That is a bummer. But that's okay. I didn't click on them like I wanted to. Alright. We can trade. Dump all the extra stuff. Another thing I probably should do is you get a champion that is another person in your group. We'll probably want to go out our way to get a couple of those fairly early, because they do have leveling mechanics to them, so I'd want to have them along to get them to level. Alright. So, reading what this is saying, You've heard about bandits selling captives. We should go to the port. Might be a good place to start. Are you going to... Charlie said stab, eh? Alright, so we're gonna want to bail out of this immediately once it's done. Yeah, we're not following this quest line again. I'll do this part and then we'll like exit the story to it. Because we just did this a minute ago.
I know it's hard.
Okay.
So I'm going to make you a proposal.
I have other obligations. Skip the tutorial.
Very well. I hope you
Farewell to you two and good luck. Would you look at that? We have nicely gotten that off of our list of stuff so we never have to talk to that man again. Alright, so with that said, we're going back down to Empire territory. That's because we just did that a minute ago, and it's very broken. Charlie said stab A? Yeah, that's a reference to Has Been Hotel. Can you do an evil storyline where you make bad choices? You can be an awful person. You can be like a tyrant and everything. Aldrich.
Stop there, stranger. I bid you peace. At least until I find out who you are, anyway.
I'm Axing Nicely Jr. Who are you? I'm Aldrich of Daethyr. One of the most illustrious families in the annals of Latian Kingdom, and I am Lord of Prevend. Can you tell me about the Battle of Pendrake? I wasn't there. I know Durthert has some thoughts on it. Okay. Well, Durthert isn't the one that's here. I do vaguely remember really disliking
Stop there, stranger.
that it would flag... Yeah, that it would flag, like, everyone there being like, quest person! It's like, but they're not. They're not quest people. Almost none of them are quest people. You lie. They're people who tell me to go talk to someone else. Alright, so scouting, so yeah, the day and night travel. I like having the night travel just because it's a slightly higher boost. So if you are chasing someone who's similar in speed, that's going to take you more than a day, you will still ultimately catch them. It's just a bit faster over time. But yeah, no, you can choose to be pretty awful. Alright, we're just harmless shepherds. I think not brigands, surrender or die. Alright. Like, you can go to villages and start raising them just because, and, you know, basically forcing them to give you things.
Attack!
Alright, so we got 2 cavalry, and then 14 other troops. There's a mode where you can grow old and die, right? I believe you just... I can't remember if you grow old and die. You can definitely have where you can ultimately die in this. Like, you can even have it where just, like, straight up in a fight you can get killed. Yeah, and you can start executing all of the nobles in every other faction. But yeah, when you execute nobles of other factions, everyone hates it. Like, even their enemies tend to really hate it, too. But yeah, you start executing people, and it's understandable. You know, people aren't going to want to fight the person who murders anyone they lose against. Because, like, a lot of times, you know, you're viewed as almost like this big game for a lot of these groups. Well, that's kind of annoying. Look, man, I don't want to have to stab your horse, but you keep putting that shield up, I'm going to hit what actually is vulnerable, and if that's only your horse... It is what it is. No, it's just the way the game mechanically works, if you start executing people, everyone will end up hating you after a while. And you can choose to go that way. You can choose to be like, I am going to take this place over by force, and you are powerless to stop me. Like, you can take that approach, as you will just continuously execute things. Now, granted, if you're not playing on the easier difficulties, that actually is a mechanic where they can execute your people as well. If you're despised enough. They won't just do it arbitrarily, usually. The freebooter, whatever the lowest difficulty is, your companions can never die. They'll fall in combat, but they'll just teleport back to the next place, and you might have to wait a little while to use them again. And he's down. What you love about this game is you can do a certain degree of roleplay and different roles within this world. You can be a caravan trader, soldier for hire, bandit, now pirate, king, and Viking. Yep. So you can decide like how ridiculous you want to be. Well, I don't want their troops. And you can ransom those people away. It's not even a bad thing. All right, so that's a tier 3 weapon. I lose quite a bit of weapon reach and get a lot of thrusting speed, but that's not really that great. That horse is the equivalent of what I already got. Yeah, I don't care about the rest. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna run down here and do all that stuff. Why don't you want any archers? So you can have a bunch of different ways of approaching the fights, and archers do work exceptionally well. My personal preference is to make very heavily armored infantry, and then just kind of march them through the ranks. I found that to be extremely effective. All right, so maneuver, riding skill of troops. It'll have the charging through. We have the medicine. So we recover lost hit points, combat movement speed, and personal healing rate. So we give ourselves more healing rate or max hits, probably more healing rate. We'll probably end up doing a lot of fights like back to back to back later. And that'll be a whole thing. But yeah, no, archers, like, it's kind of one of those things that is a very, not desirable, but a very common tactic, is you just, get enough metal between you and the enemy to keep yourself from being, like, just overrun really quick. And then from then, everything else is just archers and just, blacken the sky with arrows kind of thing.
Forgive me what may seem...
Alright, I'm Gallus, rightful Emperor of the Coloridians. I am Lord of Xionica and Gelmus. Can you tell me about the Pendrake? Yes, I will never forget that day. The day we learned the old man who claimed they had the right to rule us were doddering incompetence. I was with the Vanguard, that's apparently knew the Battanians had planned an ambush, and the Kuat Scout had told him, but he never bothered to inform us, so up we went, along with a lovely wooden stream, until the Battanian arrows started whooshing from all sides. We had our shields, but you can only point them in one direction at a time. So once we started to drop one by one until the Battanian Phalanxmen started screaming out of the trees. Ordinarily, they'd have been very vulnerable to archers, but, well, old Nessus hadn't thought to send any along with us. So they came up on us, chopping and slashing, and we fought until we broke. I ran too, and any man who tells you he didn't, in those words, is a liar. When I was sitting in the cold woods later that night, hiding like with other fugitives, listening to the barbarians whoop and holler as they chopped off heads as trophies, I promised them that no Caldarian soldier should again be led into a battle by an emperor who knows so little of war. Okay. Yep, so we just wanted to talk to him to get that done. It's already this annoying, but great tip for the new DLC. You don't need a quiver to take up a slot when you have the upgraded ship. Just carrying the boat. Yeah. That's no problem. Like, it didn't feel like it was difficult to do the stuff in the boats. It was more like when it came to a lot of the boat stuff, I found it a bit underwhelming, and that for where we run around and we throw our troops at it, it felt like a replacement for that, which is fine. Again, variety is the spice of life, so it's good to have that variety. But as far as a dedicated thing, I don't see myself doing it that much. Like, you kind of have to like ignore the rest of the game to go out and do the boat stuff, because you can't get any interland locations at all from the boats. So you're going to have ground troops. And then trying to mix your army is going to be a whole thing. Like I said, I think it's good to have the variety. I think it's good to have the option. It's good to have the roleplay where you can be the pirates or whatever you want to be. I think that's all good, but for like the actual like conquest side of the game, I don't think it's a great fit. But more so like the story from it's super broken. Let's see. The men spot several deer in the outskirts of the village, a rare thing in a land where meat and hides are valuable. The villagers tell you that there was an unusual crop of acorns this year. While fear of bandits has prevented them from hunting as they normally would, they invite you to shoot a few deer, as there will be plenty to go around anyway, and the beasts are trampling their crop. Let's see. Free meat and a bit of fun practice for men. Let's see. Sound the hunting horn. The party becomes disorganized. Increased reputation for being munificent. Get 3 loads of meat. Party gains 200 shared experience. 50% chance 2 of your troops get wounded. A bunch of loud amateur hunters will scare the game and probably injure themselves. Let your scout bag an animal or 2, while the rest of your party marches ahead. We gain 2 loads of meat. We become disorganized. Hunting requires patience. You've got real battles to do. Reputation for being daring. Okay. We'll just apparently ignore it makes us daring. Sure. So, not hunting the animals makes us daring. Sure. Alright, so we got some deserters down here. I don't know much about deserters. That's a new thing. We didn't have those before. I can't see. There's dialogue over dialogue. Please go away so I can read it. You best back off. There's dozens more of us hiding, just waiting for the signal. A nice try, Brigand. Surrender or die. You'll never take us alive. Alright, so pretty close to even numbers. I don't know these units. These were not a thing the last time I played. So I suspect they're probably a tougher version of like looters and all that. Okay, so they have archers, they have a cavalry. Ow. Stop it. Like, my troops are just mopping them. Because like I said, I found going heavy infantry works extremely well. Because archers sit there and they try and, you know, run around with the little bows, and your people just put up their shield and the archer just kind of goes, "Aww." They use my only weakness. Any kind of defensive anything at all. And then against other troops that a lot of them are like going like, oh, we're faster movement troops, or oh, we're this troops, or we got troops with this advantage or that advantage. And then you turn around and it's like, or hear me out. as an alternative, we just have armor and we march up on you, we slap you. The one downside is it takes them a while to get to the enemy, but when they do, you know, stuff like that happens. Okay, so we lost only one person, and we took all them out, and we continue to recruit our people up. Okay, so we got a massive upgrade helmet-wise. That's honestly about even. We'll probably sell it. A massive upgrade on our gauntlets. A massive upgrade on our armor. We have a bent sledgehammer. Throwing knives. Yep, so that was a big grab. Now eat the deserters? No. Why would we do that? We have actual food. Why is it anytime I play in the RimWorld category, the internet gets like this for a while? It's genuinely one of the reasons I don't play as much RimWorld sometimes, is I just don't want to deal with it sometimes. Nice helmet upgrade? Oh yeah. Because it just, you know, it gets over the top after a while. They're like, cool, man. Cannibalism jokes. Love it. Let's see. Artisans can't sell products. I do wish I didn't have to actually go and talk to the people directly. I could just take on a thing for them directly.
So who are you, then?
I am Axing Nicely Jr. Into the complete world never played? Oh, gotcha. No, it's just whether or not it was from that. RimWorld has cannibalism as a mechanic in it, and I don't really do it in the game. And there's nothing, like, against games having it. But it's kind of like, to me as a mechanic in games, cannibalism is to, you know, people being like, you know, they're like a badass in the 90s. They go to Lowe's and they get a piece of rubber and they put a nail through it. But, you know, they're clearly edgy. But, you know, they hide it from their parents. They don't want to get seen. They don't want to get in trouble. It's that kind of thing. We're just like, all right, come on, man. It's become like the thing. Oh, you're making a thing about deserters? I didn't even catch that at all. It's like literally, it's just unfortunately we get, whenever we play stuff like RimWorld, we get so many cannibalism jokes. Like, it's just like, oh my god. It's literally a thing that when you use like the word cannibalism or proxies for that in the channel, it replaces it with tacos because I was just that tired of the jokes. Yeah, no, I didn't even catch the dessert/deserters thing. Like I said, for the record, it's not like a thing I'm gonna time people out and ban people or anything like it, not unless it gets like way out of hand. But it was a way of gently being like, yeah, I hear these a lot. Alright, so a lot of men up here. You speak for them. Alright, I've heard you have a problem. Can I help you with it? You might say that. I work from dawn until late into the night, but even so, I can barely put bread on the table. Why is that? Because I can't sell my products at a fair price. The law says that I can only sell to local merchants, and at a fixed rate too. So that even when other prices are high, I'm still making the same. How can I help? You could deliver 6 hardwood logs to my content in Turner, who can be found in whatever. That'll help me survive for a time. The merchant of this town could be furious and lodge legal complaints, of course, but hopefully you won't have to deal with that part. Any other way? If you aren't going towards road, maybe we can have some kind of... Maybe you could have some of your men take the goods and bring them back for profit. It shouldn't take more than 4 men. One of your trusted lieutenants with a decent grasp on trade. They can handle it and be back in 4 days. I can take it myself. Cool. One of the merchant towns come to talk to you as you're preparing to depart. We heard rumors that you purchased goods from the miller. Well, our laws require only merchants resident in the city can buy goods directly from the artisans. This town has laws about unauthorized trade. Turn over the goods to me now. That's just robbery under cover of law. I'm not giving you anything. Respectfully, you're making a big mistake, and I think you're going to regret it. Alright. Okay. Yeah, no, the whole thing with Australia where it got banned was, you know, it was along the lines of that it was like advocating for / promoting drug use. But yeah, once people sat down and like, no, the drug use in this game does some pretty awful negative things. Then very quickly they're like, oh, okay. Yeah, we'll back that back down. It was probably someone just sent them information about, like, look at what this terrible game is doing, and without the larger context, it looked much worse than it really was. Alright. Is humaning a natural mechanic on the game, or some mod that people had? Oh, in RimWorld, you can do it. RimWorld takes a morally gray way of approaching things, where they have it where you can do stuff that's awful, but you don't have to. And so you can choose to, like, organ harvest, cannibalize, you know, maim people for the sake of its slavery. You can be pretty awful in that game. But you can just choose not to. So I do play the game quite a bit, and I just don't do those things. Oh, craftsmen, working men. A lot of the other honest men of Redor, the ones that work with their hands, yeah, it's fine. Ask about the task that Miller gave me. Yeah, it was word to us. We're expecting hardwood soon. Okay, you have brought 6 hardwood? I have a fat purse of 650, as promised. Yep, I have the good right. I brought the 6 wood as we agreed. Very good. And so we upset the we upset some of the people in the last town, but became friends with the others. I was partly doing that for the renown, and partly for other stuff. It is one of those things that you could do some of these ones and get benefits. Yeah, there's also different ideologies. Yeah, so generally a lot of the ideologies, you'll have some that abhor doing awful things, and then you have to kind of go out of your way to set yourself up to being okay with it. But, like, RimWorld has the nickname War Crime Simulator because it does let you do that. Gang needs recruits. That's fine. But one of the things I want to do is once we can start getting some more people, I should also be checking for other people we can get under our helm. So if we check in the Tavern District, yeah, so if we don't see anyone up there, there's no one for me to recruit here. And you'll have different people in this game will have, like, different predispositions. So there'll be some people who, like, they're like very focused on honor. So if you do dishonorable things, they'll get upset with you. So if you bring them into your army, they'll eventually quit if you keep being awful. On the other hand, there's some who are, like, very, very much opportunists. So if you let your morals get in the way of opportunity, they'll get upset. We're not looking for a fight. Neither am I, if you surrender otherwise. Okay. So it seems like the deserters are, like I said, they're basically the same idea as the looters, but more aligned with, like, the strength of an actual army, but small. It looks like an opportunity for fun. Oh yeah, no, that's the thing. There's a reason why a lot of that... And, like, way back when I played RimWorld, I did a lot of that stuff. But it's one of those things that actually makes the game much easier when you start doing all that. Did you? Oh, they got him. I hit him to 97. One of the other people caught him with a javelin. Good on you. I'm going to go harass the back line and just deal with that. But yeah, so it is one of those things, like I said, a lot of people do that. But for me, generally, I find, in a lot of ways, the cannibalism, like, over-the-top stuff. Trivializing. Oh, OBS usually comes back. Yeah. No, I know OBS normally comes back. See, the thing what happens with OBS is normally when you get disconnected, OBS will be like, I have been disconnected, reconnecting in a couple seconds. But what I've had for my issue with OBS is where it's saying like its connectability with Twitch, it drops to an X. It like literally doesn't show the bars, nor does it go to the connecting whatever. It just immediately drops entirely, and then like the stream ends. Like it doesn't go to the I'm being disconnected. It literally ends the stream on Twitch, and it doesn't come back. Like I've had disconnections before, but this is something different. Huh. Okay, I mean, I'll take those, because those are what I'm ultimately going to be leveling up anyways. Alright. And nothing here is any good. And we got our food is fine. And hey, Treacle, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Treacle, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform who actually plays a bunch of RimWorld. And like I said, it's like very genuinely as I'm talking about RimWorld, it is arguably the most played game on the channel. Like I'll play it for a while and then I'll take a break from a while. But overall, it ends up being one of the ones that has the most time in it. Okay. Yeah, so Treacle playing some RimWorld, case in point. But definitely go check them out. Plays a lot of Settlement Builders, City Builders, those kind of things. Definitely good times. I also need to watch my time on my phone because the stream getting knocked out earlier makes me lose track of stuff. Because one of those things I look down and be like, I've been going for 7 hours. Okay, I'm getting close to done. Like that kind of thing. All right. So Rise the Meek. 4 experience per day for Tier 1 and Tier 2 troops. 3 experience per day for each troop in garrison. Combat tips. 2 experience per day for all troops in party. Plus 1 troop tiers when recruiting the same culture. Yeah, so we're going to go for the combat tips. And keep that all moving. Escort Merchant Caravan usually ends up being to be a pretty decent quest if you're strong enough to do it. We do not have anyone in the tavern right now. Another thing is there's the arena. We'll do it right now. You can join the arena. That's actually a good source of renown and equipment. I'm actually going to choose to do this.
Who are you and what do you want?
I'm Axing Nicely Jr. And who are you? You are the merchant? You know that name. You hear you recently caught some bandits speaking as a merchant? We appreciate the efforts to making our road safer. I heard you may need some help with a problem? Things have gone a lot worse recently with brigands on the roads around town. My caravans get looted as soon as they're out of the sight of the gates. Yeah, no, the stream went down. Like I said, there's an issue I've been having. I think it's with the enhanced broadcasting, so next stream I'm going to turn that off, which means the vertical layout will go back to what it used to be next stream. Because, like I said, it's not disconnecting the way a normal disconnection like the internet drop goes. It's disconnecting like it's shutting down the stream entirely, and I have to completely kill OBS and open it up to get it going. Like, OBS stays like that it is streaming, even though it's not. Let's see. I'm on the mind to send out a new caravan, but I fear it will be plundered before I can turn a profit. So I'm looking for some good fighters to escort it till it finds its footing and visits a couple settlements. Any other way? I'm willing to pay a generous $350 for each day the caravan is on the road, and it'll be more than I usually pay for guards. But I figure maybe you can scare those bandits off. I'm sick of choosing between sending my men to their deaths or letting them go because I've lost my goods and I can't pay their wages. Don't worry, I'll escort it myself. Alright. So this is a pretty decent one. Yeah, so we want to be just a little ahead to intercept, but we don't want to be too far. But yeah, I know it's been a thing. My guess, like I said, is that it's probably something to do with the enhanced broadcasting I've been using for a while. And so I'll try turning it off and see if we still have the problem. Because that actually happened at the end of my segment of the hot potato. I went to pass the save, and just the moment I moved the save file over to Discord, which that went fine, like Discord went out, OBS did the whole thing where it locked up and dumped the stream and everything. And luckily I was able to raid out the channel before everyone got lost, so I kept moving forward to the hot potato. But it was definitely one of those things where like, oh crap. Alright. So we're going to go ahead and attack them.
Form a shield wall! Take formation! Kill them all!
Ooh. Nothing but cavalry on this one. All right. All right, very first one, we pop right in the face of the spear and they're done. I am on way too slow of a horse. I'm just trying to not get peppered to death by these archers. Yeah, with a faster horse, what I would do is as the archers came by, I could line up and peg them. But you'll notice we actually haven't lost hardly any of our infantry. That's the reason I like going with the heavy armor ones. Okay. I eagerly await not having the slowest horse that has ever walked the face of the earth. Okay. Click the bait. Ow. Okay. So I got 2 more up. But yeah, so with like all the boards there, they can just run around in circles all day long. But nearly no hits get through. And then when they do actually get a hit through, they're still armored. And just like you saw that cavalry guy go, if they just rush in, they just slam into the armor and they fall off their horse. So I've found just going really... We didn't even lose anybody. I found we get really, really solid when we go, like, very, very heavy on the infantry. Eventually you run to some problems, like sieging castles, it has its negatives. Because they can't do much back as they're getting peppered with arrows. So that's kind of one of their weaknesses. But in straight up, like, army-on-army fights, they usually do really well. So that's a better horse than mine. Take all their goods. No deaths and no injured. Roll hot riding sad Ken. A tree point to anyone who gets the reference. I don't know off the top of my head. Alright, so we got pole arm. We can do extra pole arms against mounted unit, damaged by cavalry units in your formation. Or we can have pikemen, which does extra damage when you're on foot. And extra damage for your infantry troops in your formation. So we want the other ones because that's where we're going as infantry. So we can boost all their damage. We'll get our point in leadership because that makes those things level faster. Yeah, Didn't even lose a troop. Okay, so trade. Get all the extra. Actually, one moment. Because sometimes you gotta watch. Because you want to hold on to the food and some of the horses and all that. Hey, Azrael, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Azrael? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. Okay, and we just chill here till they're right on to the next one. But Azrael playing some Euro Truck Simulator 2. Definitely good times over there, so you can do your heckin' trucking and all that. Alright, we got deserters that came up behind trying to go for the caravan.
Form a shield wall! Charge!
Okay, no cavalry this time. 1 archer and 19 troops. So we're gonna murder the living crap out of that archer. Ow, 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 I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Forget the archers, I'm getting peppered by axes. Stop. Well, I'm running them over with my horse, but I'm not really... Ow. They've definitely improved the archer logic. It used to be if you swiveled at all, you could just really outmaneuver the archers and not have to worry about one bit. And just bullying that archer. Okay. And we had 1 person get wounded on our side. No deaths. Ooh. Massive upgrade for our weapon. Love to see it. Moderate upgrade for our other weapon. Okay, we can take the rest. We'll flag that the food to lock it in place. All right. Yep, so apparently we're going to make a decent amount of money for every day we're escorting this person. We're also making plenty. The reason I actually like these caravan quests is not so much even caring about like the faction and all that kind of stuff you get from it and the pay. It's because it reliably gives you enemies that won't run away when you get too close. So you can just pick the fight and keep the fight. Alright. Getting too far ahead. Because we probably have killed the attacking group already that would have attacked them. But, that doesn't mean some random group of looters or something won't jump them while I'm over there. I've done that before. You run ahead and they just get ambushed by some, like, not even the quest enemies, just some random group of enemies who happen to be in the area. But yeah, so I do like doing the escort quests quite a bit. Plus, it'll make you go to different areas that you might not go to frequently. So it can be a good way for when you're trying to pick up your companions and all that, which we want to get going. Because I want to say there's a limit on your companions pretty early on. Yeah, we can only have 3 right now. So we should definitely get like 3 companions going so they can start leveling. That way we get their bonuses, because then you can have like someone who, it's your engineer, they help you with sieges, you have your medical person who gets everyone leveled up really fast, you got your scout. So you can kind of specialize each one. And then later on when you're building armies, it lets you deal with that easier. Okay, so trade. Dump all that junk, get an extra 800 bucks. We can take 1 more troop. I've gained enough for now for that. We do have a person here.
I don't think I know you. Peace to you, stranger.
So we got a smith. Tell me about yourself. Okay, why not? I am a smith. As you can see, I'm a big fellow, strong. I was good at my job, had a nice shop in the high street through town, saved a bit of money, thought about finding a girl to wed. There was this woman who lived out on the street, refugee from the wars, had a small child, baby really, and it was all that she had. She'd make small cakes of wheat over the fire. Then one day, a young man from a palace came down to the street in his horse, wasn't looking where he was going, didn't care, his horse crushed the baby's head. I saw the nurse, that babe, through 2 fevers, the patience, the sacrifice of that mother, to see all of what she had suffered snatched away from her by some young, careless drunk. There was a crowd around them. He was yelling. I walked over with my hammer, and I struck him dead. And that was the end of my life in the city. I think back, though, I can't imagine doing different. Yeek. Right or wrong, I can't blame you for your anger. So here I am. I know men like me can make good money guarding merchants, doing other tasks and such. As long as no one wants me to hurt the innocent, someday I hope to find a new place to set up a smithy and start again. I'd like someone like you in my company. There's some town people who've looked after me here, made sure I was fed and all that. I'd like to give them something before I go. Can I ask for $621 in advance? Right. 621. Here you go. Very well. I'll get my gear and join you outside. Cool. So we spent a bunch of money, but we got ourselves a new person. So this recruit's out of here because I have too many, and if you have too many, you have problems. So with that, we can start equipping that person and all that. So we look, where was it? Yeah, so we now have 2 characters. We got Emengard the Smith, who is impulsive, so they're slightly less calculating. They're merciful, and they're generous. They actually have a pretty good balance of stuff going on here, which is pretty solid. All in all, solid person. As we go along now, when we check our inventory, I will be able to actually switch between my characters and help get them equipped as well. Here, you can have a horse. Okay. Alright. Can he be your best friend? I mean, sure. He's part of our group. Okay, so that's the end of the quest, apparently. So let's go over... Oh, we actually got a... That's a pretty big group. 40's a lot of deserters for me to tangle with. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Why does it still label the caravan being there? Because they still have flagged. Alright, so someone gained a level. Okay, so we gained a level in stewarding, and that's because we're taking good care of our people. So we can reduce the food consumption of our troops, or we can reduce the wages and recruitment cost. Later on, I find food to not be a problem, so we're going to make sure to dock those wages. Behold, I am such a good steward who takes such great care of my troops, that the very first opportunity I look for, I immediately reduce their pay. Because I'm a good steward who does nothing but good things. Alright, I'm actually sitting on plenty of food. I'm a little concerned. I don't think we're going to be able to get away from these deserters. I think I'm going to just tangle with them. Are you going to attack them? What's going on here? Do I tangle with that? So, alright. So we got 25 infantry. They've got 7 cavalry, 11 range, and 22. I actually feel like we could probably take them on. They have numbers on us. Hello, traveler. I hope you brought your purse. See, we're what you might call bandits, and I'm afraid we can't let you pay without passing us coin. Have you tried sailing it? Yes. The sailing itself is fine. The sailing itself is fine. I think it's a perfectly good mechanic that adds like extra spice to the game, extra variety. The campaign for the DLC is in really rough shape.
Make a shield wall! Attack!
Okay, so my job's to keep the cavalry busy as best I can. Oh, you actually have armor. Hang on. You have armored horses. I have underestimated the equipment that you are rocking. That's okay, we still do have very strong infantry. Alright. Shouldn't you just defend this one? I could. I'm eating arrows to the face for no reason. Ow. They have definitely improved the archer's aim against you mounted from the last time I played. I used to never get hit unless I ran straight at a target, and I'm just getting picked here and there. Which I think is good, because you used to absolutely be able to abuse it. Just do like a little zigzag and you just steamroll them. Ow. It's especially every time I go to start the swing is right when I catch the arrow too. Ow. Those archers are just honestly doing work back there. I'm gonna have to adjust my tactics to not just roaming where they can pick at me. Should just hit the horse. Alright, well they're about to finish off the arch. Ow! Oh, that's bad. Well, I got you. We are routed. I'm about to get my day ruined. Okay. The problem is they have a really crappy horse, so they're faster than me too. Alright, so we got captured. But that was taking on a much bigger group than we had. I'm still adjusting to a lot of the differences they've got, because like I said, I'm not used to the archers getting many hits on me unless I run straight at them. And they're pretty consistently catching me on the turnaround. Okay, so we got away. Well, we immediately got caught again. As is the old Bannerlord tradition, if you get captured, what your next couple of things are going to be doing is just trying to get away, and the moment you take 10 steps, one of the enemy... Like, they'll take you back to your capital, and you'll just keep getting nabbed again and again. Eventually, you break away. Alright. Okay. There's one down. Try to not get pelted by the stones. Because I can manage to not die and get to, like, the next, I can manage to not get down and I get to the next town or whatever, and grab a couple of recruits. Ow. They should be running low on stones soon. Probably been picking on the ones throwing the stones. There's a good chance we get down in this one, because if I get any... Let's get out of the bush so I can actually see them. Yeah, so it looks like they're out of stones. Well, we got one down to there. We took a hit, and we can't afford to do that. Alright. We've also got where we do, like, we're starting to get more damage from the charging attacks as well. So sometimes you'll see where I hit him and instead of 1 damage, I'm going to do 6. Ultimately, though, I want to get the spear hits in. Oh, that's not good. That's bad. Okay. That's what we want to avoid, is where we actually collide with them, where we get stalled up. That's when we take a bunch of hits. Okay, another hit in there. And the good news is, even if I go down, every one of these hits is extra XP. I'm trying to be a little bit more cautious, because we've got 1 hit left in me, and then I'm done. There we go, another one down. Another solid hit. Okay. We hit them with a horse a bit, but I almost got taken out there. Keep getting blocked. Unfortunately, this game, if they block correctly, like up or down, you do like literally no damage. There's some moves you get later on with like two-handed weapons and all that, where when someone does a block, you can just smash through them. You don't do like full damage, or you can knock them back kind of thing, which can help out a lot with that kind of stuff. There we go, another solid hit. Okay. I knew the moment I ran into him too close. Alright, well, back to being a prisoner. Okay, so with that, we can check on our skills and all that, since we did a terrible job of that. There's leadership maxed out. Yeah, because I wanted to get there, because if I get into this little town here, I can snag some troops, and then it's at least not 1 on 10. Refuse them for a better offer. I'm fine. I'll wait. Because it's also a thing, like, if one of these groups attacks and kills the looters, I get away as well. Alright, so let's run for the next nearest town, as fast as we can. Recruit. Buy products. I kept my food. That's not how that's supposed to work. Okay, with that, we're up to 10. Alright. So we're still hurt, and we got Garbo troops.
Raise your shields! Charge! Yeah!
Oh, and they're all archers. We can keep them distracted with me for a minute. They'll give my troops more time to get up close. That's did that to myself. Oh, come on, don't want my people again. Oop. I chose the wrong time to lower my shield. That's figures. Yep. That's what happens when you get knocked down in an early game. It'll be fine, we'll get out of it eventually. I just had to get one of the towns that I can get, like, my initial thing, because the problem is once you get knocked down from having good troops, you go back to like the really garbage tier ones. So like if I'd been against looters, it would have been fine, but with the forestry ones being all archers, I had a bunch of people running up with t-shirts and like little weapons, and I have only 20% health. So it only takes like 1, maybe 2 good hits to take me out. Okay, so you already got the stuff out of there, so let's run over here. No! Okay. Needless to say, I'm not surviving this one. They're going to overrun me as well. But if I get a hit or two, and at least I get XP. So I get something out of it, because I'm going to get throttled. Well, at least I got a hit in. Yeah, about to run now. There we go. I keep almost getting to town. Because the problem is they won't attack you right away, but the other ones will. Okay, so I still have some food. Let's not... Oh, here we go. As you leave the village, one of your soldiers probably shows you a magic oil he bought from a peddler, who told him that, if he anoints himself with it, it will prevent him from being wounded in battle. Congratulate the soldier with his wide purchase and tell him that you expect to see him in the thick of the fray in the next battle. It boosts your morale, it gives you increased reputation for being devious and calculating. Tell the soldiers that they should rely on their own strength instead of magic. It'll increase your reputation for daring. Chastise your men for being so gullible. It'll reduce their morale, but make you more honorable. We're gonna go with daring because there's no negative. We're gonna run over here, grab the next thing. Okay. There are so many looters over here. So let's go down here, grab more people. We're going to start picking on these looters. Because we got to re-level up some people. And a lot of this stuff goes faster and faster the farther in you get. So while I do have 22 people, the thing to keep in mind is I got 22 D-tier people. 22 hot Garbo people. Alright, so let's go bully them. Because we'll have Hot Garbo on Hot Garbo action.
Form a shield wall! Change formation! Charge!
Okay. But yeah, no, honestly, with the archers being better about actually hitting their targets, it really changes a lot of how I'm going to have to approach later fights. Is there any faction type that you like or prefer? So far as the faction, like, bonuses, I like most of the ones. I don't care for the Nord, and I don't care for the cavalry ones. But as far as, like, the faction units, I very much prefer the Empire. The Empire's heavy infantry are easily, like, the best for just you are sending armor at the enemy and gonna knock them out. So I very much prefer that stuff. That's actually the reason I'm hanging out where I am in the map, is I'm building up, like, early game, building up my infantry stuff to get more and more in that line. Because they'll just walk over the enemy after a while. And they're not perfect for everything, but they can put up with a lot. Take them prisoner. Take all this stuff. Now you could run over here. We will buy some more food. There'll be plenty of food for a while. Recruit. Okay, number-wise, we're set up. Now I just need to quality-wise, which is just a matter of getting in some fights, beating up some bandits, leveling up a bit. As we get later on in the game, the odds of you getting, like, properly wiped go down considerably.
Form a shield wall!
You have to, like, pick fights for, like, really major battles that you're not really in the position to win. But early on, you just run into bigger groups quite often. And we'll also have to go, because we got knocked out with our companion, they'll be in one of the cities. Man. Not used to dealing with so many problems with, like, range stuff. There we go. You thankfully can call your companion to join you now? Oh, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, you could do that before. I thought it would just take time. Yeah, I don't remember when they added that. And level up more Imperial recruits. Grab more grain and food and all that. It takes time based on distance. Yeah, I believe there's a cooldown on it as well, like, when they get knocked out of your group, you have to wait a little while for them to get back. Ransom your prisoners. There you go. Then we gained another level, or... Oh, it was telling me that we had prisoners who were ready to join if I wanted them, which I don't. What I gotta remember is... recall this person to your party. It'll take 1 day, 15 hours. That's fine. I'm sure someone will die between now. You want to purchase stolen goods? No, thank you. Okay, another group of looters to bully. All right. It is a thing where you can auto-resolve. The only problem with auto-resolve is when you do it this way, you'll actually have a lot of cases you can get through with, like, literally no one getting downed just because you have, like, the right makeup or whatever. With auto-resolve, it just does a calculation, and so sometimes you'll just lose people that you would otherwise not lose. Because I can go through a lot of fights losing very minimal troops when I do the heavy infantry move. Like, once in a while you'll have a fight that's just gonna be messy. But, like, when you go against, like, the forestry people where they're nothing but archers, you just steamroll them with the heavy infantry. Heavy infantry is a pretty hard counter for an archer-heavy group. Okay, we got another group knocked out. Then go down here to the next town over. To release, or like to get rid of the people we brought on. Okay, the smith has joined my party. We can actually go in here really fast. By that I mean go to my inventory. Because we got a little bit of equipment that we could probably get you something better. Alright, so the best I got here, probably those wrapped. So I got the wrap boots. This one has no sleeves, so it's pretty terrible from that regards, but it's better defense overall. Now you've got a helmet. You have a tier 3 weapon. That's probably fine. At least it's a little bit of an upgrade for you. Okay, so we can trade the junk. We got decent food. Check the recruits. I can take 2 more because we got a little bit more renown. Check the tavern. No one here. How did the boating feel? The boating itself is fine. I don't think it's something I would want to play like a whole run based around. Like it's you know, it's fun. I see it more as something to like just take the game, be like, what if we, you know, add a little spice, add a little bit different, you know, just mix it up a little bit. The campaign around the boating is pretty bad. It's just really, really lacking in polish, has lots of bugs. A lot of it's not really in a good place, that kind of thing. So that is a big negative. There is a lot of bugs going on in the game in general right now. Like, we accidentally clicked on the regular tutorial, not even the boat tutorial, and that was broken too. Overpriced. Gang needs recruits. Alright, so we can chase them. So, there's that kind of stuff. But really, ultimately, the boat is a lot of, like, what we're doing right now. It's kind of a variation on this, where we're, like, catching people and fighting them. There is Siege, where you can go and you sit there and you have your boats and they've got the catapults and whatever. We didn't get into any of that. But, generally speaking, I personally have found the land combat has a lot more for you to do. You have a lot more units to choose from, that kind of thing. So it is one of those things. I think it's a great addition to the game. I'm not sure I would go $22 in for it. That's you know, that's obviously your own decision to make there. But like they gave me the key for this. I think if I had paid $22, I wouldn't be mad, I wouldn't be to that extreme. I'd be a little underwhelmed. But, you know. I don't know, I'm really kind of surprised with Bannerlord and everything they've done that, like, the amount they charge versus the state this is in versus the amount of content involved with it. It just feels like a big miss on their part. That said, like, the boats are generally, I think you can absolutely have fun with the boats, to be clear. Like, because you can, like, net up to them. I think there's just not enough there. Because each faction kind of has their boat that's got its mechanics. Like, I think it'd even be fine to be a charged DLC. I just think, for a charged DLC, what you got for 25, I don't know, it doesn't... It's not one I'd feel comfortable recommending. We'll wait and see. It might be a thing that with all the feedback they've gotten, they might expand on it. It could even be that over time, we get more boats, more stuff added that, you know, you have to have the DLC for it, but it's not, like, part of the base DLC kind of thing. Like, there's room for all that stuff, but, like, in its current existing state right this very moment, I would be more hesitant to recommend it. Unless you're, like, really into Bannerlord and you're like, you know what, dang it, I really just want a little bit more Bannerlord, and you're not really worried about the $25. Alright, so we're gonna go out to these brigands.
Form a shield wall! Change formation! Charge!
Right, so you're gonna have them focus on hitting the other infantry. Did my job. It's infantry and infantry now. I made sure their cavalry was not part of it. Ow. I figured I had plenty of time on the one I was going after for avoiding getting smacked by their stone. I wasn't expecting everyone else to smack me. Okay. And I did see they did kill one of ours and wounded a few others. Alright, as far as this goes, that's an improvement on what you got. We definitely need to find you better almost everything. We'll get you there, Smith. Your equipment's kind of cursed right now, but we'll get you there. Don't you worry, buddy. But yeah, so every time we're fighting those ones, we're gaining a bit of renown, we're gaining a bit of stuff. Once we get enough renown, I will be able to just, like, form my own clan, do all that kind of stuff. You get a lot of, other things you can work on. As we get more renown and all that, we'll also be able to start getting larger groups and whatever. There's a lot of stuff tied to, like, your renown and your fame, like, all that stuff. Your fame and your renown's the same thing. Alright, we got Matara the Exile. Okay.
God, wine here tastes like piss. Right, so who are you?
So, I'm Axing Nicely Jr., madame. Tell me about yourself. I'll tell you my story. If it bothers you, I'd prefer you keep it to yourself, unless you've lived months of crusts and bread and chaff of grain, that is. My father was a merchant in Lakaran. I lived in the rich house with many servants. I wanted for nothing. Our neighbor was a moneylender who specialized in loans to the Imperial Guard. That turns out to be a bad neighborhood in which to live when riots came. The guardsmen came to burn our neighbor's house so their debts would be forgiven. The flames spread to our house, and it was destroyed. Your father tried to save his strongbox, and that was his undoing. A riot is a holiday for thieves and robbers, and some saw him dragging it through the streets. So they knifed him and took it. We tried to find shelter with my uncle, but there was no food in the city, and he turned us out. So we joined the refugees in the country, living on what we could steal from the fields. I found a guardsman alone, drunk. I have no idea whether he is one of the ones who set fire to our neighborhood. Maybe I should not have done to him what I did to him. But now I have his sword, and it's been very useful. Let's see, the dart, we can do the starving was do what they can to survive. And it's like, and to think you had all that advantages and educated childhood. No, I mean, like, you can be born into every advantage, and obviously she lost everything. The starving must do what they can to survive. I think my story shows that I'm adaptable, at least. If there was room for me in the warlord's retinue, say, I imagine I could quickly learn whatever skills I needed. I could use, like, someone like you in my company. Sure. Alright. So that person is probably not a good fit for what I'm doing. But, you know. So get rid of one of our Imperial recruits, because otherwise they'll just abandon us anyways. Okay. And you are looking for a gang of recruits. We don't really care about that. And you can deliberately do missions for the criminals in a town to destabilize it, to cause like riots and all that, and eventually a rebellion. That is a very good tactic when you're dealing with someone you're trying to undermine to like take their territory, is to go and help the more nefarious people in their area. Versus if you're trying to secure your area against a lot of that stuff, you have other ways to approach it. Alright, we'll want to start targeting those hideouts in not too long, because those could be a good source for XP as well. Actually, I can't speak for now. But historically they have been. Alright.
Make a shield wall! Attack!
Yeah, eventually I have to decide what I want to set my my helpers on. Eventually when we can start forming like the proper clan party kind of stuff, I'll be able to like go, well, your role is you're the medic, your role is you're the engineer, your role is, you know, scout, that kind of thing. Once you get to that stage, you can start really specializing a lot of people pretty easy. I like how much they're just paying attention to me and my infantry's just marching. Alright. Okay. And we take no injuries. We got some morale and all that. I don't actually want that person. Continue to build up our army. Alright, so let's look over here. So this is better than what you got. Cool. And that's better than your shoes. We can chuck all that in the ground. Okay. Yeah, so slowly get them all equipped. When we end up fighting other armies, that's when you start getting like really big amounts of equipment very rapidly. Because you'll do the whole thing where it's just you go into a fight, you'll get like some, you know, top tier armor out of it, and you'll just figure out who you can put it to use with. So you got food for 37 in-game days or whatever it is. Yeah, because I've been warned that now you have to sneak with the hideouts, which I'm very torn on that one. I'd rather, you know, small numbers it kind of thing like you used to, or whatever. I'll need to definitely try that to see how different it is. Aston Bloodaxe. Okay.
Yours is not a face I know. What is your name, stranger?
My name is Axing Nicely Jr. What's your name? You heard about the death of the last emperor? I tell you, what most people believe is a pack of lies. I was in the Vergir Guard in the time of Arcanus. We took our discipline seriously. We were proud of it. Then the riots happened. When I saw Lakaran, even now it makes me feel ashamed. It wasn't easy for the men. They felt the city turn against them and blamed them for killing the Emperor, whereas we were sure that we were innocent of his blood, that there was some sort of trick, but even so, there was no excuse. We could have marched out in battle array, no one would have stood against us. If we couldn't restore order, at least we could have gone home with honor. But instead, we turned out anger against the city. My comrades looted, set fires, even murdered those we were supposed to be protecting. It was a disgrace. Let's see, I've heard about the riots in Lacron. It was an ugly thing all around. I thought about going home, but I lost what dinars I saved during the riots. If there is a war band looking for good men, I'd like to earn it back. And we could use someone like you and give me your money. Well, give me, there's your, I paid you. That's the important part. Okay, so with that, I believe that's all the people we can take right now. Okay, so let's go in here. We can go to our items, pop over to you, and get you whatever we got here. So slightly less awful boots. Slightly less awful boots. Slightly less awful shirt. There's an absolute garbage tier horse. Oh, there's your garbage tier horse. Congratulations. Alright, so everyone has some proper, absolutely D tier stuff going on for them. Okay. There's no arena going on. So we're just looking for more brigands. We're also looking again to see if we can't get ourselves like a caravan escort mission, something like that. Not chasing 8. Taking me too long to catch him. I got a group of 16 to go after. Yeah, so for the moment, we're gaining stats and everything. Alright, I want you to surrender or die, brigand. We'll add you into the group.
Form a wall! Charge!
Alright. And because we're not playing on the easiest difficulty, technically there is a risk of my companions dying if they get downed in battle. So later on, when we're fighting much more dangerous situations, I'll probably see what I could do to hold them back. Like, keep them in the fights, but just not have them in high-risk positions. All right. Cool. And more junk that we're not going to care about. All that's pretty garbage tier, so we won't worry about it. Just take it for money. Let's go over here. Yes, there's a war going on between these factions. That's the reason you see, like, that city was burning, this city was burning, there's a city burning down there. The deserter, if we can catch them, is probably going to be good for us. Oop. So before we actually go in there, we can get ourselves another skill. So we've already got our leadership and steward maxed out. So that brings up what we want to do for our actual character. So a lot of times if you're going to do horseback, you usually want to do pole arms a lot of cases, just to have the reach. A lot of the other weapons can't get that kind of reach. I've done that lots of times in the past. The last time I went with the two-handed mace. Because I want to say there was somewhere in here. Yeah, that breaks shields. There was somewhere in here that there was, like, when you use a two-handed mace. I can't remember where it was. That you're able to, like, knock through, like, certain blocking and all that. I don't remember what it was. Let's see, 20% bonus speed when using a two-handed weapon on foot. Armor penetration with your stuff. Oh, increased attack speed for everyone. I was trying to remember what these ones were. There's some pretty cool stuff in here. Yeah, and there's some of these that are, like, really, really good when you're on foot. Which I might choose to do this time. Which is a bummer because it is one of those things that, like, the horse adds a whole extra bonus thing to it. We could go sword and board. Oh yeah, no, it was just two-handed weapons in general. You can set them up to basically smash through shields. I'm gonna go that way. I think I'm gonna have the plan on being unmounted. And now we just, you know, we get our two-handed weapons.
Raise your shields! Charge!
Some bad throwing spears. Sword and board is like surf and turf? Yes. It just served on a board, charcuterie style. Alright, so it looks like I only got like maybe 2 or 3 of the archers on me. But hey, if the archers doesn't want to waste their shots on me, I'm down to just keep figure eighting back here. Because that means none of those are going at all towards any of my troops. And if you open up, I'm glad to stab you. Alright, we just rolled in there real fast. Oh, there's still a bunch of you over here with javelins. Okay, I'm just down to roll over your entire squad with my horse. Okay. I'm not seeing that many numbers left on my side. Which is a bit on the concerning side. Because I felt like I was handily winning that fight. And now I have way less people for some reason. No javelins. Put it down. Yeah, so I can pull up my weapon to force them to block. And then with that view, I could just slam into them. And just whittle them down by... I'm not quite correct in that. There are a few elites or something that wipe the squads. Yeah, that's what I'm guessing. There's like something... Hey, no javelins. Javelins are against the rules. Okay, got another one down. But yeah, when you get like a properly armored horse and like one of the big war horses and all that, you can genuinely just bully your way through smaller groups like this. When you have like the big formations, you can't quite get away with it. Did you pick up a javelin? Against the rules. You also will get you get level towards horseback riding doing this. Now, this is one thing I won't be able to do if I switch over to doing the ground stuff, is I will be the same speeds as them. You can't just bully them with the horse by just running over them again and again. And there's only so much you can do when you're on the ground with your shield to try and fight off a group, because they will just kind of swell past you where they can just get past your shield. Ow. Yeah, see how many of them are, how many of my people are injured and how many people are down. So we ran one over, we just trampled them with the horse. Also be nice to get a faster horse. Okay. I'm going for the stab each time. One, because it could potentially break his shield. And then two, sometimes they'll put down their shield to try and get a cheeky swing in last second. And that can be a fast way to like get a solid like full power hit just because they move their shield out of the way at the last moment. Forget about the shield. He's got to be almost dead from just being hit with like 3, 4, and 5 damage again from being trampled by the horse again and again. Oh, the shield's gone. Ah, missed. Got him. He finally blocked the wrong way for me. Alright, so we lost a lot of people. But that's okay. Sometimes you just gotta lose a lot of people. Alright, so you can get a bigger shield. Because, I mean, they actually had some decent weapon in there. So you're better quality here. You give some javelins. That's a better hat. That's a better chest piece. You don't have a scarf. There's a better boots. Better boots. Better than what you got. There's some javelins for you, and loot the rest. Okay, so we lost a lot of people there. Oh, get in, get in, get in. Okay, cool. So I can... Not the troops I like. The first thing to do is dump all the extra junk. I'm gonna have to recruit. Let's get back over here. Oh, you're not... You're still burning, so I can't do anything with that. Then go over here. Recruit. Alright, you leave the village. A Greybeard walks up to you carrying a cudgel. Although he's too old to fight, he says he is a warrior once claimed to have known a trick move, the way of suddenly closing with your opponent by tripping them with a spear, which he offers to teach your troops for a price. He shows you his battle scars. They are indeed impressive. Let's see, tell him that tricks don't win battles, but bravery does, so we increase morale and reputation. Except, even if it costs you time, recognizing that warrior who survived many battles probably knows a thing or two, so we gain a bunch of experience, we lose some money, and we become disorganized. Except, and tell him to demonstrate the technique with a sword in one, with the sword of one of your men, so that the lesson sticks. Tell him to demonstrate his technique with a sword on one of your men, so that the lesson sticks. We wound one of our people, we gain a reputation for being impulsive, we get a lot of XP, but we lose more money. Well, the XP bonus... Yeah, the XP bonus is fine and all. I don't actually have many troops to gain it. So the daring and the morale is going to be bigger. So I'm going to go ahead and take the daring and morale bonus for the daring stuff. Which daring's a reputation that gives you certain benefits with certain interactions and all that. And if you didn't notice, I've gone from being allowed to have 26 people to 53 people. So we've massively increased the size of what we can handle for our army. Meanwhile, we just finished the quest. Oh, we have a stat available, so we're going to put that into control. Alright. So for the clan... Yeah, so establish our clan. We have enough that we qualify as a clan and all that. So now there's just that storyline thing I'm not worried about right for the moment. But what we can do is that means... See, it's 22 we would get from that. So what we're looking at is who has the best bonuses for each. So tracks, that's 11. So let's see, we have... Everyone is awful as a medical. So you're the best one here. I keep forgetting our character's name. And so I was confused. All right. So basically we got everyone set here. So what should happen is they should start leveling in those respective things so that we'll continue getting like steward and leadership to make our group larger. What are we playing now? We're playing Bannerlord. Mountain Blade to Bannerlord. We have our scout, we've got a surgeon, and we got our engineer. And then fiefs would be territory we control, we don't have any. And then we have other, which is like workshops, which we don't have any. That's all good stuff. We'll go chase them. But we can now get ourselves up to an army of 53, and that's why we've been bullying the bandits. To get that renown, to get that levels. Because once we start getting to, you know, groups that are like...
Form a shield wall! Kill them all!
Once we start getting, like, proper units... we can start, like, really holding it own in, like, proper fights. And then fights like this, we should have, like, no real threat. Oh, I must have hit with the horse the same when I stabbed. I was like, you died with 8 damage from a horse hit? Alright. They've already had a morale break, so they're all running for the hills. Okay. And no casualties on our side at all. So you got a bunch of this stuff. Alright. Yeah, it's weird giving up the horse. What we'll probably do is we'll wait till we get like the banner that gets a bonus to do it. But when we get a banner that gives us bonus, because you can get to the point where you can run people down on foot on the map almost as good as a horse. Like, you'll run down mounted people. Like, you'll end up having that happen against you, too. Where you'll have, like, an entire cavalry army, and then this stupid guy on his feet just runs up to you, and you're like, say what now? I didn't realize I was competing against a bunch of Olympians.
Believe it or not, I mean that. I've been looking for you.
You escaped? Where's my brother? What happened?
Calm down now. I'll tell you everything.
We found your little brother, but my former partner, Galter, betrayed me. We came into his camp to negotiate the boy's release, and he seized us right then and there.
What, scum, eh? Even in this profession, double-crossing your comrades is frowned upon. I escaped. One of his men, a little guiltier than the rest, cut my bonds when the others were sleeping. But I can't let a traitor live, so I decided to find you and offer you a deal.
Okay.
I know where he is now. If you agree, we can attack together and save your kin. But in return, I will have the pleasure of killing that bastard. So what do you say?
How can we possibly trust each other?
You can't trust me, but you need me. And I figure you have enough men that you could easily slit my throat pretty quickly if I lead you into a trap. And I don't need to trust you. You're my vehicle of revenge, not my partner.
I can live with that. Let's go.
Splendid. But I have a few things to do. There is a hideout near this city. He keeps your siblings there. I will join you right where the path leads up, just out of the sight of their scouts.
Okay, see you there and then. But remember there's a trap or something that will cost you your life.
Oh, of course. I have no doubts on that score.
Alright. So, with that, we can trade with you and dump all this junk. We can recruit more troops. Okay, and that's the hideout he wants me to go after. I'm gonna quickly grab more people. I'm honestly curious, so this weather is new, and it seems like in the weather you can't really see units moving around, which is honestly a pretty cool idea. That it gives you a better means of, like, ambushing people. Or being ambushed. It does work both ways. And we have a full group of troops. We can start working towards that hideout. We don't really have our fully decked people yet. And a bunch of my, like, captains, whatever, heroes, whatever you want to call them, other people are pretty garbo tier right now. We're going to want to deal with that. And that's mostly equipment-wise. Their equipment is hot garbage. Whoever's responsible for them should really fix that. I'm not going to, but, you know. Really, I should. I mean, eventually I'll fix it. I'm just going to fix it by what I find. Like, later on, when you start ending up with buckets of money, that's when you just walk up to the place and be like, oh, $25,000? Yeah, I'll buy that armor. That's fine. I'll buy the $30,000 helmet. Sucks to be you. Sucks to be... Ah, he lived by 1 health. This kill belongs to my horse. There we go. Okay. That's kind of what I'm hoping to do right now is just level up a bunch of them. That's fine. Yeah, we can. Let's see. All of that is hot garbage, which is pretty much what you expect when you bully a bunch of, like, a bunch of farmers turned bandit that don't have, like, any equipment or anything. They're just kind of running around with their pitchforks and all that.
You finally arrived. I have a few things to say before we attack. We have to be clever. He is a cunning fellow in a low and base kind of way.
Let's see, I defeated you before. I know how your gang operates. Less talking, more raiding. Come on.
That you did. That you did. Lead on then.
Alright. So we can sneak in now. Oh, you can send your troops to clear. Sneak in. So sneak in during the day might prove challenging. Sneak in at night. Send your troops to clear. Oh. Alright.
Look, we can still talk. I'll give you a pouch of silver.
Your talking was a waste of time. You're, Redago's property now. Galter's execution by Redagos. Yup.
I knew you'd come. Great Evan. Damn, brother. Nothing can stop you. I love you, brother.
So glad to see you're safe. Is everyone okay? Yeah, we're all fine. Ferric is scared, but fine. We need to be quick and get the heck out of this place. I'll take him to the nearest fortress immediately. He'll be safe there.
Meet me there later, when you're ready to tell me everything.
Okay, brother. Be careful, take care. Radios comes to you and asks to talk. Well, it looks like you got your brother back onto you. So my end of the deal is complete. I'll be making myself scarce now.
Don't let your conscience bother you about letting me go, by the way. I won't get back into slaving. Burned too many bridges with my old colleagues, you might say. I'll find some other way to earn my keep. Mercenary work, perhaps. Anyway, maybe our paths will cross again.
Yeah, I'm gonna let him go. It's fine, whatever. Yeah, so that was interesting to me. So I kind of like... Alright, you give up. You're my prisoner now. Cool. I don't actually want you. Go away. But yeah, so basically they made it so you can sneak in during the day, sneak in at night, or you can kind of auto battle where it just basically does the calculation and says, congratulations, you won, here was your casualties, and here's what you gained. Oh. Alright. So we have our brother, whatever they are. So what I would like to do is set these up for them to be leaders. So we're going to lean them towards intelligence and social. So we have a thirst for knowledge. Fair enough. Gives them intelligence. Leadership or steward. Both are excellent choices. We'll give them the point in steward, so that way they have 1 point in each. Alright, and while they're at that, they went ahead and learned medicine, and I can get on board with that. And that's because that's our sibling who is growing up, so they're now part of my group. Alright, so you have overpriced raw materials there. We did not get much from that. Actually, because we resolved it that way, it didn't even give me any loot, now that I look at it. Which I think is fair, so you could just clear it out if you want. Now, we're going to want to start picking fights on bigger targets, because obviously me bullying tiny little groups of looters is not going to do a whole lot for us. If we're lucky, we get stuff like caravan missions that spawn in a bunch of enemies for us to fight. You know, there's also a couple other ones I'll do the same kind of thing. Oh, that's not going to help us. But there's a lot of the quest stuff will give you like a random thing where it'll spawn to like 500 people. We also can potentially become mercenaries for someone. You know, get involved in one of whatever wars are going on and become a mercenary. We're nowhere near the strength where I could take a castle or take a territory and hold it. I could probably, with some effort, take a territory, but then they'd roll in with their actual army and utterly crush me. And you have rival gang moving in. I don't really care about that. They're not looking to particularly destabilize this area. Oh, mountain bandits. The deserter groups are pretty good. I've liked what I've seen of those deserter groups. I think we have a lot of stuff we can do that. Alright, so got the Steward. So, daily experience for your things, reduced garrison wages, daily experience for all your higher tier troops. Governor increases militia spawn as veteran. Okay, so that's only for the high-level troops. But there's a lot of cases we'll have difficulty leveling those up because they need more XP and whatnot. Okay, and you want the Art of the Trade. That's where you buy stuff from one place and take it to another. And that could be a good source of lots of reputation. Train troops. Alright, the moment they hit the trees, we'll catch them. Alright, surrender or die. Okay, you're my prisoner now. they're just surrendering to me. I'm not used to that. Like, usually you have to, like, massively, massively overwhelming odds them, and then they start surrendering. Fancy prisoners, there wasn't that much there. There's the arena. We recruit one more person because of that. Oh, and it was just telling me I could recruit those people if I wanted. Alright, so we gotta make a decision on how we're going to approach this. Because we can align with, or like one of the ways to get some good reputation and, or a good renown and a good lot of XP is, like I said, find a faction, align to their faction, and then just start bullying whoever their neighbors are. You know, and when a real army shows up, you just run away. Now, with a lot of that, we can pick our targets. Alright. We got some deserters. Also checking on the time. Alright. You need a place for your archers in your formation. I shouldn't have archers.
Bowman! On my flank! Form a shield wall! Charge!
Okay, so we're gonna have them push in on the enemy archers. You're not sure what that's about. Most likely have one archer by themselves. It's just a matter of time before someone picks them off by, like, ducking behind the lines, that kind of thing. So they got one archer and some spearmen. Well, infantry, not actually spearmen. You go ahead and take out that archer. And the archer is dealt with. We only lost one person. We gained morale and a whole bunch of stuff. I believe an Empire peasant can go into an Empire recruit and up from there. Yes, there's all of them. Ah, I've got... Oh, right! Because we got a handful of the Vlandians. Right. We got a couple of Vlandians previously, because I was, you know, a bit away from where I wanted to be. And that caused the whole thing. Alright, so we can go over here. That horse is better than yours. What? A spear with frills. There's some gauntlets. And everything else is hot garbage. Yeah, but like the decision I gotta make is who I'm aligning myself with. Now, I could deliberately align with the Empire because most likely I'll be fighting from defending their territory kind of thing. If I'm fighting from defending their territory, it means I'll be in the area to get myself new recruits more easily. Which I actually want to go here to our army. So, get out of here. Get out of here. There, that way we don't have, like, weirdly 2 or 3 recruits of a different type that have their own stuff going on. Now, most likely to side with someone, I'm going to have to get them on our side, like, get to know them better. We'll ultimately go to independent if we keep pushing this run. So, with the clan aligning, we have the different factions out on the map. Which I'm forgetting the best way to go and even look that up. We would be wanting to side with the people who have the characters we care about. So let's go over here to these ones. And we're going to look for one of their... That's a pretty big group of mountain bandits. We're going to want to go ahead and look for one of these areas over here and side with them. Actually, oh, you know what? These are also Empire. Right, because there's like the North or the South Empire or whatever they are. East or West, I don't remember which way it was. Yeah, it's fine. So we can choose to side with either one of these. Honestly, any of those three groups, I believe, are all Empire. And there's a whole thing with, like, do you want to side with the Empire, or do you want to side with the, Britannians or whatever? I don't have a strong opinion on a lot of that anyways. I'm mostly approaching it from the standpoint of, what troops do I want? What makes it easier for me to reinforce so I don't have to constantly deal with it? Okay. Have you fought the Sea Raiders yet? The Sea Raiders aren't new unless you're talking about like some new thing. I've already done the entire DLC storyline campaign, whatever you want to call it. I already went through that whole thing, if that's what you're asking. But as far as like the Sea Raiders, unless they had like a major change on this one, they existed way before the DLC. Ow. Alright.
I'll split your soul.
That leaves one of them left. Oh, there you are. Never mind, they took care of it. And they already got that taken care of. Okay, only a couple of casualties. Plenty of bonuses. And as we do stuff like we get our medical person better, the frequency we have troops actually die at the end. Ooh, hey, I'll take a better spear. Don't tempt me with a good time. Alright, so we're good on all that. Can I give you... I'll call that better. At least you're covering your whole body. Because it's always the ones where they wear just like the pants. It's always been just a weird armor set for me. Okay, better helmet for you. And there we go. Go over here. Replaced our missing people. Yeah, so I'm going to probably side with the South Empire for right now, just as mercenaries, to try and make stuff happen. You have a level in something. Oh, it's you. Right, tactics. Okay, loose formations. Damage to your infantry, minus 10% from ranged targets when the troops are set to confront the enemy. Minus 25% morale penalty when in loose circle or scatter formations. Plus 10% damage from your infantry to cavalry troops when they are sent to confront the enemy. And then we take, less morale penalty when we're doing the shield wall. And usually I'll shield wall my troops a lot to have the big wall of shields just moving forward so that range is irrelevant to me for a while. Okay, so we have no quests here. We can't probably get into the keep. We're looking for any one of the main armies. Oh, I need to trade stuff, don't I? Let's see, trade. Get that out of here. No need to recruit more people. Army size is getting up to 58 now. Not seeing any... There you go. Not seeing any actual armies, because that's what we're looking for. If we get an army, we'll probably find one of the leaders, and if we find a leader, we can discuss joining them. And that's where you start getting the stuff where you get the opportunity to do more. All right. Okay, another group of mounted bandits, because that'll also be good because it'll give us better targets than just
Make a shield wall!
bullying bandits.
Charge!
But yeah, eventually I want to get set up where we get off the horse, we get a big two-handed weapon. We just kind of lead the troops. Okay, well let's get out of that, because I just ate 2 javelins to the chest. Ow. Leave me alone. Stop javeling me. Well. Okay, so that's their last one. So as long as I keep them in front, they shouldn't be able to javelin me. It's forcing it to run around so he can't do other stuff. That lighting makes it pretty hard to keep track of things. I'll hit your horse. I got no objections to this. If you're gonna keep that shield up where I can't... Oh, don't get me killed, teammate. But yeah, so the infantry will win, ultimately. Because no matter what, sooner or later he has to push in on them, and the moment he gets on in them, they'll just knock him off his horse and do it. But I would like to get my just revenge for eating 3 javelins. Did you stop running straight away? Are you just leaving the map? Is that what's going on right now? I will kill that horse. I warned you. I'll typically do that. They just kind of stay behind their shield. Rather than just wail on their shield for a long time, I'll just knock the horse down and be done with it. Let's not play that dangerous game. I have no health. But that also means they can't run away from my troops now. Okay. Take the Empire Peasant. We get to have a couple more troops again. Alright, so let's see here. So we actually have a whole tier higher horse now. The shields are all hot garbage. Let's pop over here. We'll give you that sword. Get a slightly better hat. Let's give you a shield. Give you a shield. It's a better shield. Give you some bracers. And that'll do. Okay. Among the loot in the last battle, you discover a vat of fine wine from Nidion. You know that you could sell it for a considerable sum, but your men just risk their lives and don't seem inclined to pocket silver tomorrow for a drink today. Let's see, you can keep it and sell it. So we would get 1 wine. You'd increase a reputation in closed fist and calculating. You could smash the top off the amphora and let them drink their fill. They increased morale. We get magnificent and impulsive, and we become disorganized. Drink up. There's no one in the castle right now. We can recruit replacements for the few that fell. Alright, well actually they're gonna get cornered, so we can go jump on them real fast. You are wounded. Send in the troops. I forgot that I was badly injured. That's okay. Our troops just won it on their own. It's fine. We sat back and worked on our boo-boos. Huh? 23 of you? I'm confused. Where am I getting all these horse units from? There's definitely something I'm getting confused by, that I'm used to the old units where I could very predictably always get the same thing again and again. Maybe they split up the South and the North Empire. Oh, you know what I bet you it is? Where I'm grabbing these ones, those ones are probably not the ones I'm thinking about that are like the Imperial Shield people. Okay. So I was grabbing what I thought was the tier 2 from after the recruit, and I think I might have been getting something else. That's fine. We'll let them stay in the group for now, and as they die, we'll replace them with what we want. So with that, let's get rid of all the extra junk, get our money. Because as you can see, money is a little bit of a challenge where I'm burning, quite a bit of money each day. Is there anyone at the keep? Nope. This is kind of one of the big things I need right now. And one of the other things you can do is you can get into trading, where you'll go to a place and see like, oh, is this good worth more here or there? And then, run down wherever it's worth more. But this a big part is because I have too big of an army all set. Yeah, no, I missed that, I was grabbing the wrong things. I thought I was grabbing a different unit. Which means now I gotta go in here. There's our cavalry units. It's fine. Oh, I'm with another group.
Make a shield wall! Shields up! Attack!
Yeah, no, it was, I was thinking there were you go from the infantry to you get the ones like the teardrop shield. That's not actually what I was grabbing. Okay. So we didn't earn much of the loot because our infantry was behind theirs. I don't think it's the main moneymaker, and you're upset that it breaks the immersion of the game. Oh yeah, no, it's one of the big bummers of the game is that very genuinely, when it comes to like the weapons and all that, to get the weapons you want, like the properly good weapons, you have to smithy. Like the smithy is where all the best weapons come from, and to have control to like give yourself like a really, really big range weapon or whatever, all of that's locked behind smithy. It's been one of those things that's always been that way. So what's going to end up happening here, chat, is it is getting to be that time that I need to be wrapping up for the night. So if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop your follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. I will be streaming again tomorrow at 7 p.m. EST. I'm not super sure what game I'm going to play. I could see playing more Bannerlord. I could see continuing to do a bit more Surviving Mars, possibly doing something kind of unrelated to anything. Kind of wish-washing on where I'm going to go, but we'll figure it out when we get there. Kind of for my final thoughts of the new DLC, I think if you are really into Bannerlord, and you're like, I just want a little more, I think it's fine for that. The campaign, story, quest line, whatever you want to say, is genuinely very unpolished. It's very buggy, and it is not particularly good. Like the story, it's basically the same story, but now you're on boats. But like that part is rough. I think the boat part, like the combat, is fine. I don't think it's something that's like, oh man, this is amazing, it's the greatest thing ever. It's fine, it's serviceable. I have not done the large fleet stuff. I've been told that's pretty good. I can't speak from personal experience, but when you're dealing with the boats, or you're dealing like at least, 4 or 5 boats in combat and all that, it's fine. I find you have a lot more variety and options and control and all that with ground troops to make it interesting. But again, I think it's one of those things that if you're going out and doing that, it gives you at least something different to do. That said, it's in pretty rough shape. Like the DLC's in pretty rough shape. There's a lot of bugs. So it might be a wait and see. It might be one of those things. And for the record, they did give me a key, so I am saying this even with them giving a key, just being like genuine that, hey, it's not a great DLC drop. If you're really into the game, by all means get it. You're gonna probably have a good time. I don't think it's like actively a bad time or anything, but for the price tag, it is one of those ones you're like, okay, it's a bit rough around the edges for the price tag. But we'll see. Maybe they'll get a couple updates. They'll add more content. We'll see. But it is for the DLCs I've gotten. It has been one of the, for like just games broadly, it has been one of the ones I've been a little bit more on. And for the record, I do really enjoy Bannerlord. We played this a ton in the past, but and I still think the base game is great, for the record. And it doesn't actively hurt you in any way to have the DLC. But it is one of those things that the DLC, it needed more time to bake. It really did need more time to bake. Now, with that said, if you're watching over on the YouTube side, the stream is going to be dropping abruptly because I don't have a host planned or ready over there, but thanks so much for watching over there on the YouTube side. For those over here on the Twitch side, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and seeing who I can find to drop a raid on. Should be plenty of options that are